Outside the Ding capital's government office's prison, there stood a guard outside. In the case of the extermination of the entire Prince Yu's household, Shen Qing was indeed in a very awkward position. On the surface, she was also a pitiful person as she only just married when the massacre happened and fortunately managed to escape with her life. But in the depths of the investigation, there were many areas of doubts in the case and perhaps it was possible that Shen Qing was involved. Even if she was not involved, with all the different guesses and rumors, it was enough for her name to become the topic of conversation in the entire street. As such, it would have been cleaner if she had died in the massacre case. Emperor Wen Hui's attitude towards the case was also intriguing. Even though it was said to have been immediately investigated, but the matter was given directly to the administrator of the capital in the government office, and the emperor had not even asked about it at all. With Emperor Wen Hui's kinship feelings with Prince Yu, it would absolutely not be easily pass off. Since it had always been difficult to guess the monarch's mind, the officials below were unable to guess what the emperor wanted to do and could only send Shen Qing to prison, pending for trial. This was actually somewhat ridiculous. The only surviving female from a massacre case who was unarmed was regarded as the culprit. Sometimes the matter of the world could be so strange. When Shen Miao reached the doors of the prison, the warden was surprised for a moment when he saw her and went forward to speak. Who is it? My young lady is the fifth young lady of the general's residence's Shen family. Jing Jie stepped forward and placed a sachet stuffed with silver onto the hands of the warden and said, here deliberately to visit eldest young lady. Shen Miao took the token that Shen Chu gave her from her sleeves and showed it to the warden. When that person took a look, he immediately greeted respectfully, so it is fifth Shen young lady. Shen Qin's prestigious reputation was well known in Ding capital, let alone a warden, even officials would also give him leeway. I want to take a look at eldest sister. Would trouble Darren to show the way? Shen Miao said. That warden said with a smile, originally one cannot come to visit these few days, but since fifth Shen young lady had spoken then do come with this lowly one. Finishing, he instructed the guards who were guarding and brought Shen Miao in, leaving Jing Jie and Gu Yu outside. Now Shen Qing's identity was awkward and no one could predict if there was an opportunity to remove the crime off, but even if the crime was removed, saddled with that kind of reputation, Shen Qing would have to live on distressful. In fact, fifth young lady need not have to worry too much. The warden said with a smile, even though eldest Shen young lady is still in prison, once the truth is uncovered, the eldest Shen young lady would not be implicated. He thought that since Shen Miao came to visit Shen Qing, the relationship between the two sisters would be very close. No matter what, as long as Shen Miao felt better, it was considered as selling a favor to Shen Qin. Shen Miao nodded her head, thanking Darren's guidance. When a stone ladder appeared in front, the warden stopped his steps and said, eldest Shen young lady is held below there, fifth young lady can head down to talk to her. My subordinates and I will be waiting outside, so do not be too long. Shen Miao thanked him again and after the warden and the few guards stepped aside, then she slowly took the steps down. Walking down the long steps, there was a cell right at the end which had iron railings all around. There was only a fist-sized window in the cell and seemed to be where important criminals were located. There was a row of torches against the stone wall but the torches were faltering, making the silhouette look strange. The cell was covered with straw and there was a dirty quilt bed inside. Most likely the quilt was infested with lice as one could vaguely see some small black material on it. And the person who had the quilt around was sitting on the straw with the head buried in the knees, unsure if the person was asleep or not. Shen Miao looked quietly for a long time before walking in and reaching her hands out to tap the iron railings a few times. The person who had their head in their knees suddenly raised her head and showed a slightly frightened expression. When one saw clearly that it was Shen Miao, the frightened look turned into anger as she shouted out with gritted teeth, Shen Miao. It is me. Shen Miao gently took a step back and avoided Shen Qing's scratches when she rushed up. Her guesses were indeed correct as in the next moment, Shen Qing rushed up and reached out her hands past the iron railing. She wanted to grab onto Shen Miao but her action was futile as the railings restrained her. It seems that you have not learned to be smart. Shen Miao laughed out and looked at her calmly and unruffled. Do not waste the effort, it is useless. Shen Qing put her hands down resentfully and suddenly burst into laughter. Shen Miao, are you here to put a demonstration in front of me? Are you here to see how miserable I am? Let me tell you, there will be a day where you will be 100 times more miserable than me. What a pity. Shen Miao looked at her with pity. Even if there is really such a day, you will not be able to see it. Shen Qing was surprised for a moment and there was fear in her eyes. She had been locked in this cell for a few days and she was unclear what was going on. She had been spoiled all this while and thought that night with Prince Yu in Wolong Temple was the most painful thing in life, but did not think that subsequent events would be even more frightening. Pregnancy, returning banquet, marriage and then the night of the bloody massacre, and now she was reduced to a criminal in prison. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and said, do not think of lying to me. This matter had nothing to do with me at all, so how can it implicate me? How could you not understand? Shen Miao squatted down and looked at Shen Qing in the cell. It was like she was the adult who was looking at a disobedient child as she shook her head lightly. The entire Prince Yu household was exterminated and only you survived. No matter if there was a conspiracy, no matter if you have anything to do with the perpetrator, as long as you are alive, you have become the greatest sinner on earth. How could I have any relation with the perpetrator? Shen Qing retorted, why would I want to exterminate the entire household of Prince Yu? I have no animosity and grievance with him, even if there is, it is you. She suddenly stopped halfway as she was speaking and looked at Shen Miao incredulously, you did it. Shen Miao's lips slightly raised up. It is you who did it. Shen Qing grabbed the iron railings in a moment and looked at Shen Miao. It is you. You have a deep grudge against Prince Yu and it is you who sent people to exterminate his entire household. You deliberately kept me alive so that I will be the scapegoat. Shen Miao, your schemes are very good. She looked at Shen Miao and felt shocked and angered. Shock, because Shen Miao was actually insidious to this point, and anger, because her fall was all attributed to Shen Miao. Eldest sister, evidence is everything. Shen Miao slightly smiled, but from the words that you just said, it seems that being imprisoned for the past few days had made one smarter. Although she had denied Shen Qing's words, but in Shen Qing's eyes, Shen Miao had already admitted to the crimes she had committed. Shen Qing raged, what are you thinking of doing? Shen Miao, you will not succeed. My father and older brother will definitely come to save me. They will find the evidence and the person that would finally sit in this prison is you, not me. And at that time, I will definitely think of ways to make a mincemeat out of you. You are still hoping for Second Shu and Shen Yuan. Shen Miao ridiculed. Second Shu is so afraid of being implicated that he did not even bother to come and take a look at you. As for Shen Yuan, Shen Miao smiled. He could have good career prospects and have a boundless future but because of you, troubles kept lining up. You really think that he will want to save you? Shen Qing glared at Shen Miao in anger but she knew in her heart that what Shen Miao said was not wrong at all. She was very clear of what kind of character Shen Gui had. Earlier on when Shen Gui married her off to Prince Yu, Shen Qing saw it clearly that Shen Gui was like old Shen Furen to the bones and knew how to draw on the advantages and avoid disadvantages. As for this second older brother that was inscrutable since young, even though he had helped to solve a lot of trouble for her, this time it affected Shen Yuan's career prospects. Would Shen Yuan really help her? Shen Miao, stop with your nonsense. Despite an uneasy heart, Shen Qing still spoke forcefully, my mother will not watch me with folded arms. My mother would definitely think of ways to rescue me. As long as my mother steps in, with my second older brother's ability, it is not difficult for the truth to be unveiled, and at that time, the unlucky ones would be you guys. Second Shen. Shen Miao sighed. I know that Second Shen treats you very well and you are the pearl in Second Shen's eyes, and if you suffer anything bad, Second Shen would definitely protect you with her life, just like in the beginning with me. Shen Qing's unsettled emotions were a little alleviated and was a little complacent. Ren Wanyan had always been indulgent to her, and among the 3D daughters, Chen Ruchu was slightly strict with Shen Yu, and Luo Shuiyan was seldom together with Shen Miao from the beginning. It was only Ren Wanyan who was 100 times indulgent to Shen Qing. This was because when Shen Qing was born, Ren Wanyan had a difficult birth and it was not easy for both mother and daughter to be safe and sound, so Ren Wanyan was very meticulous with this daughter. Even when Shen Qing initially wanted to fight for Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, Ren Wanyan did not say half a word of opposition. Even if others treat her indifferently now, as long as Ren Wanyan was present, she would not let her be wronged. Shen Qing's smile had yet to raise when she heard Shen Miao's laughing voice, but eldest sister, do guess that between you and seventh younger brother, who has a higher position in second Shen's heart? Shen Qing was stumped for words and stared at Shen Miao without speaking. Shen Miao looked at her gently. Everyone in our residence know how much second Shen doted on seventh younger brother. If because of you, seventh younger brother need to be compensated, why did not you guess if second Shen is willing to take this risk? In fact, I also look forward to knowing the answer. Not sure if eldest sister is able to answer it for me. Shen Miao looked at her gently. Everyone in our residence know how much second Shen doted on seventh younger brother. If because of you, seventh younger brother need to be compensated, why did not you guess if second Shen is willing to take this risk? In fact, I also look forward to knowing the answer. Not sure if eldest sister is able to answer it for me. Shen Qing's body began to tremble violently. She knew clearer than anyone else Shen Yuanbo's position in Ren Wanyan's heart. Because of Ren Wanyan's current age, it was naturally precious to have Shen Yuanbo. Moreover, even though Shen Yuanbo was naughty, he was likable to everyone. The most important point was that Shen Yuanbo was a son. In this troubled world, it had always been particularly difficult for a female to get ahead, and in Ren Wanyan's heart, she would always be more biased towards her little son. If she would really need to make a sacrifice, Shen Qing was well aware that she is the one that would be given up. But even if her heart was filled with fear, Shen Qing was not willing to show her weakness when facing Shen Miao. She looked at Shen Miao and coldly scoffed. What you want to say? Could be that you were about to say is that no matter which route, I would still die. Shen Miao, do not you forget that I still have the royal flesh and blood in my abdomen. Since the blood of the child in my abdomen is of the royal family, no mishap will befall on me. Finishing this sentence, Shen Qing gently caressed her abdomen and a warm smile appeared on her face. This really made one felt somewhat stunned, as of a few days ago, she still beat her own abdomen and wished that this bastard was not there. Eldest sister, you really think that he is your life-saving amulet? Shen Miao light fluttering gaze landed on Shen Qing's lower abdomen and lightly said, if it was the past, with the value the emperors placed on Prince Yu of first rank, naturally the child would be saved. But now, one fear that it would become your life-taking amulet. What do you mean? Shen Qing did not understand what Shen Miao was talking about, but from Shen Miao's determined to win gaze, a fear was born in her heart. Her intuition was that Shen Miao had not lied to her, but why would the child in her abdomen would be her life-taking amulet? Naturally, Shen Qing would not know that some of the rumors had spread into the palace and into the emperor's ears, so some things had quietly changed. If it was the past, in order to preserve the blood of Prince Yu, Emperor Wenwei would not bury her as a company that early. But now, since the seed of suspicion had grown, the emperor had put up a cruel and unrelenting attitude, and one fear that he could not wait to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, sending Shen Qing and the spawn in her abdomen to hell earlier. Seeing Shen Miao smile without speaking, Shen Qing panicked and snapped, Shen Miao, I have no animosity and grievance with you, why do you do such harm to me? No animosity and grievance. It was as if Shen Miao had heard a funny joke. She turned towards Shen Qing. When you, mother and daughter, schemed against me, was there any thoughts that there was no animosity or grievance? You, Shen Qing was unable to reconcile with her heart, and her gaze that was looking at Shen Miao was like one who was looking at some terrible person. She said, you harmed me, you will definitely not die easily. The wheel of fortune is always turning, and there would be a day that your first household would also be disowned dogs and trampled by others. You all will not die easily. Speaking till the end, her voice became sharp as if it was the only way to hide the fear in her heart. At her verbal abuse, Shen Miao's expressions did not change at all. She softly said, the saying of the reversal of the wheel of fortune is not false, but to wait for the heavens to reverse it would be somewhat complicated. In the world there are people that scheme, and fortunately their efforts are not wasted, as those traps get used one way or another. The so-called not dying easily that Shen Qing said, she had already tasted it in her previous life. At that time Luo Shuiyan had already passed away, Shen Chu had drowned, and in the first household of the Shen family, Shen Qin and all the servants were jailed. From what the eunuchs of the cold palace said, Shen Qin was squatting in the most horrible jail, and his shoulder blades were pierced with chains to prevent him from escaping, and was also branded with a convict word on his cheek. For a general who kills on the battlefield, this was undoubtedly the thing that was most unacceptable. If one were to say that the physical torture could be endured, then the psychological humiliation was the thing that was most painful to Shen Qin. And at that time, she was locked up in the cold palace, watching Fu Ming being pushed down from the position of the crown prince and watching Mei Furen being immensely pleased with herself. Shen Qing was already somewhat confused. She was after all young and had not experienced much, and Ren Wanyan had always doted on her while growing up. Once something out of the ordinary happened, her ability to bear with it would often be very, very low. She screamed, Shen Miao, you are not human. You will not die easily. Shen Miao quietly looked at her. Shen Qing, how is the feeling of seeing each of your hopes smashing into pieces? Shen Qing looked at Shen Miao with hatred. When I was at the end of the road and the path was exhausted, you came to send me away, so this time, I will send you off. She said with a gentle smile, but there was no smile in her eyes at all, but her pupils were brighter than the stars like black clouds had enveloped in the other person's body. In the last lifetime before she died, she saw Shen Qing and Shen Yu standing behind Mei Furen with a sweet smile on their faces. The first household of the Shen family's end was miserable, and the second's and third's household's contribution could not go unnoticed. She retook this arduous lifetime, so that she can pull down the individual poisonous snake fangs that have yet to grow out, then slowly torture them. Shen Qing did not understand her words and bitterly bit her teeth down as she said, Shen Miao, you will not have a good death. Shen Miao stood up and looked condescending at Shen Qing. Shen Miao's slightly delicate face in the sinister cell had a kind of dignity and elegance that one could not look up close, and in that majesty, there was also a touch of a dark violent manner, especially the sneer on her lips. As the edges of the purple dress fluttered in front of the prison cell, that figure gradually disappeared, and the last words that Shen Qing heard was, Shen Qing, you are the first one. In the eastern courtyard of the Shen residence, the day was of an exceptional silence. Shen Gui stayed in the room with a dark look on his face. He had inquired the eunuch from the palace, and Shen Qing's matter was a difficult one to settle. Most likely there were some problems between Emperor Wenwei and Prince Yu, and this question was more graver than the officials' guesses. Now that there was no room to advance or retreat, if one were to meddle with Shen Qing's matter, one feared that Emperor Wenwei would not be happy, and if one did not care about Shen Qing, the rumors would get more intense, and when there was trouble, the first one people came looking for was him. He continued to let out long sighs and short gasps, so Wan Yiniang walked to his side to gently massage his shoulders. Shen Gui was lusty and had many concubines in the residence, but Ren Wanyan's discipline was tight, and after all this time those concubines had not given birth to any children. Even if they were to be lucky enough to give birth, they would all die early. However, this Wan Yiniang gave birth to a daughter, Shen Dongling, under Ren Wanyan's eyelids, and to be able to raise her up, it could be said of her abilities. At the beginning the servants in the residence spread out that if Wan Yiniang had not given birth to a daughter but a son, one feared that she would have the status to fight with Ren Wanyan. Wan Yiniang and old Shen Furen were songstress by birth, and Ren Wanyan despised her, thus old Shen Furen also felt annoyed by her identity. But Wan Yiniang was indeed famous, and in the beginning when she was the pillar of the troupe, she was very charming and seductive, that when she was in the role of a vivacious female in the shows, one could not mention how beautiful she was. Ever since the birth of Shen Dongling, Wan Yiniang had been staying in her little courtyard and behaving herself, as if she had disappeared from everyone's eyes, that even the weak and sickly Shen Dongling also did not leave the courtyard often, only coming out to meet others during the New Year festivals, and was almost forgotten by others. Now that Shen Qing had met with a mishap, old Shen Furen was unhappy, and Ren Wanyan often quarreled when she saw Shen Gui, so Wan Yiniang managed to stage a comeback. These days, she had served Shen Gui so comfortably that one felt unspeakable disgust when looking at Ren Wanyan and daughter. Master is still worrying about the matter of eldest young lady. Wan Yiniang was massaging Shen Gui's shoulders and at the same time soothing. Master, do not need to overly worry, since eldest young lady had never done such a thing, there would be a day where the truth will come to light. Shen Gui sighed. No matter if she did it or not, this matter is not that simple already. This time Qing'er may even implicate everyone. When Wan Yiniang heard this, she spoke deeply worried. Although it is like that, there should be a black and white reasoning. She continued, it does not matter to this concubine and third young lady, as one would just need to follow master, life and death would not matter. But second young master and seventh young master are still so young, if they are implicated, what can be done? Shen Gui's expression moved and started to feel irritation in his heart. Even though he was selfish to his bones and was also greedy and lustful, he felt a great hope towards the two of his sons. No one knew of the reason why, but when it come to his generation in the Shen residence, heirs were not thriving at all. The most proudest thing for Shen Gui was that his household had two sons. Towards daughters, in Shen Gui's eyes, they were only things that could be exchanged for one's interest, but as for sons, they were treasures to carry on the ancestral line. Now to compensate his pair of sons for Shen Qing, a daughter, made Shen Gui felt enraged. This concubine heard that Tai Tai is currently running around for eldest young lady, one pities the parent's heart. If it was not that this concubine's power is weak, would really hope to be of help. Wan Yiniang continued speaking. What help? When Shen Gui heard Wan Yiniang mentioning Ren Wanyan, he felt annoyed and said, it is all because of that crazy shrew who taught a daughter without any sense of honor and shame. Now to even implicate everyone, really do not know what can be done. Wan Yiniang seemed to be scared and suddenly shrink back. The hands that was massaging the shoulders also stopped and only softly said after a pause she said, Master must not blame Tai Tai. After such a big incident had happened, Tai Tai must not be feeling good. If anything happened to eldest young lady in the present and she did some unreasonable thing, Tai Tai will be very sad. Shen Gui impatiently said, what things can she do? Suddenly the voice paused and Shen Gui slowly go over, unreasonable things. Wan Yiniang's eyes flashed but her voice sounded worried. Such a thing happened to a little young lady who is now locked up in prison. Eldest young lady has been pampered and spoiled since childhood, so it is possible that she is unable to comprehend. It is better to let someone go and persuade her from doing something silly. Shen Gui suddenly stood up and looked outside. The sun was about to set and the skies turned dark, particularly early in the winter days. He said, I will go out for a while. It is so late, where is master going? Wan Yiniang asked. There are things to do. Have dinner by yourself. Shen Gui strode out. Until when Shen Gui's figure was unable to be seen, Wan Yiniang then closed the doors and went to the table to sit down. The dishes for the dinner were a dazzling lineup. In the eastern courtyard where it was gloomy all the time, her food was however extremely delicate. But who knew that in previous years she ate moldy bread and stale porridge and was harmed by Ren Wanyan so badly that even when Shen Dongling was sick, there was no money at all. At that time, how must her heart had felt? The wheel of fortune spins around. Previously it was her that was down in luck and now it was Ren Wanyan's and her daughter's turn to be unlucky. Ren Wanyan had made Wan Yiniang's daughter to be so cautious even as a shoe daughter for all these years, and practically did not have any opportunity to leave the courtyard at all. Now that Shen Qing is in prison, the rest of her life would only be more miserable than Shen Dongling's previous years. Go and call third young lady out to eat. She instructed the maid by her side and the maid complied before leaving. Yiniang, will master really take action on eldest young lady? Another servant asked carefully. Of course, Wan Yiniang was filled with innumerable feelings, he would definitely do so. After being husband and wife with Shen Gui for so many years, she was clearer than anyone else on what Shen Gui was actually thinking. Just now she purposely reminded so that Shen Gui will recall some things. If Ren Wanyan knew that her daughter was finally settled by her own husband, one really did not know how fun it would be. She scooped a spoonful of soup and slowly tasted it. At the same time, Shen Yuan, who was in Kai Yun Yuan, put on a cloak and walked out of the Shen residence's doors without speaking to anyone. The night gradually darkened, and as winter nights are always exceptionally cold, thus when one walked outside, the northern wind seemed to blow into one's bones and each little movement would feel painful. In the sinister prison, the wind whistled into the small window opening which made the person in the prison shrunk into a ball. She had already wrapped the torn quilt tightly around her body and only her head was revealed. She struggled to get up to close the windows that the wind was blowing into. But as she was not tall enough even when she stood on tiptoes, in a moment later, she gave up on this intended plan as she was afraid that by using more strength, it would make herself even weaker. When the warden who was doing his round saw this scene, he only smiled and did not go forward to help. As one stayed in this sinister place for a long period of time, to some extent one would become somewhat distorted, and most likely would feel that seeing the prisoner's suffering was also a type of entertainment, at least for now it was. Shen Qing took a glance at the warden and quickly lowered her head to cover the hatred in her eyes. In the few days after coming to this place, she had suffered what she should have and did not know if Shen Yuan and Shen Gui did arrange anything, as this warden did not treat her any difference from others and even make fun of her suffering. If one were to say if there was any special consideration, it would probably be that her innocence was not destroyed like the other female prisoners. But this might not be credited to the Shen family as she was after all pregnant with Prince Yu of the first rank's flesh and blood. Regardless if it originated honorably or not, there were still traces of a royal bloodline. Shen Qing gently and cautiously stroked her lower abdomen as this was now the only thing she could rely on. She did not know the reason, but the words that Shen Miao said in the afternoon made her felt an extreme fear. This was what she had never felt before, not even in the beginning when she was arrested she had such thoughts because she knew that there would be people coming to save her, for her family would not let her suffer in vain. But every word and sentence of Shen Miao's analysis for her crushed her hopes one by one and made Shen Qing clearly see how those she depended on would be unable to withstand a single blow. This also made Shen Qing doubt if she was able to escape unscathed. The warden took a glance at her and headed outside when Shen Qing suddenly said, "Big brother." The other person stopped and walked to her. Most likely he was unable to stand the body odor from Shen Qing's body. He disgustedly waved, "What? These days, have my family come to see me? Or perhaps have messages for me?" She held back her anger. Just a small-ranking warden even dared to use such a despising eyes to look at her. If it was the past, one could not wait to fawn her. These curry-favoring villains. The warden laughed. What is Shen eldest young lady thinking? The case is not settled. Who dare to come and see you? Besides, your family, other than that younger sister, did not ask any information of you. When the warden said till here, his tone had some ridicule to it. After all, Shen Qing had met with such a matter, and even if the crimes were washed off in the future, there would still be numerous rumors, and to bring the Shen family to such a situation one feared that her future days would also be difficult. Presumably the Shen family also intended to give up this daughter, so the warden's attitude to Shen Qing got increasingly rude. Shen Qing could not say it clearly if she was disappointment or relaxed, but after hesitating a moment she then looked towards the warden. "Big brother, if my older brother come to see me, please say that my mood is heavy and I'm unwilling to see anyone and not let him come and see me." Finishing, she pulled out a bracelet from her wrist and handed it through the metal railings. When she was in the prison, all the jewelry were almost plundered away. This bracelet was something Ren Wanyan put it on her hand during the day of marriage and was very precious. Shen Qing had some selfish motives and had not brought it out all this time, but thinking that she was forced without any way out, she is then finally bringing this bracelet out. When the warden saw the bracelet, his eyes brightened and seized the bracelet to carefully look at it in the light. Seeing its good color, there was a bit of a smile on his face as he said, "Since you say so, I will then help you. But it is a good thing if your older brother come to see you. Why do you push him out?" Shen Qing reluctantly laughed and said, "Because I have caused trouble for the residents and felt very apologetic, thus unable to face them." The warden nodded his head, but there was contempt in his gaze. If one was such a self-respected female like that, how would one commit adultery behind the family's back and even getting pregnant before marriage? Now to say that one was very apologetic and unable to face others, it was really putting on an act. But after taking one's bracelet, the warden had no reason to refuse, so he complied with the matter and left. After waiting for the warden to leave, Shen Qing then squatted down and helplessly held her shoulders and buried her head into her knees. Nowadays she often did this action as she did not know if what she did was correct or wrong, and also did not know where the road ahead was and could only not look or think, as if when she opened her eyes again, she could return to being the previously unrestrained Shen family eldest young lady. She slept drowsily for an unknown period of time, until she heard someone tapping on the metal railing. She then looked up still in a daze. The swaying lights reflected a familiar face. If it was in the past, seeing this face would make her happy, but after Shen Miao spoke those words, Shen Qing was so scared when she saw this face again that she fell onto the ground as she looked panicky at the person in front. Shen Yuan said, "Is younger sister doing well?" "Second older brother, why are you here?" Shen Qing asked as she took a step back quietly. When Shen Yuan saw her movements, his brows slightly frowned, but he did not say anything as he took a key out from his sleeve and opened the cell door. When Shen Qing saw his actions, she was surprised for a moment before happiness appeared on her face and she stood up suddenly. "Second older brother, you are here to save me." Shen Yuan shook his head, temporarily unable to rescue you. He took out a pack of snacks from his arms and handed it to Shen Qing, "Came over to take a look at you and give you something to eat." Shen Qing was somewhat disappointed. Shen Yuan had walked in and seemingly felt that the prison was somewhat dirty as he had some traces of a disgusted expression on. When Shen Qing saw that, she felt somewhat sad. She subconsciously opened the oiled paper bag that Shen Yuan handed over, and in the oiled paper bag, the snacks smelled savory and were still warm. It was her favorite chestnut cake. "You have suffered these few days," Shen Yuan said in a rare gentle way, "knew that you loved eating this the most, so one brought it for you to eat to one's heart's content." Shen Qing's nose turned sour and her tears almost fell. These days she had been eating stale food and did not even eat till one's fill. She lived every day in a state of apprehension, and now to see the sights of the things she once loved and that Shen Yuan was exactly right beside her, all the grievances that she felt all poured out. "Do not cry. After eating and after waiting for a few more days, I will rescue you out of here," Shen Yuan gently consoled. Shen Qing looked somewhat in a sorry state as she took a piece of cake to her mouth. Taking a glimpse at Shen Yuan's gentle smile, her hand suddenly trembled as if a bucket of iced water was poured over her head. Incomprehensibly, Shen Miao's words in the afternoon echoed by her ears. "He could have good career prospects and have a boundless future, but because of you, troubles kept lining up. You really think that he will want to save you?" The cake was near her mouth, but Shen Qing was unable to take a bite at all. The most precious thing between one's association with others was trust. If it was like in previous times, Shen Qing would certainly not hesitate in choosing to trust Shen Yuan. But ever since the matter with Prince Yu, Shen Qing had witnessed the cold-bloodedness of the Shen family members. This second older brother was really willing to give up his good career prospects for her and was also willing to take such a big risk to rescue her. If it was Shen Qing herself, one feared that there would be some hesitation. Shen Qing suddenly remembered the jade bracelet that she used on the warden. At that time she said that if Shen Yuan came to see her, he should definitely stop him. But seeing Shen Yuan present here, what was going on? Was it that the warden took her stuff but did not take action, or that Shen Yuan simply used other methods to come in? At this moment Shen Qing suddenly discovered that not one of the wardens that should be patrolling this prison appeared at all. And in the prison cell that she was locked in, there was no other prisoners, which meant that at this moment there was only her and Shen Yuan here. He who was originally the closest and dearest sibling but now made her feel so cold in a sudden moment. "Why not eating?" Shen Yuan asked her. Shen Qing forcefully smiled and resourcefully said, I am reluctant and want to keep it to eat later. It would not taste good when cold." Shen Yuan smiled. "After a few days, I will send more to you." "No," Shen Qing declined. I do not want to eat now." "Were not you very hungry just now?" Shen Yuan looked towards her. "Why suddenly do you not want to eat?" Shen Qing waved her hands panicky. "I just do not want to eat as I suddenly feel unwell. Most probably because of the pregnancy, occasionally eating habits become strange." She placed that piece of cake back in the paper bag and put it aside before saying, "After a while when I am feeling well, I will definitely eat it." Shen Yuan silently looked at her actions and his eyes turned dark before he finally laughed and said, "Younger sister had stayed in prison for a few days and seemed to have become smarter." His voice was no longer as gentle as previous but was inexplicable cruel. Shen Yuan said, "It seems that you already knew of it. It is a pity as one thought of letting younger sister leave comfortably." Shen Qing's body trembled in a moment as she looked towards Shen Yuan. "Second older brother, what does your words meant?" "For younger sister to guard against me, I had thought that you already understood my intention. It is all right if one was not willing to eat that snack despite older brother's painstaking effort. But seeing your current pregnant state, second older brother would not be bothered about it with you." Shen Yuan said it very calmly, coupled with his slightly refined face, it made one felt a kind of fear. Shen Qing seemed to have realized something and suddenly shook her head frantically, but unfortunately before she could make a sound, someone clutched her throat. A normal cultured and refined-looking person would actually have such a great strength. The even more frightening thing was that he actually attacked his own blood younger sister, but there was not even a trace of hesitation and compassion, as if one was looking at a passerby. Shen Qing was compelled to stare wide-eyed at the person in front, but Shen Yuan lightly smiled and said, "Younger sister must not blame second older brother for being merciless. Now that you have brought on such a big disaster that would implicate the entire Shen family if one was not careful. Could it be that because of younger sister one person, father, mother and Yuan Bo also have to lose their lives? Younger sister, one must not be too selfish in life." Shen Qing spared no effort in struggling, but she was after all a female and even one who was pregnant. Not to mention that she was tormented to her last gasp. How would she be able to have strength to go up against a man at the prime of his life? She could only struggle and kick futilely that even the straws below her feet were flying everywhere. "I know younger sister is not resigned," Shen Yuan softly said. "Younger sister has nothing to do with this matter but now had to pay for it with one's life. I am your second older brother and will definitely take revenge for you. Second older brother pledged to you that Shen family's first household and Shen Miao would end up with a fate that is 1,000 more times more horrifying than yours. So younger sister should not resent second older brother. It is only when you die that the second household would not be implicated. Only when second older brother's career is successful then one can help you take revenge. Understand?" Shen Qing's body slowly grew limp and her eyes began to gradually lose their spirit as if it was a dead fish that washed up ashore and dried up. Shen Yuan released his hands and the body underneath his hands fell onto the ground with a putong sound. It only took a short time for the lively to become lifeless. This life of Shen Qing had ended in the prison. Shen Yuan indifferently looked at Shen Qing's body and after a moment he used a needle to pierce Shen Qing's fingertip and grabbed her hand to write a string of blooded words on the prison stone wall. Immediately following that, he took off Shen Qing's belt and tied a knot on the railings and put her head through it. After everything was completed, he then stood up and picked up that oiled paper bag that Shen Qing placed on the ground and said softly to that slightly moving silhouette hanging from the railing. "Younger sister, you will not die in vain. Second older brother will definitely take revenge for you." This winter on the Ding capital was really a troublesome season as storms came one after another. The case of the elimination of the entire household of Prince Yu was well known, and even though the commoners secretly clapped in rejoice of the matter, they knew the danger of it. And the only survivor and bride, the eldest young lady of the Shen family, was thrown into prison because of the inextricable relation to the case, making everyone to poke their heads out to inquire about it. At the end of this day there was a sudden news from the outside, that the eldest young lady of the Shen family committed suicide by her own belt to preserve her innocence. She had left a bloodied letter before her death saying that she had nothing to do with the matter, and coupled that since her husband was also dead, she did not want to live on, thus she used death as a way of declaring her innocence. People were strange as they were always much more tolerant to those who were dead. If it was previously, because Shen Qing was pregnant before marriage, she was called a slut who did not keep the morality of a female, but now with this death, it attracted a lot of sadness. One praised that she had character and temperament, but her life was destroyed by Prince Yu. The previous rumors were discredited by itself overnight. When one thought about it, to make a pregnant female use death to show her innocence, one was certain that she had great grievance, and moreover the rumors were baseless and without evidence. Shen Qing had no animosity and grievance with Prince Yu, and upon Prince Yu's death, she still needed to observe widowhood, thus it was not worthwhile. So as with Shen Qing's death, the suspicions on her and the Shen residents were cleared. Even the Emperor Wen Wei did not say anything, but one still could not find out who the perpetrator was, thus this case would most probably become an unresolved case. In the Shen residence, everything seemed no different than previous. Shen Qing had already married into Prince Yu residence, thus her corpse would be buried with the Prince Yu of the first rank, with the status of the princess consort. Old Shen Furen felt a little comfort, for this is, no matter dead or alive, there was a princess consort from the Shen family, thus at least in terms of reputation, it sounded good. Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu seemed to be very sad and cried like she was not herself. However, even though they were this sad, previously they did not even go to visit Shen Qing in prison at all, so there was no way of knowing if it was sincere or an act. In contrast, Shen Gui as the father was much more cold-hearted. He continued his usual work and there was no grief on the surface at all. One could even occasionally see that at times there was a fleeting joy in his eyes. Perhaps for Shen Gui, Shen Qing's suicide reduced a number of troubles for him and naturally he was happy about it. As for Shen Yuan, the entire burden of the second household of Shen family had fallen onto his shoulders, and he was running about outside every day that no one knew what the situation was, as even his shadow was not seen in the residence. The thing that made one sigh with emotion would be not other than Ren Wanyan. When she learned of Shen Qing's suicide in the prison, she fainted on the spot. After she woke up, her state of mind was somewhat thrown into confusion as she pulled Xianglan's hand saying to go see Shen Qing's return to her parental home after marriage. It was obvious that the matter hit Ren Wanyan the hardest, so under such a state of confusion, naturally she was unable to make decisions for the second household. Shen Gui let Wan Yiniang temporarily take charge of the matters of the second household, and the people of Kai Wan Yuan secretly whispered that regarding the second household of the Shen family, Wan Yiniang had broken clear of all the trouble and hardships, that even the often sickly Shen Dongling would also have a change in fortune. It was fortunate that old Shen Furen doted on Shen Yuanbo and at the end did not let Wan Yiniang raise her grandson and directly brought Shen Yuanbo over to Rong Jingtang to personally raise. The chaos of the second and third family of the Shen family had nothing to do with the eldest household at all. At this return of Shen Xin and Lu Shuiyan, made them critical of the two other household and naturally they would not rush to help. Every day, they would practice swords in the residence, else they would go out to visit old friends and this was considered living comfortably. Shen Xin also brought Shen Chu along to mingle with the official figures in court. With Shen Chu's richer military accomplishments, there would be a day where Shen Xin's position would be handed over to Shen Chu to sit. And Shen Miao only rested for a while before going back to Guang Wentang again. As the end of the year was nearing, the lessons conducted by Guang Wentang's teachers had relaxed a lot. The teachers knew that once it was at this time the students inadvertently had no concentration in learning, and while it sold a favor. Even though Shen Miao had not gone there for many a days, she did not fall too much in terms of homework. But rather it was those students who started talking when they saw her. The matter of Shen Qing was spread in an uproar, but no one had ever heard of the Shen family's view of it. As early as before Prince Yu residence misfortune, Shen Yu was ordered by Chen Ruchu to stay in the residence and not go to the school to prevent things from going wrong. Thus upon Shen Miao's entrance, everyone was interested to inquire about it. Yi Peilan said, "Oh, Shen Miao, you actually came. Why did you not wear plain clothes?" She deliberately raised her voice. It is not a surprise. At the beginning Shen Qing had a lot of friction with you two sisters, so one feared that you are not that sad after all. Yi Peilan and Shen Qing had been good friends and wanted to vent her anger for Shen Qing, so the words she said naturally had malicious intent. Everyone looked towards the door and only saw Shen Miao wearing a deep green long dress, and the jewelry she had on was only a simple bracelet, which was already dreary. In fact, this dressing was considered alright, but as compared to Shen Yu's plain white long dress with graceful little white flowers on her head, it was slightly inferior. Under Ming Qi's law, when there is mourning in the family, everyone will wear white upon the elder's death, and for the rest it is enough to wear dark colors. Could it be that Yi young lady is unable to differentiate family hierarchy as eldest sister is my sister but not my senior? Shen Miao answered without even turning her head as she sat down at her seat. When Feng and Ning saw her, she was also very excited, seemingly having a stomach full of questions for her. When Yi Peilan was pricked by Shen Miao, she was unable to restrain her sudden anger and said without thinking, Shen Miao, be less of a good person. At the beginning it was you who was on bad terms with Shen Qing and now that Shen Qing run into misfortune, you are secretly happy about it. Else why would Shen Qing be in prison and your parents as Shen Qing's Bo Fu and Bo Mu, not lend a hand to help? When those words were spoken, everyone's gazes suddenly turned towards Shen Miao, as if they were waiting for her to answer this intractable question. It was not wrong. When Shen Qing was imprisoned, Shen Qin indeed did not extend a hand to help. With Shen Qin's meritorious services he would be able to say some words to the emperor and at least help Shen Qing to fight for some time, and not let Shen Qing feel despair and helplessness and commit suicide by hanging herself. Shen Miao's eyes went cold as she suddenly turned and stared at Yi Peilan. When Yi Peilan was being stared by her, she unconsciously felt a chill coming up and before she even spoke, she heard Shen Miao mocking voice, Yi young lady and my eldest sister naturally have a deep sister relationship and one presume that this is a cry out against injustice. But at the beginning when my second Shen wished to save eldest sister out and went to Yi residence to seek a helping hand from Yi Furen, hoping that Yi Furen would be able to persuade Yi Darren for some help, I remember that at that time Yi Furen declined the visit due to sickness. Yi Peilan was surprised for a moment and subsequently her face was flushed red and the surrounding students looked at her with additional meaning. She stammered, that is because my mother had really fallen sick. Since Yi Furen could be sick at such a juncture then why cannot my parents also be sick at the same time? Shen Miao did not bother and her words did not consist of any dirty words but was able to mercilessly humiliate Yi Peilan. Shen Miao continued, since Yi Furen was unable to deal with the matter, why is Yi young lady insisting on my parents to do so? My eldest sister was in prison that even her close family, second Shu and second older brother, were unable to find a way out. Do you think that it would have been easy to save her? Yi young lady, there are only 2 flaps of skin on a person's mouth. It is easy to speak but difficult to do. Do not do to others what one would not have them do to one. If one still want to teach and criticize others, please see if one can do it first. When Pei Lang just entered the classroom, he heard Shen Miao's continuous attack of words. He looked at the class. Shen Miao was standing straight and spoke clearly and plainly but could easily clean out Yi Peilan and the entire Yi residence. Yi Peilan was made speechless and could only bite her lower lip and stare at Shen Miao. Correct, do not do to others what one would not have them do to one. Yi residents themselves were people who saw the wind to set the helms, and it was a joke for others that they still stood on high moral grounds and criticized others. Shen Miao, as she got more angry, Yi Peilan almost rushed up to fight with Shen Miao when she heard a light cough as Pei Lang walked in from outside. Seeing the teacher, everyone immediately became silent. Yi Peilan's anger was not extinguished yet when she heard Pei Lang light voice, no quarrels are allowed in the school. After finishing his words, he looked warningly at Yi Peilan. Everyone knew that in Guang Wentang, even though Pei Lang was only a scholar and had a mild temperament, he was very respectable. Despite Yi Peilang's arrogant temper, she dare not raise her voice. Shen Miao sat down on her seat and Feng and Ning nudged her shoulder and spoke softly, Teacher Pei is helping you out of trouble, Yi Peilan is really too much that even Teacher Pei cannot take it. Shen Miao looked up and just nice met Pei Lang's eyes. In his mild expression, there was a little look of probing, as if wanting to see clearly what she was thinking. As she met Pei Lang's eyes her lips slightly hook up and slowly smiled. Pei Lang was slightly startled. This young female's face was delicate and pretty but was at the side of looking dignified and cold. The smile that appeared, however seemed to have brought a charm of a female adult, which contained a trace of an indistinct allure, making one could not help but want to delve into the secret. But just at that moment, Shen Miao lowered her head, as if that flash of a smile was only an illusion. The rumors in the Ding capital, regardless of how big or small they were, the Feng Xian pawn shop naturally would be willing to let everyone know. Ji Yushu buried his head in an abacus and said towards the 2 persons, the sale of the Johnins Chen family deal is very worthwhile. Such a big sum of money. This pawn shop do not need to be open for 3 years. You will really swallow all this money and not leave 5th Shen young lady any. Gao Yang jokingly said, in any case, our people were the ones selling the news. Ji Yushu curled his lips. She herself said that the money belongs to me and I have taken on such a big and dangerous risk to create her news, else can the matter of Prince Yu be settled this cleanly, without any troubles at all. He continued, moreover, if it was not for her telling Chen Yushan that money was not required, when this deal was finished, I would have been able to not open shop for 30 over years. But because of her blessing, I have earned so much less. If she was not a female, I would have humiliated her. If you really humiliated her, I will definitely gift you a coffin. Gao Yang lightly waved his fan and his smile was gentle and elegant but the words he said made others' teeth itch. Prince Yu thought of harming her but at the end she exterminated his entire household. Her own sister schemed against her, she wanted the other person's life. This kind of vicious and ruthless young lady, I bet that you will die in less than 3 moves from her. Save it. Ji Yushu was not satisfied, is this lord so weak? Besides, no matter how powerful she is a female and being a female is a weakness. Ji Yushu looked towards Xie Jingxing who was drinking tea indifferently at the side and said, let us say it like this, if there is a day when 5th Shen young lady fall in love with our 3rd Xie older brother, then she would be pouting coquettishly and even if she is a high-graded and well-tempered steel, she would not be able to resist being wrapped around 3rd Xie older brother's finger. At that time, even if 3rd Xie older brother pointed a sword at her, one think that her brows would not even wrinkle. Heh. Gao Yang looked at him indifferently. At that time, she would definitely chop 3rd Xie to 8 pieces first and then grind them to a bloody flesh to feed the dogs. 3rd Xie older brother, Gao Yang has cursed that you are a dog. Ji Yushu immediately complained. Xie Jingxing continued to play with the hairpin in his hands and rolled his eyes at the both of them, with a rare trace of awe in his face. They have arrived. They have arrived. With Xie Jingxing's words, Gao Yang's joking expression was put away as he looked at him. You are saying that they have arrived at Ding capital. You guys should pay more attention these days. Xie Jingxing frowned. The thing in Prince Yu residence might have spread out and perhaps had exposed your identity. Do not go out for these few days. How can you do it alone? Not waiting for Gao Yang to speak, Ji Yushu anxiously said, you had already aroused their attention and now that they had entered Ding capital, they would definitely look for you and you cannot activate other people in the capital. No need to worry. Xie Jingxing lazily stretched his waist and a trace of viciousness appeared in his smile. I have waited for them to come for a long time. 3rd Xie older brother, are you going to teach someone a lesson again? Ji Yushu looked at him with eyes sparkling. Can you take me this time? All right, Xie Jingxing casually said, you can be a target then. Gao Yang. The matter about Prince Yu and the Shen family in the Ding capital was soon drowned in the joy of the approaching New Year. It was after all the New Year and everywhere was surrounded by a lively atmosphere. That tragic massacre on that stormy winter, as well as the gloomy despairing suicide in the prison was soon left behind of everyone's mind. Nothing was more important than welcoming the New Year and time would not stop. New snow would cover the old snow, new conversations would replace the old ones and new hopes would always be preferred over the past. The emperor in the palace also did not show any reactions and even spent a lot of money to hold a palace banquet, and invited all the ladyships and concubines to welcome the new year. Obviously the death of his blood younger brother had not caused Emperor Wenwei to feel sad. This made the common people feel that the rumors of the ruthlessness of the imperial family were indeed true, but the really smart people would know that Emperor Wenwei had nipped the problem in the bud and it was handled so cleanly, thus was secretly happy. So even if the government office was unable to find out the perpetrator of the extermination of the entire household and the case became an unsolved case, Emperor Wenwei did not pursue it. Shen Qing was buried together with Prince Yu in the royal tomb. But because Shen Qing committed suicide and her identity was overly awkward, the imperial family did not give out any compensation. This made old Shen Furen angry for a while. In the western courtyard, Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were bringing the books out from Shen Miao's room to bask in the sun. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan went early in the morning to practice drills with the new recruits, as there was a need for training due to the annual recruitment of new soldiers at year's end. Shen Chu also followed to join in the fun, thus Shen Miao was left alone in the western courtyard. A few days ago, eldest young master once again sent a number of books over. How about bringing those over to bask in the sun too? Gu Yu asked Shen Miao. I still have uses for those books, so there is no need to sun them. Shen Miao answered. Ever since Shen Chu noticed the many military books in Shen Miao's room, he immediately told Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan happily about it. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan also thought that she was temporarily interested, and be it as it may, they still ordered others to search for several military books. If one did not know, they would think that the Shen family intended to raise a little female general. Naturally Shen Miao did not have any intention of being a female general, but it was due to the many dangers that the Shen family army would face in the future, and she could only rely on the possible problems that the Shen family army faced in the previous lifetime. Thus there was always no harm to read more. Bai Lu said as she flipped the pages of the books, tomorrow is the Jade Rabbit Festival, and one heard that there would be a scene of tens of thousands of people lighting lanterns by the Wanli Lake. Will young lady be going tomorrow? The Jade Rabbit Festival is a festival of Mingqi. In every night of the eve of the new year, people would come out of their homes into the great streets and small alleys to look at lanterns and solve riddles written on lanterns, making it really lively. There would be an exceptionally big jade rabbit in the middle of the lanterns, blessing and protecting the entire Mingqi to have a favorable weather in the oncoming year so that commoners would have a good harvest. This year's Jade Rabbit Festival was different from previous years as the Jade Rabbit was on the lake, thus at that time the common folks can also place their own flower lanterns on the water and pray for their wishes. With the flower lanterns on the water, the image of it would certainly be very lively. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were also young females at the prime of youth, thus it was common to love such fresh ideas. What nonsense are you saying? Gu Yu scolded. At that time the entire street will definitely be crowded, and what if something happens to young lady? But in previous years, did not one always went? Bai Lu said, unwilling to submit. Previous years are previous years. This year is this year. Gu Yu said fiercely. Bai Lu was not wrong. At this time in previous years, Shen Xin and wife would have already returned back to the Ding capital, and the Jade Rabbit Festival was when the entire Shen residence would all go out to watch the bustling occasion, but this year such a big matter happened to the Shen residence and Prince Yu residence, and the mastermind had yet to be found. If there was one who took the opportunity to retaliate, then Shen Miao's situation would indeed be much more dangerous. No matter how big the excitement was, it was not as important as the safety of Shen Miao. It is of no bother. Shen Miao gently smiled. I originally also wanted to go and take a look at the excitement. With father, mother and eldest brother at the side, there would not be any danger. But, Gu Yu still wanted to persuade. It will be like this then. Shen Miao interrupted her words and walked back to the room. Gu Yu could only restrain the worries in her heart. She did not know from when onwards Shen Miao had developed a temperament of standing by one's words, and did not have any signs of wanting help from the people of the second and third household like previously. It was indeed good to have a mind of one's own, but when she got stubborn, it also made others feel helpless. Shen Miao returned back to the room and walked toward her desk to sit down, and her eyes fell onto the plum blossoms branches outside. The branches were dotted with little red spots but reminded her of the letter that she received before. The Chen family brothers had returned to Zhongnan, and after the Prince Yu residence was eliminated, they did not have any other contact. Shen Miao was extremely cautious, and all the communication exchanges with the Chen family was through the letters that Mo Qing and Feng Xian pawnshop sent over. Mo Qing's life contract was not in the Shen family, thus others would not suspect her at all. This time Mo Qing brought another news back to her. Previously she had entrusted Ji Yushu to make some inquiries about a young lady Lu Ying, and finally there was some information. Her whereabouts were exactly in the biggest money squandering establishment in Ding capital, Bao Shanglu. Young lady Lu Ying was Bao Shanglu's #1 beauty, and one heard that on the day of the Jade Rabbit Festival, she would be playing the Jade Rabbit Fairy to dance by the lake. She really wanted to take a look, so she took advantage of this opportunity. As for Gu Yu's worries about the matter of people taking revenge, this mention did not seem to be of any worth to Shen Miao. The Chen family brothers were cooperating with her, so where was the logic of revenge? As for the Shen residence, currently Shen Old Furen was so angry that other than her two sons and the second household's grandsons, she was not willing to see anyone else. The second household of the Shen family was considered as collapsed, and Shen Yuan was busy with fawning over the people of the court, and would not take any action on her at the moment. The third household had always concealed their strengths and bided their time, so at such a critical juncture, they would not take any actions. Now thinking about it, there was not a year that was actually more comfortable than this. As she was thinking about it, Shen Miao's lips slightly hooked up, which made Gu Yu, who was looking at her, could not help but be startled. But before she could recover to her senses, she heard Shuang Yang's voice. Shuangjiang walked in from outside and said, Young lady, the eastern courtyard's Wan Yiniang wants to come over and see you. Madam Wan. Gu Yu frowned and softly said, why her again? Why does this Wan Yiniang keep running towards our courtyard? Shuangjiang and Bai Lu also whispered, this is already too much of a rush to fawn. Several of the maids were not welcoming toward Madam Wan. In fact, ever since after Ren Wanyun's and Shen Qing's matter, their disgust with the second household increased. Regardless of what Wan Yiniang had, she was after all a second household's person, and to keep running over here all day made one feel really uncomfortable. A few days ago when Wan Yiniang came to see Shen Miao, it was declined by Shen Miao by various means. Today she however said, let her in. Jing Jie was stunned for a moment before she complied and head out. It was Gu Yu and the few others who had a look of worry, afraid that Wan Yiniang had bad intentions. After a moment, Wan Yiniang followed Jing Jie in, and Shen Miao raised her head to look at her. Wan Yiniang was wearing a dark blue lined jacket and a green-colored skirt with a plain silver bracelet, looking like a very simple person. But upon a careful look, the lined jacket has white little flowers embroidered on it, and the skirt was tailored to a waving form, and that pair of fair hands had a bright nail polish on, which was very captivating to one's eyes. As for that seductive waist, coupled with the slim and lively body, it made one's imagination roam. Looking upwards, she had an oval face, big eyes, fair complexion and red lips that when she smiled, there appeared some coquettish air on her. This was a female who knew how to lie low. From how she was able to not appear for many years because of Shen Dongling, one was able to see that, but she was also one who was unable to remain calm. Upon Shen Qing's death and Ren Wanyun's craziness, she paraded herself ostentatiously around. In Shen Miao previous life, she had seen a lot of such people, with that little smarts and little good looks. One thought that as long as they were willing, they would be able to firmly control men's hearts, not knowing that there were numerous fresh females in the world and that men's hearts were the most elusive. If one was able to remain calm, then perhaps one would be able to have a special position in the man's heart, but once one was unable to remain calm, the little smarts they had would become too smart for their own good. Wan Yiniang was obviously the kind of person that was too smart for their own good. Wan Yiniang dashed to give a greeting and sat on the small stools in front of Shen Miao by herself. She sat down on her side with her legs slightly tilted. Her body line was very smooth and flexible. She indeed has the foundation of one who is a lead entertainer. Shen Miao calmly looked at her and did not say any superfluous words and directly went to the point. For what reason did Wan Yiniang look for me? Wan Yiniang did not expect that Shen Miao would be so direct with her words and it made her choke a little. She had heard that right now in the Shen residence, Shen and wife had the greatest power and that the previously idiotic fifth young lady was also a powerful one. Thinking of her purpose of currying favor, she had not thought that Shen Miao would not bother about social courtesies, which made Wan Yiniang somewhat unable to predict if Shen Miao was one who did not understand the world or was being deliberately mystifying. In fact, Wan Yiniang had thought as much, as Shen Miao could not be bothered about her because Wan Yiniang was not worth it to be valued by her. Wan Yiniang smiled obsequiously. The new year is nearing. This concubine has come over to take a look at fifth young lady and also to wish fifth young lady a good year. She said, seemingly because of eldest young lady's matter, one has caused fifth young lady to be unhappy, so this concubine represent master and Furin to apologize to fifth young lady. Shen Miao looked at her with a smile but not a smile. Wan Yiniang, your apology on behalf. One did not know if second Shu and second Shen are aware of it. Wan Yiniang was slightly stung but continued to smile. This lowly concubine's words carry little weight and it was also said by master to this concubine on some impulse. This concubine then acted on one's initiative to come over and apologize to fifth young lady. Shen Miao looked at her without blinking an eye at all. To be stared by Shen Miao like that, Wan Yiniang's expression started to be restless but she quickly pressed it down and said smilingly, in fact, third young lady also wanted to come and see fifth young lady. After all you were sisters but third young lady recently caught some chills and was afraid to encounter any wind and could only come over to talk to fifth young lady after recovering. Shen Dongling. Shen Miao's eyebrows raised. Other than the 3D daughters in the Shen residence, there was actually a Shu daughter, which was Shen Dongling of the second household, who was born by Wan Yiniang. In the Shen residence, the third household and Chen Ruchu only had Shen Yu. One daughter and Shen Shin and wife only had Shen Miao and Shen Chu, but the second household Shen Gui had a house full of concubines and also gave birth to Shu daughters, but all of them died at a young age, thus that was why the ranking of the D daughters in the Shen family was somewhat odd. Shen Dongling was ranked the third, so she was called third young lady. Ren Wanyan had the character of most jealous, so after Wan Yiniang gave birth to Shen Dongling she would stay in the courtyard and not come out all day. That Shen Dongling was also a weak and sickly one. In Shen Miao's previous life, she did not have any impression of Shen Dongling at all. She was almost a transparent person, even if a Shu daughter was not favored by whichever noble family she perhaps would be bullied and scolded but would not be like this, practically forgotten by others. If such a person like this was really weak till one could overlook and disregard, it meant that one could tolerate what ordinary people would not be able to do so. In the previous lifetime, Shen Dongling at the end seemed to become a bargaining chip that Ren Wanyan used for Shen Gui's career and was given to others. In this lifetime Ren Wanyan had lost her power and Wan Yiniang once again flew up to the highest branches, thus it was unknown if Shen Dongling's fate would change because of it. Third older sister's health is not good so it is better not to come out. Shen Miao said lightly, if one were to catch a cold because of this, I cannot take responsibility of it. Wan Yiniang was somewhat displeased when she heard this but still had a smile on her face when she said, this is third young lady's single-hearted wish to get closer to fifth young lady. It is a long story of this concubine's weak health that third young lady is sickly after birth, and could only watch other kids play from the courtyard for so many years. It is all this concubine's fault. As she said, she tilted her head and used the handkerchief in her hands to cover her mouth as if she was extremely distressed. Shen Miao could not stand Wan Yiniang's fake act and lightly said, no one can be the master of one's body. Furthermore, third older sister had been staying in the courtyard which might not necessarily be bad. Eldest sister had enjoyed the enjoyment but who knew that beautiful woman would suffer unhappy fates. Her lips slightly hooked up. One's fortune after all cannot be visible on the surface. When the words were spoken, Wan Yiniang looked at Shen Miao with some surprise and bewilderedness but after a moment she forcefully smiled. Fifth young lady said correctly. She suddenly stood up and looked towards Shen Miao. Fifth young lady, this concubine remembers that there are matters to tend and will leave first. If there is a day where fifth young lady is free, third young lady would come over to have a chat with fifth young lady. Her health is not good so may fifth young lady please pardon. Finishing, she greeted Shen Miao before leaving elegantly. However, as compared to the silhouette before, it seemed to be much more in a rush and panic. Jing Jie was all the while been at the side serving tea and when she saw Wan Yiniang's silhouette leaving in a hurry, she said puzzled, what does Wan Yiniang mean? Come over to express goodwill. And the third young lady had not come out of the courtyard for many years and had not even seen young lady for a few times. How would there be any emotions like what was said? Exactly. Gu Yu was clearing the teacup that Wan Yiniang used to drink as she said, now thinking about it, this servant also cannot remember how third young lady looks like. In any case, she is also a young lady of the residence but to hide for so many years, it was most probably to hide from second Furin. Really pitiful. What pitiful? Shen Miao picked the tea from the table and took a light sip, one afraid that in her eyes, you all are even more pitiful. Her. Jing Jie was puzzled, young lady is speaking about third young lady. Shen Miao smiled, it is I who had made an error of judgment, in our residence there is another intelligent person. Wan Yiniang's purpose today was clearly to sound out. However with Wan Yiniang kind of person who expose her smarts, she could only think of such a method like this to sound someone out. On the surface she seemed to be itching to announce her regaining Shen Gui's favor but if one carefully think, it was not the case. One would see the head of the legendary dragon but not its tail, that Shen Dongling that had not shown her face at all was much more intelligent than Shen Qing. However, no matter where she stood, Shen Miao would not see her as a friend, not to mention sisters. One must be on the guard. She put the teacup in her hands down and reminded the maids by the side. But at the other end of the words, Wan Yiniang was returning back to her courtyard in a rush and closed the doors. 3 steps became 2 steps as she went forward and faced the silhouette behind the screen, Linger. The silhouette behind the screen paused and looked towards Wan Yiniang. Wan Yiniang gave a sigh of relief and sat down on the wooden chair and repeated word for word the conversation with Shen Miao. She originally was a lead opera singer and had a good memory so she was able to repeat the two persons' conversation as if it was actually happening in front. After finishing speaking Wan Yiniang then said, Linger, what is fifth young lady's meaning behind those words? My heart trembled as I listened to it, you say. Does the matter with eldest young lady involve fifth young lady? Yiniang have to guard one's tongue. The person behind the screen said, eldest sister's matter had passed and whatever was said outside is as such. One must not mention about the matter again otherwise, it would only harm oneself. I just feel that my heart is somewhat unsettled. Wan Yiniang said. A light sigh came from behind the screen and the person who was sitting down placed the embroidery down from her hands and stood up to walk over to Wan Yiniang's side. That was also a delicate and pretty young female that is compared to Shen Qing's magnanimous, Shen Yu's gracefulness and Shen Miao's dignified presence. This young female was soft and weak and her facial features followed those of Wang Yinyang's. Her face was oval with large eyes. If her eyes were much more spirited then she most likely would be cursed by others to be a little vixen, but she looked so pale that even her lips looked like there was no blood. Thus the seductive charm was reduced and seemed to be somewhat harmless. She was wearing a rather old beige-yellow coat dress. That coat dress might have belonged to Wang Yinyang, and as this young female's figure was not as fully developed as Wang Yinyang, thus when she wore it there were much more empty spaces that it discounted the beauty she had, making her look somewhat ordinary. That young female was indeed the Shu daughter of the Shen family's second household, Shen Dongling. Now everything is much better than before. Shen Dongling comforted. At least Yinyang and I can go out confidently and do not have to be threatened by Furen. This Shen residence is indeed difficult to live in. Wang Yinyang looked at her daughter and her heart had soured. In the beginning I had a voracious desire for wealth and thought that by entering the Shen residence, one would be able to sleep in comfort without worries in the second half of one's life. Who knew that it would be this difficult in the noble families and even implicated you? For so many years, in order to continue living under Furen's eyes, one had to live like this. Moreover, the people in the residence are powerful. Even that originally wordless and quiet fifth young lady is currently that scary. Yinyang, Shen Dongling shook her head. No matter if fifth younger sister is involved in eldest sister's matter, after all the mastermind had helped us. Even if Furen want to turn over her fortune, it would be difficult now. Even though second brother is powerful and Furen have the rank and position, but she have no more good prospects and would not be able to beat us. This is also true. Wang Yinyang looked at Shen Dongling delightedly, finally broke clear of all the troubles and hardships. But Linger, today you let me go ahead to feel fifth young lady out, but fifth young lady treated me coldly. One fear that she was unwilling to accept our goodwill. Now what can be done? Not willing to accept then not willing to accept. Shen Dongling smiled. Fifth younger sister seemed to be an intelligent person. That being the case, from now onwards it is better not to provoke her. If it is possible, let her deal with second older brother. Second young master. Wang Yinyang was surprised for a moment. Second young master already entered officialdom and fifth young lady is just a little young female. How could she deal with second young master? Yinyang should relax one's heart. Shen Dongling said. Fifth younger sister is not a simple character. She is the sharpest knife in the Shen residence. The small moves in the eastern and western courtyards of the Shen residence were perhaps not known outside. Other than the residence people, most likely in other people's eyes in the Ding capital, the general's residence was harmonious and everyone was benevolent and filial. Before this year it had always been so, but unfortunately the world kept changing and at times the seeds were buried too deep, and there would suddenly be a time where sprout would grow. In the training courtyard outside the Shen residence, Mo Qing was exchanging blows with Shen Chu's close soldiers. Akai was currently Shen Chu's subordinate with the best martial arts skill, but Mo Qing was able to fight evenly with him. In the beginning when Shen Miao introduced Mo Qing to Shen Chu also wanted to test out Mo Qing's skill, and after testing, Mo Qing was indeed quite good. Naturally Shen Chu was very happy. There was no weak soldiers under a strong general, so the more strong soldiers he had, the more resounding the reputation the Shen family army had. Ever since recruiting Mo Qing, Shen Chu had been expressively boasting Shen Miao's foresight and occasionally pestered Shen Miao to go the haunts of the common people to discover such talents, but Shen Miao blocked it off with a roll of eyes. In the previous life there was only one commanding guard. With Shen Chu's logic, was there commanding guards in all the big streets and small alleys. After Akai and Mo Qing finished a round of hand-to-hand combat, they were so tired and sweat was dripping down. Akai swallowed a big mouthful of water and said, "It is indeed refreshing to exchange blows with Brother Mo. Brother Mo's entire body of sword skills is indeed superb that make one eyes heat up." Mo Qing cupped his hands. Brother Akai has overpraised. My sword skills are not considered superb. There are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. There are many superior people in this world. Could it be that there are people who are of even higher skills than Brother Mo? Akai smiled. Then I must widen one's knowledge. Mo Qing did not speak as his mind was at the night in Wolong Temple. He carried Shen Qing and changed the rooms with Shen Miao. It was that night that had changed the fate of two people. That night there was a black-clad person that swept into the room from the window and easily took his sword within 5 moves. Under that person's hands, he was as weak as a child and he heard Shen Miao calling him Little Xie Marquis. That young male's sword skills had truly reached perfection. Akai sighed before speaking, not sure if one could kill enemies with Brother Mo in the battlefield. Such a happy matter, I actually could not wait for it. Unfortunately the general will be staying in the capital for 6 more months for the young lady. If one were to join hands against the enemies, one must wait for half a year more. He looked at Mo Qing, speaking of which our young lady has a discerning eye for heroes. To be able to discover a person like Brother Mo, it is indeed rare. Young lady is truly an incredible person, Mo Qing said. After following Shen Miao for a long time, he disdained some of Shen Miao's actions. As a female, Shen Miao was cold and ruthless, without any compassion, but one could not hate her as the people she dealt with were those that had set her up to death. Mo Qing remembered the day when Shen Miao parted the carriage's curtain and asked him with a smile, "Are you willing to sell your entire body filled with martial arts skills to our Shen family of military lineage?" A true gentleman would sacrifice his life for a friend who understood him, and from a certain point of view Shen Miao was Mo Qing's benefactor. Akai hammered a punch at him. "I know you are picked by young lady and naturally find her good. Do guard her well during the Jade Rabbit Festival tomorrow." Mo Qing suddenly raised his head and looked upwards. Why? Akai also looked over at his gaze and was unable to make head or tail out of it. There is nothing. Probably I felt incorrectly. Mo Qing shook his head and ignored the strange feeling in his heart. At the other end of the wall there were 2 people squatting at the moment, wearing bamboo hat and had their face tightly covered that one was unable to see their appearance in a glance. One person said, "This Shen residents indeed have talented people. For a guard to have such an ability that almost found both of us." Indeed. The other person pressed his voice down to discuss. There are so many guards outside and with Shen soldiers watching over, it would be overly risky to take action from inside and probably would not be easy to succeed. Instead one would inadvertently alert the enemy, and if in the future Shen Miao will be protected so well that a single drop would not leak, then it would be even more difficult to take action. Above had sent down instructions and it was difficult to have such little news. That person said to the companion, "If one was able to achieve the outcome from questioning her then this trip would not be wasted, and both you and me only need to wait to be promoted. How can one give up halfway?" Naturally one cannot give up. The person wearing the bamboo hat smiled. Did not the 2 guards just said that during tomorrow Jade Rabbit Festival Shen Miao would be going, and during the surge of crowd, it would be easy to do something. At that time a wave of people can be used to draw the Shen family people away and another wave of people can take her away. Do it cleanly and neatly. That person's words were filled with thick vicious intentions. In order to nip the problem in the bud, throw the body into the lake after asking and do not get any other ideas. Naturally. During the day of the Jade Rabbit Festival, it was indeed extraordinarily lively. After Shen Miao had taken her dinner, Bai Lu and Shuangzhang hurriedly ran over and spoke, "Young lady, there are people in the city who have lit fireworks. One heard that there would be continuous fireworks that would be lit at night and it will look very good." The anticipation in her words was unable to be concealed. What is there to be flustered? Gu Yu was combing Shen Miao's hair as she scolded. One will eventually head over and see. There is no need to rush for the moment. Her voice hardly faded when one could hear Shen Chu's smiling voice coming from the outside, as younger sister ready. Father and mother are in the front hall waiting for us. Replying eldest young master, Jing Jie relied outside. Young lady's hair is yet to be combed. Kindly wait for a while more. How can a little girl's hair take so long to be combed? Shen Chu muttered, already caught up to the time for a soldier to gear up armor. After saying that he roared towards the house, younger sister, I will head to the front hall to wait for you first, you come over yourself all right. Shen Miao complied from the window side. At the same time Gu Yu finished combing her hair and was picking and choosing from the box, and finally she found a jade hairpin and inserted it into Shen Miao's head. Shen Miao took a glance at the bronze mirror and could not help but be startled. Why this piece? This servant finds that this hairpin goes well with the clothes that young lady is wearing. Gu Yu smiled, and this hairpin is delicate but not complicated, which match with today's simple spiral coil style. Shen Miao could not help but reach to the hairpin in her hair. It was the begonia jade hairpin that Xie Jingxing gave to her. This hairpin was later thoroughly vetted by Gu Yu and the rest, and it was definitely invaluable. Thus Shen Miao initially wanted to return it to Xie Jingxing, but later dropped the idea as she thought that perhaps there would be a day where she would be overextended, and she most likely would be able to use it for exchange of some money to spend. But if Xie Jingxing was aware of that, one did not know how angry he would become. This young lady felt that the hairpin is not good. Gu Yu looked hesitantly at Shen Miao before saying, how about changing to another one? Eldest young master had sent over a number of jewelry that were bestowed from the palace, and most likely one would be able to find some good-looking hairpins. No need. Shen Miao interrupted her. One feared that by searching for it would only delay more time. Leave it as it is. It is nothing more than a hairpin. Gu Yu tidied her collar for her again and draped a cloak over before smiling. Now it is completed. Do not forget the little warmer. Jing Jie handed a hand warmer to her. When Shen Miao and entourage reached the main hall, all the people of the Shen residence was already present there. Because in previous years the entire Shen residence would travel together to the Jade Rabbit Festival and thought that it would be the same this year. Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan were talking and Shen Yu wore a light pink long dress with 12 plaits, which had many winding patterns. In this kind of cold weather, what she wore was considered very thin inside and on the outside. She wore a pink peach embroidered cloak which was also visually attractive but useless, as it most likely would not be able to even resist the wind, but she still had a very satisfied appearance on. When she saw Shen Miao coming, she even smiled as she called her fifth younger sister. Shen Miao nodded her head at her and turned over to see Shen Gui's side. It was as if there were no difference from previous years, even if Ren Wanyan and Shen Yuanbo were not present. In those previous years, Ren Wanyan would bring along Shen Yuanbo, but now Ren Wanyan was mentally ill due to grief and could not go out. Shen Yuanbo was young of age and there were many kidnappers on the streets, thus old Shen Furan wanted Shen Yuanbo to accompany her in the residence. Shen Yuan stood beside Shen Gui and behind them Wan Yinyan was holding a young female's hand as that female looked over. This was the Shu daughter of the second household, Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling was wearing a long apricot-colored lined jacket, most likely because of her so-called chills. That lined jacket was massive and thick but it seemed to make her look very thin. In fact, if one were to look seriously, her facial features followed those of Wan Yinyang's delicate beauty, but one did not know why. Her temperament was so plain that she was almost invisible. She did not greet Shen Miao and just quietly looked. One did not know if she was shy or cold. Shen Miao retrieved her eyes back but heard Shen Chu boast loudly, younger sister, now you appear even better looking. Brat. Shen Xin heard it and kicked Shen Chu. Since when was your younger sister not good looking? Luo Shuiyan also smiled as she walked over to Shen Miao's side. She held her hands and said, our Zhao Zhao is also a grown young lady. Everyone's gazes in the hall went towards Shen Miao, all with unknown implications. 1 year ago Shen Miao was still wearing gold and silver and her makeup was whiter than any silly females. But the current her was wearing a dark bluish purple with gold embroideries dress and her cloak was in peony color. Her hair was styled into a delicate spiral coil to the side. It only had one jade hairpin inserted and no dangling accessories at all, but it still expressed a magnificent and majestic air. Her facial features were clean and clear and that pair of eyes were as clear as a young beast. If she looked more gentle and graceful then she would look childish, but she stood tall and dignified like the clear and bright moon of the 9 heavens, which made one feel a suppressing feeling. She had directly competed with the house full of females and one felt that the room was filled with vulgar powder and rouge. There was a trace of jealousy in Shen Yu's eyes as she thought that the person who cannot be compared to her the most was Shen Miao, but now unwittingly she had already snatched her limelight. Shen Yu was most confident of the elegance and beauty of her scholarly style, but seeing Shen Miao today, a sense of inferiority was born. She raised her head and looked towards Chen Ruchu wishing to see a little look of disdain of Shen Miao, but she saw a trace of heaviness which made her heart cold. Wan Yinyan sighed and her hands that were holding onto Shen Dongling unconsciously tightened. She did not thought about any other matters and only felt that Shen Miao was worthy of being a D-daughter. The bearing of a D-daughter was really different and no matter how exceptionally intelligent her daughter was, since previously she was kept in the courtyard for so many years, in terms of the air of nobility she was incomparable to Shen Miao at all. There was however not much reaction from the males in the room. Other than Shen Xin and Shen Chu, Shen Gui and Shen Wan at the most frowned, and as for Shen Yuan he kept staring at Shen Miao but no one knew what was he thinking about. Chen Ruochu changed the subject seamlessly, since everyone is present, let us start to head out. Old Shen Furan was old and naturally was unable to appear in such an occasion. In the Shen residence, other than old Shen Furan, Shen Yuanbo and Ren Wanyan were left behind, all the concubines of the second household also remained. The rest of them started heading to the streets to mingle in the Jade Rabbit Festival. If it were like in previous years, naturally there would be laughter the entire way, but because Shen Miao were in the large fire that burned the ancestral hall this year, Shen Xin and Shen Chu almost intentionally kept their distance from the rest and only talked to Luo Shuiyan. The guards of the Shen residence were following at the back. In fact, in order to maintain the safety of the people in the Ding capital and stop kidnappers from abducting others in crowded areas, the city guards would put up patrols at both sides and thus it could be said that it is considered relatively safe. Shen Xin did not talk to Shen Gui and Shen Wan, thus they did not bother to court a rebuff and talk to themselves. Shen Yu previously would walk together with Shen Qing and Shen Miao. Shen Miao would highlight her literary knowledge but now Shen Miao could not bother with her, and Shen Yu was not willing to let Shen Miao steal her limelight so she went to chat with Shen Dongling. When Wan Yinyan saw that Shen Yu was willing to get closer, naturally she was happy but one did not know if it was Shen Dongling who was being shy, but she was not warm with Shen Yu as Shen Yu was never this open-hearted. However Shen Dongling had a timid appearance thus after a few moments, Shen Yu also lost interest. When this entourage of people walked on the streets, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. They seemed to be at odds as there would always be enjoyment when an entire residence traveled together instead of enjoying the moment just by themselves. As Shen Miao walked, she was seriously looking at the lanterns and riddles along the streets. Shen Xin and the few did not like to guess the lantern riddles as they were rough people of the military family, how would they be able to set their heart down to guess words from riddles? Using Shen Chu words, if younger sister like those colorful lanterns, tomorrow eldest brother will go to the capital to find a master to make an exact same one. There is no need to spend so much effort. Shen Chu would not be able to understand Chen Ruchu's and the rest's elegance. After waiting with great difficulty for Chen Ruchu and the rest to finish guessing the lantern riddles, when they were about to walk forward, suddenly Wan Yiniang said to Shen Gui, Master, heard that there will be a dance from the Jade Rabbit Fairy on the lake tonight. This year the Jade Rabbit Lantern will be set off on the lake, so let us go there to see it. But Chen Ruchu frowned when she heard this and said softly, that Jade Rabbit Fairy comes from Baoshanglu and we also brought our residences young ladies along, so one fear that it is somewhat not good. What kind of place Baoshanglu was? It was the biggest money-squandering establishment in Ding capital, and the young ladies there had warm flesh and fragrance of a beauty. How several men had abandoned their wives and staked 1,000 gold to spend a night with the young ladies of Baoshanglu, thus making the main wives felt shameful of. However, no matter how much those Tai Tai and Furin disdained, they are unable to change that fact that Baoshanglu's young ladies were all talented performers. Thus this year's Jade Rabbit Fairy ended up performed by one of Baoshanglu's young lady. Third Furin, Wan Yiniang softly said, although that is said, it is after all only a performance. One think that in front of so many people that Jade Rabbit Fairy would not be able to do any inappropriate things and one would only be watching the festive. There is no need to be that serious. Wan Yiniang initially did not want to fight with Chen Ruchu, but like Ren Wanyun, she could not stand Chen Ruchu's loftiness and ever-present scholarly attitude. As compared to Ren Wanyun, Wan Yiniang hated Chen Ruchu more because she was born in the troop, and today when Chen Ruchu suppressed at Baoshanglu, she no doubt also looked down on her. When both of their tit-for-tat were heard by others, in a moment the atmosphere started to get interesting. Males would not intervene in females' dispute, and Shen Dongling could only clutch Wan Yunyan's hand and tightly purse her lips without speaking. Shen Yu had the heart to argue for Chen Ruchu but found that by doing so she would lose her daughter status, so at the moment no one spoke. Who said that going to Wanli Lake is to see the Jade Rabbit Fairy? In the silence Shen Miao gently spoke, it is not every day where one can see tens of thousands of people that will be setting off lanterns. Moreover, the rich and poor are unable to choose their birth, and thus there is no need to look down on another because of it. No matter what identity she has, today she is the Jade Rabbit Fairy. A person with a clear heart would not care about these superficial things. Everyone was first surprised for a moment before Shen Shen threw his head back and laughed. Zhao Zhao said correctly. The rich and poor are unable to choose their birth, and what kind of ability is that to look down on others? Luo Shuiyan also smiled. As the soldiers of the army that fight on the battlefields, some came from officials' families but even more came from ordinary commoners. Some of them could not even afford rice to eat, and some of their families elderly almost starved to death, thus talking about family background, each had their own hardships. Thus they would never look down on the poor, and Shen Miao's words were in line with their minds. Younger sister. Shen Chu patted Shen Miao's shoulder. Your tone is one who can bear the entire world in their mind. With this kind of vision, I as your brother am ashamed of being inferior. She obviously knew that Shen Chu was teasing the words she used, but Shen Miao was despondent. In her previous life she married Fu Shuyi and became the empress, and it was because of love, but as an empress the responsibility that was placed onto her was not one less than anyone. The words of motherly model of the world were to ensure that all the ordinary folks lived in peace and worked happily, and the person occupying that leading position must love one's citizens. This was what Fu Shuyi taught her, even though Fu Shuyi himself was unable to achieve it. As they echoed one another at one side, Chen Ruchu's face was however green and white. Was not Shen Shen praising Shen Miao's frankness indicate her hypocrisy? Shen Wan's expression was also somewhat gloomy, and Shen Yu had long burst into anger but held down the sarcastic words she had for Shen Miao. Wan Yiniang thought that Shen Miao's words were helping her, and the next moment there was a hint of joy on her face. When Shen Dongling saw that, she slightly shook her head. Shen Yuan still had a cold smile on his face, and Shen Gui was acting ignorant. Then let us go to Wanli Lake. Since Luo Shuiyan was used to being a female general, it was natural of her to give a command. Even if the rest of the Shen family was reluctant, because of the Shen family guards behind, they could only keep up. Wanli Lake was located slightly west of the heart of the Ding capital, and the entire lake was embedded into the city. When it was spring, it looked like a piece of jade, but during winter, when there was some snow descending, the image of the fluttering snow on the lake with boats floating by and one discussing about matter over wine was such an enjoyable thing. There was also some snow today, but under the many lights, those snowflakes had become crystal clear jade flowers that were lit as they fell onto the ground. The willow tree by the lake was covered with little snow crystals, making one unsure which was snow and which were the lights. But before one walked to the side of the Wanli Lake, one was able to hear the sound of fireworks. Upon raising one's head, one would be able to see in the dark skies large pieces of fireworks that made the people's eyes flower. Below, people's hearts were moved, lovers stood side by side and held hands, and if an entire family was out for fun, when they looked up, they were able to see a moment of eternity. Young lady, quick look. Jing Jie said excitedly, those are the fireworks by Wanli Lake. Heard that the fireworks would be lit the entire night tonight. It really looks good. Gu Yu also murmured. Ha, the Ding capital is indeed truly flourishing. Shen Chu said to Luo Shuiyan, it is more fun than our northwestern region. Luo Shuiyan also sighed as she walked. After walking more, one suddenly saw the crowd run up brainlessly, and no one knew what the rush was for. Shen Shen seized a male who was running by his side and asked, this young brother, what is up in front that is making everyone run up? The Jade Rabbit Fairy has arrived. That person said, everyone is heading to take a look at the Jade Rabbit Fairy. He took a glance at Shen Shen and suddenly said, this brother is new around, the Jade Rabbit Fairy this year is performed by Lu Ying of Baoshanglu. It better for this brother to quickly go. Finishing, he happily ran away. When Shen Shen turned his head back, Luo Shuiyan said lukewarmly, still do not go over and see young lady Lu Ying. What words Furin is talking about? Shen Shen wiped the sweat on his forehead, I do not even see enough of Furin, what kind of person is young lady Lu Ying? She is certainly not as beautiful and magnanimous as Furin. Although it was said as such, they were already here, and Luo Shuiyan would not be a wet blanket for everyone, so they headed forward. As they waited in the crowded area, suddenly one heard someone shouting, young lady Lu Ying is here. Young lady Lu Ying is here. Shen Miao was small in size and was unable to see what was going on above, so Shen Chu took her to the stone platform at the side and placed her there while he stood by her side. When Shen Miao raised her head, she was able to see a flower carriage approaching that was surrounded by people. In the depths of winter this carriage was actually decorated with fresh flowers, showing the attentiveness of the person behind. The flowers were in such beautiful purples and brilliant reds that they did not seem real, but just at this time one was able to see clearly the person in the flower carriage. It was a young female who was sitting on the carriage wearing a moon-white cotton dress with a velvet cloak. Her hair was styled into a flying immortal bun that made one desire to be one. Her forehead and brows were perfect, and her teeth were like weaving shells, and the most moving feature was her pair of narrow eyes, which slightly hooked up at the end, making her look flirtatious without a cause. Cold but attractive, light but heavily smeared, as if with her entrance the wind beside had a trace of a warm scent. This Jade Rabbit Fairy was said an immortal but had the vibe and air of the human world, but to say that in the human world her enchanting coldness was not part of it. Lu Ying was not considered as extremely beautiful, and based on her facial features they were slightly modest as compared to Wan Yiniang, but there was a cold enchanting vibe in her bones which was able to hook the desires of the people. This Jade Rabbit Fairy was an immortal or demon, it was really thought-provoking, but for the ordinary men, it was a soul-hooking death call. Shen Miao's gaze landed on Lu Ying for a moment, but then she turned around to see the surrounding area, wanting to see if that person had come. After looking for a round and not discovering, Shen Chu saw her actions and spoke curiously, "Younger sister, what are you looking at? Why is older brother not looking at this young lady Lu Ying?" Shen Miao directly turned the conversation around. Even though Shen Chu was not stupid, he would not think more when he talked to Shen Miao. Thus when he heard Shen Miao inquiring this, he answered, "I do not like this kind." Shen Miao raised her brows and said, "Then what does eldest brother like?" Shen Chu was unable to speak at all. Shen Miao felt that this distressed look of Shen Chu was very interesting and wanted to laugh. In the previous life Shen Chu married that vicious Sao Sao and had never met a lady he admired from the beginning to the end. Now reliving a lifetime, she did not know who would be fated to be her Sao Sao in this lifetime. "Let us go." Shen Chu stretched his hands out to Shen Miao, wanting to bring her down from the stone platform. Just now in order to let Shen Miao see that young Lei Lu Ying, Shen Chu brought her here, separating from Shen Shin by 10 over meters. Now that one had seen the commotion, naturally it would be to return to Shen Shin's side so as to go together to Wanli Lake to set the lanterns off. Just as Shen Miao was about to jump down, suddenly she heard a child crying. Shen Chu also heard it and both of them turned around and saw that in a few meters away, a 3 to 4-year-old child had collided with the nearby shop stall. Most probably the child was mischievous and climbed to the tall beams to watch the commotion but at the end slipped and fell. Currently both hands were hugging the beam tightly and the other half was hanging out. If one were to fall down like this, it would definitely be a big problem. The surrounding people had gone to get a ladder but the child was unable to hold on much longer. Seeing his little hands slowly weakening, the child's mother was clutching her face and cried, "Younger sister, wait for me here." When Shen Chu saw this, he quickly instructed Shen Miao, thinking that it was only a few meters away and he had martial arts so he immediately walked over. Before one could reach, that child's hand softened and he directly fell off. A burst of shock sounded from the surrounding people. Shen Chu's feet lightened and kicked the stall at the side and flew over to catch the child, saving his life. The people around erupted in applause and praised his good skills as Shen Chu returned the child back to the mother. That child's mother kept apologizing with tears, making Shen Chu somewhat embarrassed. After appeasing this mother and child with great difficulty, Shen Chu was ready to return to the stone platform to pick Shen Miao. As it was only a few meters distance, he was shocked when he turned his head around. The stone platform was empty. There was no one there at all. Shen Chu's heart tightened and 3 steps became 2 as he vigorously separated the crowd and ran up to the stone platform. There was no one there at all and not even a single trace of anything. Shen Chu still had a wishful thinking in his heart as he looked around and called out loudly, "Jiao Jiao." But no one answered him. He grabbed a person who was not standing far from the stone platform and asked, "Where is the young lady standing here just now? Did you see the young lady here?" That person replied impatiently, "What young lady? No. Finishing he looked at him, "Could it be that your family's young lady has been kidnapped? There are many kidnappers in this Jade Rabbit festivals. If there are no guards, those young ladies who strayed from the family would most likely be kidnapped." Shen Chu's body started to tremble. An 8 kai tall big man who did not even blink in front of the enemies in the battlefield, at this moment, suddenly changed color. On the street by the Wanli Lake, in the crowds of people who were rubbing shoulders and following in each other's footsteps, there were 2 people walking. One was wearing a blue robe and jade headgear and had an impressive appearance while the other one was wearing a romantic purple, with picturesque eyebrows. Both of them looked good, especially the purple-clad youth whose actions had a kind of elegance and nobility. There was a faint smile hanging on his lips which made those females surrounding them to look over from time to time. "When are you going to stop following me?" Xie Jingxing asked. Su Mingfeng shook his head, looking pleased with himself. "With such a festival, as a good friend, naturally we will travel together. Why are you not happy about it?" "I still have something on. It is better to meet by chance than to intentionally invite each other. Thus since we have met, then let's travel together. We have not walked together during the Jade Rabbit Festival for a while." Su Mingfeng was dissatisfied. "You are really getting more mysterious now." Today Su Mingfeng was traveling together with the Su family and by a lucky coincidence met with a lone Xie Jingxing, so he forcefully pulled Xie Jingxing along. The Su and Xie family's relations had all the while been good, thus Master Su would not say anything about it. At the moment Master Su and the rest were walking in front while Su Mingfeng and Xie Jingxing walked at the back. Su Mingfeng asked, "Your father is not angry that you have come out alone today?" It was usually an entire family traveling during the Jade Rabbit Festival but there was only Xie Jingxing alone. One did not need to think to be certain that it was Xie Jingxing who came out by himself. Most likely Xie Ding had blown up to one's top but there was no way out of it. To have such a son like this, one would feel that one was returning debts from one's past life. He has his sons as a company so I will not join in the fun. Xie Jingxing casually said, "One is not that free." Su Mingfeng shook his head, "You are sure free and at ease." As one was speaking, one saw a group of people walking over in front. Su Mingfeng was surprised for a moment, "Is that not General Shen?" Xie Jingxing lifted his eyes and saw that Shen Shin was heading over here in a rush with Shen Chu and Luo Shuiyan following him closely, and at the back was a group of guards and every one of their expression was very heavy and serious. Su Mingfeng touched his chin and said, "It seems that the Shen family is in some sort of a trouble, else why would all of them have this kind of expression?" For the Shen family people to have such expressions in a public area filled with joyous people, it was very abrupt. One did not need to think to be certain that it was not a good matter at all. Master Su also saw them and stopped to chat with them but Xie Jingxing and Su Mingfeng did not go forward and only stood far away. As they were practitioners of martial arts, they were able to hear the conversation. Master Su asked, "Where is General Shen going?" "Ah, casually strolling." Shen Shin said, "It is just that my wife suddenly felt some discomfort and had to go back to the residence." May Master Su stroll happily. Finishing he cupped his hands in greeting and left without turning his head back. The Shen and Su family did not belong to the same line in the political arena so when Master Su saw that Shen Shin did not want to talk to him, naturally his heart was not at ease but he was too lazy to meddle thus he just walked away. Instead it was Su Mingfeng that said, "General Shen is really that wild, but why does it seem as though something big had happened?" Even if Shen Furen was feeling some discomfort, there was no need to bring so many guards. Xie Jingxing's eyes swept across a group of guards and said, "Fifth Shen young lady is not there." Ah, Su Mingfeng was surprised for a moment. Shen Miao is not there. Xie Jingxing took a glance at the Shen family entourage. With Shen Miao and the other 2 households' relationship, it was not possible that she would abandon her own mother and enjoy the lanterns with the other 2 households. Moreover there was no signs of Shen Miao's figure in the entourage and it does not seem possible that Shen Miao did not even left the residence today. With such a big festive day like this, even if Shen Miao was unwilling, Shen Shin would not leave her alone in the residence. Just at this moment, one suddenly heard a pliable wavy voice, "Shen older sister is missing." Xie Jingxing lowered his head. It was not known when did Su Minglang slipped away from Master Su and ran over to Su Mingfeng and pulled his own eldest brother by the corner of his clothes and said repeatedly, "Just now I secretly ran over to them and heard that those people saying to find Shen older sister as soon as possible." Su Minglang, this glutinous rice dumpling seemed to be almost negligible when mixed in the crowd, but he had the guts as he was not afraid of being unable to find the route back after straying from the group. They said that perhaps the Shen older sister had been taken away by kidnappers. Su Minglang continued, eldest brother, let us go and save Shen older sister. Missing. Xie Jingxing thoughtfully looked at the faraway back views of the Shen family people and suddenly said to Su Mingfeng, this matter must not be made public. I will take my leave first. He looked down at Su Minglang again and smiled evilly, the matter of Shen Miao going missing, if you say it out, I will sell you to the kidnappers. During the Jade Rabbit Festival of the Ding capital, there would always be countless number of females that would be abducted by kidnappers yearly. If the abductees were male children, they would be in a much better position, as they would be sold to faraway families that were unable to bear children to be their sons. If they were female children or young females, they would be miserable, as those that do not have good looks would be passed around the brokers and sold to big families to become low-ranked maids, and those who looked good would be worse off than the normal-looking ones. They might be sold to troops or to brothels, or perhaps be auctioned off after being taught for a few years how to be a plaything for some rich people. Also among these females, there were some that came from big families, but to the kidnappers, there was no separations between backgrounds. Who cared if you were a young lady of a big family or a commoner? Once one landed in the hands of the kidnappers, everyone was the same. Shen young lady was abducted by kidnappers. In the room, Ji Yushu suddenly stood up and walked to and fro for 2 steps, showing some worried expressions. Shen young lady looked not bad and her bearing is extraordinary. One fear that once landed into the hands of the kidnappers, she would definitely be sold off. Even though I also like young lady Xiao Yao, but one did not wish Shen young lady to become such a young lady. Third Xie older brother, should we go and save her? Gao Yang snorted disdainfully at Ji Yushu's words, are you all right? With Shen Miao's means and methods, how is it possible to be kidnapped? Moreover about the kidnappers, they will only pick single young ladies or lost children to abduct, but Shen Chu and Shen Xin were not far from Shen Miao. Those kidnappers are not fools, why would they specifically pick such a big thorn? Moreover Shen Miao's looks are not at the level of national grace and divine fragrance, it would not be worth it. These words were actually not wrong, as when the kidnappers abduct people they would take advantage of others' inattention. Even if one were to abduct and sell official families' young ladies, they would also choose a time where there was no one around that young lady, but hearing from those who inquired information, at that time Shen Miao was by the Wanli Lake and when there was a commotion in the crowd then the kidnappers took action. Even though it sounded easy, but if one were to be discovered, one would not be able to escape as there were so many people around. For such a dangerous thing, if one were to do it for one with the level of national grace and divine fragrance, it would be worth doing it, but Shen Miao was after all a little young lady and even though she looked not bad, it was not a level where one would lose their sense of logic. The most important thing was that at that time Shen Chu and Shen Xin were not far away and since ancient times, the evildoers followed the guidelines of fear the strong and bully the weak, so obviously knowing that Shen Xin's entire family was looking, it was not a good move to anger them, so why would the kidnappers find trouble for themselves? For one to do such a dangerous, not profitable and unworthy transaction, would only be if the kidnapper was one who had a bad brain. Ji Yushu said with a sudden understanding, so it is to say that it is not the work of kidnappers. Then who would it be? It is obviously targeting Shen young lady. Could it be related to Prince Yu's residence? As he spoke, he shook his head. Prince Yu's people also did not know that the elimination of the entire household was related to Shen Miao. Could it be Shen family's people? Heard from the grapevine that the Shen family is at odds. Could it have been done by the other households? Xie Jingxing, who was quietly sitting at the side, stood up. It is them. Them. Gao Yang tensed up in an instant and looked towards Xie Jingxing. They have already discovered. Should not have. Xie Jingxing shook his head. Previously I waited for them to take action but there were no activities. Now one understand. They might have known about the secret chambers and used unknown methods to know that Shen Miao was present. Our identities are not yet exposed as they intend to find it out from Shen Miao's lips. Let the Mo Yu Army's secret division come out to search along the lake. The more people there are the more the interferences will be, so they should have left far away. Xie Jingxing said deeply. He had already put away the casual look he usually had on, and his solemn look was not like of a youth of 17 or 18 of age, but there was an indescribable chill to it. It is not very good to mobilize the Mo Yu Army now. Gao Yang said with a frown, now there are too many people watching you in the Ding capital and if the head is aware of it, one fear that the troubles would not be small. Why not let people guard the city doors and early tomorrow morning let your residence's people secretly search in the city? It is not good to beat the grass and scare the snake. Still, wait for a night. Ji Yushu jumped up. Shen young lady's life would be gone if one waited for a night. Ji Yushu was after all young and impetuous and also rather appreciated her worth, and was unlike Gao Yang who already had a politician's cruelty and mercilessness. In some ways, Ji Yushu still retained the precious sincerity and innocence of a youth. Gao Yang was aggravated, with the situation as it is already, and you are still thinking of Shen Miao. If one is not careful, our identities will all be exposed. Send the secret division out to search now. Xie Jingxing coldly said, I do not wish to say it a third time. Third Xie. Gao Yang looked at him, do you want to destroy the entire plan because of a girl? Do not forget what you previously said. Gao Yang, be mindful of your position. Xie Jingxing suddenly snapped and his brows slightly wrinkled, as the darkness in his peach eyes surged making them look darker than the night of the Ding capital. The sudden wrathful expression startled Gao Yang. When Ji Yushu saw this, he quickly smoothed things over. Today's events were so sudden and no one had expected them, but the situation might not be that bad so let us think about what is going on. Xie Jingxing was silent for a while before he said, it is not for anyone, but for them to take such drastic actions in my territory, it really made one feel uncomfortable. Since they have the guts to come, tonight they will have a taste of what it means leaving but not returning. Due to the surging crowd along the Wanli Lake, the cheers and laughter slowly drowned the rest of the noise. The matter of an official's daughter did not seem to cause many waves, and this was because the Shen family did not spread it out, as if it was spread out they feared that people would still be busy watching the grand celebration. The Jade Rabbit Fairy had finished dancing leaving the males into a daze while the females were secretly cursing her as a vixen. The gigantic Jade Rabbit lantern was made from snow white silk and was painted with a thick layer of grease. It depicted the scenes of the Jade Rabbit having fun. This was all lined with the flickering candles which were slowly floating around the Wanli Lake. As the people cheered, they ran up to the lake to set off their handmade lanterns. They had written their wishes for the year, and rolled them into little pieces of paper before putting them inside the lantern and gently placing this in the water. Snow started to fall a little from the skies, and since the Wanli Lake was lit up by the bright lights from the fireworks in the sky, for a moment of time, it made one unclear which one was the skies and which the water. This kind of beautiful scenery of brightly lit fireworks was seldom seen even in previous year's Jade Rabbit Festival. There were a few sightseeing boats floating on the middle of the lake, and normally the rich would book the exquisite boats to entertain, but no one knew who was inside those few sightseeing boats as the lake was filled with lanterns, making the boats unnoticeable. An unlit sightseeing boat was leisurely floating downstream of the Wanli Lake. It was less crowded at the downstream as the lanterns floated towards this direction. From afar, it seemed as though the lanterns were surrounding the boat, but the more it floated downstream, the more it went further away from the city center and there were gradually less people until at the end, there was almost no one. Shen Miao was sitting in the innermost room of this sightseeing boat, coldly looking at the two people in front. In the dark drawing room, there was a small oil lamp lit. A piece of rag was tied around Shen Miao's mouth and her hands and legs were tied so tightly that it would not loosen no matter how one struggled. The two people on the boat were wearing linen and looked very strange. The skinny and tall one stood at the head of the boat and took a look before walking into the cabin. He then nodded to the shorter one and said, "All right, there is no one here." The short one laughed and pulled out the rag that was inside Shen Miao's mouth and said, "Shen young lady, there is no one here so you better not shout. We still have energy to kill you and escape if you were to shout." Shen Miao's eyes slightly moved but she did not speak. These people were going against the flow as the boat drifted downstream. Shen and the rest would only search for her in the surroundings, and would not think that she would be in the center of the lake in full view of everyone. Just now when she stood at the stone platform waiting for Shen Chu to return, she was grabbed from behind and her mouth and nose were covered. Both actions were too fast and she did not have time to react when she was already tied in the boat. Seeing that Shen Miao was not speaking, the short one appeared to be quite satisfied. The skinny tall one walked over and sat opposite her with a dark gaze. "Shen young lady, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. We brought you here to inquire one thing from you." The skinny and tall one had a unique temperament which was not like ordinary gangsters. He said, "You went over to Prince Yu's residence's secret chambers that day." Shen Miao's eyes flashed. When she was abducted, she did think about many possibilities. Perhaps it was second or third household's people, perhaps it was Shen Yuan or the old subordinates of Prince Yu. She even also connected to Fu Shuyi, but she did not expect that the person who came was for the reason of that secret room. Those secret chambers' secret was only known to Xie Jinxing and Gao Yang, and most likely no one knew of it, so could it be that Fu Shuyi was aware of it a few years ahead of time? But since the other side had come prepared, they would be clear of the ins and outs of her background, so Shen Miao did not bother to hid and replied, "Yes, that day eldest brother was dealing with matters in Prince Yu's residence and I waited in the tea room, and inadvertently found those secret chambers so one went to take a look out of curiosity." Facing the two of them, the short one said, "You should have met someone else in the secret chambers." "Who was that person?" Shen Miao's fingers slightly shrinked. It was not because of the secrets in the secret chambers or the things inside, but it turned out to be about the ones inside it. Xie Jinxing and Gao Yang. These people were targeting Xie Jinxing and Gao Yang. Shen Miao's mind very quickly worked. It was presumed that these people knew that there were other people than her in the secret chambers that day, but did not know who that person was. Perhaps Xie Jinxing and Gao Yang were hiding something. If she were to speak of it, Xie Jinxing's and Gao Yang's secret would be exposed. She looked puzzled at the other person, someone else. That skinny and tall one looked at her viciously. "Shen young lady, do not play tricks in front of us. That day you entered the secret chambers and we believed that it was by chance, but the things in the secret chambers had been taken away. Who did you meet in the secret chambers? Say it and one would leave your life be." Shen Miao stared at him but her mind was quickly calculating. It was because of her previous lifetime that she came to know about the secret chambers in Prince Yu's residence, thus in these people's eyes she could only accidentally have found out about the existence of the chambers. Perhaps these people were also investigating some matters but did not know which specific person they were after, and Xie Jinxing and Gao Yang were the people they were looking for. She shook her head. "That day when I entered the secret chambers there was no one else inside. As for the things that you were talking about, I did not see them either. The people that you were talking about must have already left." "Not possible." The skinny tall one looked at her and suddenly a cruel smile appeared in his face. "Shen young lady, since you are not willing to say, then one would let you suffer." When the voice just finished, the eyes of the short one lit up and one of his hands reached out to touch Shen Miao's face, and there was a look of immorality appearing on his face as he said, "Little beauty's skin is smooth and fair, why not serve this older brother, perhaps one can remember." Finishing, he reached out to Shen Miao's buttons. "If you really touch me, I will commit suicide by biting my tongue and you will not be able to inquire anything." Shen Miao faintly said, "When I lose my innocence, my heart would be like ashes and under such despair, do you think that you have the opportunity to get it out of me?" When those words were spoken, the short one's hand suddenly stopped and he turned to look at the skinny tall one. The skinny tall one stared at Shen Miao before asking, "You know who it is?" Shen Miao gently smiled, "Perhaps I can remember." The short one was somewhat flabbergasted and the skinny and tall one's eyes were gloomy. Perhaps Shen Miao's overly calm attitude caught them somewhat unaware, or perhaps they were surprised that Shen Miao could turn the situation around and threaten them. There was no female that did not care about her innocence, but Shen Miao's attitude was that of a hoodlum on the streets. Correct, if Shen Miao really knew who the people in the secret chambers were, if they were to touch her Shen Miao would fully hate them, and would never reveal the truth in her entire life. Shen Miao's gaze was slightly cold, everyone would have their own weaknesses. Facing these two people who seems needed to must know who the person in the secret chambers was, and now she was perhaps the only person in the world who knew about it. If she was just a delicate official's daughter, it was certain she would speak the truth when scared, but unfortunately she was Empress Shen who before fought in the inner palace. "What do you want?" The short one did not touch her again and had an amiable look on. "Say who that person is and we will all agree to you." His tone of voice was like one which was coaxing a child. Shen Miao did not even blink as she asked, "Who are you?" The two of them were startled for a moment before the skinny and tall one sneered, "What good does it do for you knowing who are we? Perhaps I would be able to remember who that person is." Shen Miao gently smiled as she looked at him. "You are prolonging the time." Shen Miao did not express an opinion. The short one quickly stood up and without even thinking he gave a slap to Shen Miao. It seemed that his patience had exhausted as he said, "Smelly bitch, since you would not do this the easy way, then we will do it the hard way. Do not talk any more nonsense with her. Shen's army is outside guarding and we cannot get out, so first bring her back and when we return." His smile became somewhat twisted, naturally one will have a way for her to speak the truth. He leaned over and touched Shen Miao's face with his disgusting hand. "Little girl, this grandfather just took the trouble to treat you well but still you do not wish to live, then do not blame others." Shen Miao's dark gaze got cold and suddenly she raised her hand and used a knife to pierce towards the other's face. The short one was caught off guard. Shen Miao was able to draw blood from his face and blood continuously flowed down. One did not know when the ropes behind Shen Miao's arms and legs were ground apart. She was used to hiding a dagger in her sleeves, and it was a surprise that there was a use for it today. After she brandished it around for a bit, she ran out of the boat screaming, "Help!" But when running to the hatch of the ship, she was stopped by a violent force and threw onto the ground. Her entire back was knocked onto a wooden table on the boat and it was so painful that she sucked in a breath of cold air and the boat even rocked for a few times. Her reaction was still fast as she immediately got up and ran out. The skinny tall one sneered and kicked her knees and a bitter pain burst out. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and reached out with the dagger in her hands to stab the person's eyes. The skinny and tall one jumped in shock and dodged to the side to avoid her sharp dagger as he cursed, "Poisonous woman," and snatched the dagger from her hands. Shen Miao endured the pain in her legs and climbed to the cabin windows and jumped down without even blinking. "Want to run?" The skinny tall one coldly laughed and did not hesitate to throw the dagger in his hand over and straight into Shen Miao's calf. Even though it did not penetrate it deep, a dark red trace started forming quickly on the lake. Shen Miao knew how to float on water but this was winter and the water in the Wanli Lake was biting cold. When one enters it, they would only feel that their entire body was an ice block and could only paddle a few times before feeling their whole body stiffen and become unable to move. The skinny and tall one was about to jump into the water to fish Shen Miao out. After all, Shen Miao had information about the people in the secret chambers, but before he could make a move, there was a burst of an unknown bamboo cannon. When one raised one's head to look, the west side was lit by a firework. The situation has changed. The short one wiped the blood off his face and said, "Withdraw. Take her away first." The skinny tall one scolded and wanted to jump into the lake, but who knew that his body would jolt violently, and then he saw two black-cladded persons that unknowingly had already been standing on the head of the boat. Both of the black-cladded persons had a gold-embroidered eagle pattern sewn on their shoulders. The short one cried out, "Mo Yu army. Why is the Mo Yu army here?" Before the two people recovered to their senses, the two black-cladded persons already reached to the front, and in a flash of silver, both the short ones and the skinny and tall one's frightened looks stopped at that moment as they slowly fell down. In the lake, Shen Miao was still fiercely rummaging. From the words of the short one and skinny and tall one, they were not just the two black-cladded persons, and it seemed that there were forces behind them, and those forces sounded quite powerful. Shen Miao had a kind of intuition beyond imagination that if she were to fall into both of their hands, she would be able to find a way out, but if she were to end up with those forces, even if she were to die, the Shen family would never be able to find the murderer. 89 to 94. But one did not expect that with this drastic jump that cut off her means of retreat, she would trap herself in a dead end. Seeing that the two black-cladded persons did not come to save her even after a long time passed, could it be that she would die here in the ice-cold lake? Her head started to feel heavy and a buzzing by her ear started to sound, like she was sinking into an ice house. It was evident that the surface of the water was just in front and one could even see the lanterns floating downstream, but one was unable to grab it, only see it. Just when her eyes were becoming unclear, she suddenly saw a figure swimming over from afar. That figure was rather vigorous, and under the bright lights of the lake, it was as if one that had come down from the skies, bringing the light to her as one swam. That person swam to Shen Miao and with a pull, clutched her waist and swam to the surface. In such a world of ice and snow, the lake was biting cold and it is difficult for one to swim, but he was able to swim comfortable even with an additional person. When one swam up to the front of the boat, he picked Shen Miao up and set her on the hold of the ship before flipping himself over. Shen Miao was choking on a few mouthful of water, and when she got on board the ship, she had yet to turn herself over and could only held her throat to cough a number of times. But she saw the figure in front turn and look over. That person was also wet from top to bottom, and there was no trace of the joking expression he previously had on his face as he looked at her with twisted brows. It was precisely Xie Jingxing. With the energy she was using to look at Xie Jingxing, Shen Miao saved the effort to be surprised. That two black-cladded persons came because of Xie Jingxing, and it may be assumed that Xie Jingxing himself came to know of the news and thus rushed over. She used up her energy to lift herself up, and it was only then she saw there were two corpses on the hold of the boat. They were the skinny tall one and the short one, and from the hold walked out two black-cladded persons, and one of them walked over to Xie Jingxing's side and whispered something. Xie Jingxing waved his hand, and those two persons left with the two bodies, and even wiped clean the boat of blood stains. Shen Miao did not bother to think about who those two persons were, as even a fool could also guess that they were Xie Jingxing's people. She moved her body and felt that there was no part of her body that was not sore and in pain. She had been soaking in the icy cold waters for more than half a k1/4 of an hour, and it was so cold that she was trembling. Previously that skinny tall one threw her down a couple of times, thus her back was in pain, but where she felt the most pain was probably her calf. She lowered her head to look at her skirt, and it was pasted onto her skin, and there was a blood-red flower on the area of her calf mixing with the red embroidery on her skirt, making one unable to differentiate. That was caused by the skinny tall one's dagger. She was so cold and in pain that she was unable to say a single word. But it was Xie Jingxing who walked into the boat cabin, and since these exquisite sightseeing boats would come prepared with a furnace and clothes, he pulled out the furnace out from a wooden box and lit it before adding coal into it. As the furnace burned warmly, the boat swayed on the lake. Xie Jingxing glanced at Shen Miao before his lips suddenly formed a smile. "I want to change clothes, you want to watch with your eyes." Shen Miao suddenly shut her eyes. At this moment her state of mind was in some confusion, and Xie Jingxing still had the mood to joke around. One only heard a light chuckle following, which was the rustling sounds of the changing of clothes. After a moment, Xie Jingxing's voice sounded, "Finished." When Shen Miao opened her eyes, Xie Jingxing was buckling the last button. He had changed into a deep black-colored robe, and had a big white fox cloak covering him that exuded a kind of cold but awe-inspiring feeling. A pair of black peach eyes stared at Shen Miao in a smile but not a smile. "Do you also want to change?" When one wore cold and wet clothes, one would catch a cold easily. Even if one was sitting by the burning stove to roast, it would require a number of sheechens to be fully roasted dry. One feared that if she were to wait till that time, she would have already be suffering from chills. With regards to her body, she had always cherished it. Coupled with the uncomfortable feeling of her entire body, she looked towards Xie Jingxing and calmly said, "Is there any other clothing?" Xie Jingxing got up and took out a set of clothes from the clothes bag on the wooden table, and said as he leaned against the wall, "My subordinates sent me clothes, and seeing that there are still some troubles currently around, one was not able to search female clothes for you. If you want to change, you can only change to mine." For an unmarried female, to change into a stranger's clothes, it would be an alluring tint when it gets spread out. Shen Miao looked towards Xie Jingxing and saw a nasty smile on his lips. She did not know if the situation was forced or deliberately staged. Shen Miao discovered that Xie Jingxing indeed had a special kind of power, as since from her rebirth she had faced everyone with the Empress Shen frame of mind. Even when facing Shen Chu, she was unable to treat Shen Chu as her eldest brother, and something would have the feeling of protecting him. But on every encounter with Xie Jingxing, he would always try to distract Shen Miao with his vile actions, and to be teased this much was something not experienced by Empress Shen before, but by a fifth Shen young lady who was naive to the sinister world. She took a deep breath in her heart before saying, "Give them to me." Her reply was a little unexpected to Xie Jingxing, thus he looked at her with doubts. "You want to wear my clothes? Is there any other clothing here?" Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing smiled and threw the clothes he held to her. Shen Miao caught them, and after much tolerating she said to Xie Jingxing, "Request little Xie Marquis to turn around." When Xie Jingxing heard this, he sized her up as he looked at her from head to toe meaningfully. Currently Shen Miao's clothes were pasted onto her body. She was petite in size and undoubtedly revealed some youthful figure of a lady, and the sari appearance revealed a lovely attitude. Xie Jingxing said full of interest, "Little girl who is still wet behind the ears knows about embarrassment." "Do not worry." His gaze was fussy and criticizing. "There is nothing at all, and also nothing good to see." Finishing, he chicly turned around and did not even look at Shen Miao at all. Shen Miao's heart gave a slight relief as she picked up Xie Jingxing's clothes. It was a piece of an azure blue robe with the collar pressed snugly, and the embroidery was excellent. Shen Miao subconsciously touched it. This kind of workmanship, she only enjoyed it when she was in the palace in her past lifetime. The rumors that the Marquis of Linen was rich enough to rival the country were indeed not false. She slowly took off the wet external and internal clothing, and used the damp clothes on the stove to clean her body of water before picking up Xie Jingxing's robes. Who knew that Xie Jingxing's robes were so complicated that she was unable to put them on properly? Not only that, the belt was entangled with her left calf. Her calf just had a dagger injury, and previously it was not serious, but at this moment the flesh was indistinctive and looked somewhat scary. As the belt rubbed against the wound, Shen Miao sucked in a breath of cold air in pain and was unable to sit properly, leading to her falling onto the ground with a bang, also knocking over the teapot on the table. When Xie Jingxing heard the commotion, he immediately turned around to see Shen Miao falling onto the ground, so he took a step forward to help her. Shen Miao was unable to stop and her entire body leaned into his embrace. The clothes were not properly worn and were hanging loose on her body as one shoulder was exposed with damp hair. There was some charming appearance. No matter how calm she was, there was an instantaneous panic and helplessness. But it was Xie Jingxing that had his brows twisted as he held onto her leg and stared at the wound before speaking deeply. What happened? What happened? Shen Miao blanked out a little. In her view, this kind of slightly frivolous actions should be stopped with a stern voice, but she did not know why she actually replied honestly. Just now when escaping, one was injured by a dagger. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her and threw her a porcelain bottle that he took out. Apply the medication. Shen Miao received it without speaking more. She wanted to apply the medication, but because she was entirely sitting on the floor, and because she had soaked in the ice-cold lake for a long time, she was unable to employ any energy at all. Not to mention applying medication, even sitting up was difficult. When Xie Jingxing saw this, he walked over to her side and shouldered her to the small couch in the cabin. Shen Miao had lived for 2 lifetimes and was not a little young lady who had her first awakening of love, so naturally she would not feel embarrassed when they were alone. However, she was wearing Xie Jingxing's large clothes and her fair shoulders were exposed, thus when the cold wind blowed, one was unsure if it was the cold or the discomfort, but a layer of goosebumps rose. Without waiting for her to say anything, a warm thing covered her face and it practically buried her head. Shen Miao shook her head before discovering that what was on her body was Xie Jingxing's fox coat. That fox coat was warm and Shen Miao unconsciously wrapped it tighter around her, and only her small face was exposed as she looked at Xie Jingxing without speaking. She truly looked somewhat like a little furry fox. Xie Jingxing felt somewhat funny. He got up and walked to the other side to take something unknown before squatting in front of Shen Miao, reaching out his hand to hold Shen Miao's leg. What are you doing? Shen Miao evaded and asked. If your injury is not treated, it will fester tomorrow. Xie Jingxing said, you better not take advantage of me. Shen Miao, this person's words were really too annoying. What taking advantage of him? And to still say those words with a serious look, making Shen Miao want to simply ignore him. She said, I will do it myself. All right. Xie Jingxing stood up without a second word, leaned against the counter and folded his hands around his chest as if he was watching the commotion from the side. I will watch you do it. Shen Miao bent her body down but her hands were unable to hold the medicine bottle firmly. Previously when she was quarreling with those two, she was thrown by the skinny tall one a few times so her whole body felt sore, thus at this moment her hands were trembling and could barely open the bottle and almost spilled everything out. After struggling for half the time, she finally gave up but did not want to admit defeat to Xie Jingxing, so she sat on the snow-white fox coat and did not speak a single word as she stared at Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing laughed out loud with a kai sound and snatched the bottle off Shen Miao's hands before squatting down again. He held Shen Miao's calf and casually said, I am not a good person. If you want to act in a rage, one fear that you will have to gamble with your leg. Shen Miao stayed silent and did not utter a word. Xie Jingxing held her leg and slowly lifted the trousers up. His hands were cold and slender and they seemed to have the shallow callus that people who practice martial arts had. When they rubbed against the soft and delicate skin, Shen Miao had a kind of an uncomfortable feeling, as if that piece of skin also started to heat up. In the next moment, because the clothes materials were suddenly pulled off, it was so painful that Shen Miao almost cried out. The wound is somewhat deep. Xie Jingxing scrutinized it and said with a frown, why did you not say it before? I did not think that you will be this good-hearted. Shen Miao said. She really did not think that Xie Jingxing would be so kind-hearted to apply medication for her. With their relationship as it was considered as very thankful for Xie Jingxing to have saved her life today. Such a profound thinking person was not one who was good, thus Shen Miao was unable to think of any reason for Xie Jingxing to save her. That was why she was thinking to only deal with the leg injury when she get back to the Shen residence. Xie Jingxing got up and picked up the teapot from the side table, and poured out all the water inside before stretching his hand out of the boat to fill up a pot of water to boil at the furnace. He said, indeed I am not that good-hearted but seeing that you have loyalty, one will be a good person. Speaking till here, he raised his head and looked towards Shen Miao before saying, people always said that Shen is loyal and righteous, one did not expect that a little girl of the Shen family also understood loyalty and righteousness. Many thanks for not selling me out. He was half joking and half serious and Shen Miao did not explain that he had misunderstood it. At that time in such a situation, if one were to immediately say that the person in the secret chambers was Xie Jingxing, then the two persons would immediately kill her. Who did not know about the stratagem of delaying the enemy, but since Xie Jingxing thought that she did not say it due to loyalty and to make Xie Jingxing felt that he owed her a personal favor, what was there against it? Thus Shen Miao did not intend to clarify the misunderstanding. However, as Shen Miao thought with her head bowed, even if she had truly sold Xie Jingxing out, with Xie Jingxing's ability, he could still retreat unscathed. Just now she had clearly heard that two persons definitely had comrades around the vicinity, but now there was no movements at all. One could imagine whose hands had made it possible. After a brief silence, the water in the pot started to boil. Xie Jingxing tore a piece of cloth from the robe and soaked it with some hot water, and with one hand holding Shen Miao's calf on his knee, his other hand was wiping the blood stains around the wound. Shen Miao's leg was almost in Xie Jingxing's embrace and was able to touch his ice-cold lapel. The material was also cold and stiff as if it was his cold heart under the frivolous appearance. Shen Miao felt some discomfort and turned her head aside and her toes could not help but curled up. In the previous life, other than with Fu Shuyi, she had never been this close interacting with other males. Even with Fu Shuyi, upon recollection, there was more reservations as most of the time Fu Shuyi only left a sovereign image with her, thus there was almost no males that she met during her youthful days. Feeling that it was somewhat quiet, Shen Miao found a topic of conversation and asked, who were those people? Those people she was referring to were naturally the skinny tall one and his entourage. Even after hearing this, Xie Jingxing did not say anything and after he wiped the dirty blood of her calf, he sprinkled the medicine powder and took out a handkerchief to bandage it for her. When he was doing all this, he had his head down and was very serious. His actions were also very proficient, as if bandaging a wound was a simple and familiar matter to him. The light in the boat was flickering and the lanterns in the Wanli Lake shone brightly on his face. The youth's handsome brows were so incredible that with such a lustrous short period, made one have a gentle illusion. Even Shen Miao could not help but be slightly stumped for words. However, this gentle illusion did not last very long as Xie Jingxing put her leg down, and suddenly his hands were at Shen Miao's side as he approached bullying. His face was so close in proximity and the peach-shaped eyes were as if they were intoxicated as they looked over in a faint smile. It was clearly a casual move but was so forceful that it made one feel breathless. Shen Miao calmly stared face to face at him, and Xie Jingxing after staring at Shen Miao for a while, then let go of her hands and said lightly, knowing too much would not be good for you. I do not want to know anything. Shen Miao said, only hope that you will not implicate me. When she said it, she felt somewhat vexed in her heart. She did not know what was going on today, perhaps the incident was too sudden or perhaps because of her injury she felt irritated. Thus when facing Xie Jingxing, it actually incited some of her little temper that was originally buried in her bones. Unknowingly, those venting of one's anger at will and bickering temperament had been drawn out by Xie Jingxing. As long as you know proper restraint, no one can implicate you. Xie Jingxing said. He tidied up the messy clothes on the boat and found a long pole to hang Shen Miao wet clothes to lightly dry. When can I leave? Shen Miao asked. There are people outside watching, so it would attract criticism if one were to leave now. Moreover, with you and me together, one may falsely accuse me. Xie Jingxing's words could still make one mad as before, so for my innocence, when the boat dock, I will bring you to the princess residence. The princess residence's people would send you back. Shen Miao was slightly startled. Princess residence. Princess Rongxin. Xie Jingxing fiddled with the piece of charcoal. She will help. Princess Rongxin was also born by the late emperor's concubine, and even though she was not as doted as Princess Yuqing, she was also one of the late emperor's favorites. Among the children of the late emperor, Princess Yuqing and Princess Rongxin had the deepest sister relationship. When Princess Yuqing married to the Marquis of Linen, Princess Rongxin married to the then top scorer of the imperial examinations, but unfortunately that top scorer died of an illness after a few years and Princess Rongxin never remarried. She moved back to the princess residence and had been living as a widow for many years. Thinking of Princess Yuqing's and Princess Rongxin's relationship, she would help Xie Jingxing on this. Shen Miao gratefully glanced at Xie Jingxing. He actually thought longer term. Even if one were to think of ways to get the Shen family over, upon seeing them, a female and male alone with untidy clothes, one would inevitably thought more. With the Shen and Xie family's relationship, who knew if it would be even more complicated in the future? With Princess Rongxin stepping forth, it would be considered a good idea. Hearing the sound of fireworks, Shen Miao was originally leaning against the boat window and looked out at the sound. In the dark skies of the Ding capital, the multiple colors on it were actually bright fireworks. As what Bai Lu and Shuangzhong mentioned, the fireworks would not stop for the entire night and the mood was different when one watched with the surging crowd as when one watched on the quiet lake. You like to see these? Xie Jingxing raised his brows. I do not like it. Shen Miao replied. In Mingqi's royal family's annual banquet, the emperor and concubines would have fun together and set off numerous fireworks in the imperial gardens. At that time she had just returned from the Qin country, and suddenly there was an additional Mei Furan in the palace who had an unfailing favor of the emperor. On the night of the banquet, Mei Furan and Fu Shuyi were at the imperial gardens drinking and having fun, while Shen Miao sat at Kuning Palace with Wan Yu and Fu Ming in company. When she alone saw the fireworks being discharged and disappear, that was the coldest fireworks she ever saw. But after that, she did not like these things anymore. What's so good to look at things that disappear in a fleeting moment? Visually attractive but useless appearance. Her tone had a touch of extreme anger but her gaze was somewhat sad. Xie Jingxing glanced at her astonished and after some thought, got up and took something out from a cupboard. He walked over to Shen Miao's side and handed something over to her. One did not know how long it would take for the boat to dock. Since today is the Jade Rabbit Festival, you should also make a lantern. Xie Jingxing said. Shen Miao looked at the lanterns in her hands. Most likely it was left behind by the people who were having fun on the boat before, as candles had not been placed inside and it was folded flatly down. Looking towards the window, the surface of the Wanli Lake was filled with lanterns and looked as if their boat was navigating a sea of night lights and the lake was the galaxy. Without waiting for Shen Miao's reply, Xie Jingxing arranged one lantern first and after he was done, he placed it into the water. His action was indeed very casual. When Shen Miao saw it, she asked, why do you not write a note? A note is usually placed in the lanterns, and what was written was usually the wishes of the person who wrote it. As such the gods would be able to hear the prayers of the people, and would bless the person who set off the lantern to accomplish their wishes. I do not believe in gods. Xie Jingxing said lazily, it is not worth the mention to write. Shen Miao thought for a moment and could not imagine with Xie Jingxing having such a proud and domineering temperament, what kind of scene would it be if he were to seriously pray to the gods. She unfolded 2 lanterns but did not write any notes and also did not place any candles on them, but instead lit the topmost petals up before placing them onto the lake. The 2 lanterns burned from top to down, looking like 2 balls of fire on the lake's surface. Xie Jingxing was startled as he asked, these are lanterns to offer sacrifice to the dead. What are you doing? Lighting up the lanterns was providing an offering to give the death a lantern. In such a lively and bustling festival, Shen Miao actually came here to worship the dead. She did not care about Xie Jingxing's words, and only looked at the lanterns that were gradually swallowed by the flames and after a while, there were no more signs of the 2 lanterns. With her rebirth, there were things that could be redone, but there were things that could not. For example Wan Yu and Fu Ming. In this lifetime, it was goodbye and farewell. There would not be a gentle and magnanimous princess and a sensible and composed crown prince. A handkerchief was handed to Shen Miao. When she raised her head, Xie Jingxing impatiently said, why cry again? Shen Miao touched her cheeks. Unknowingly her cheeks had become wet. Most probably she was so overwhelmed with emotions that she did not know that her tears fell. She took the handkerchief as Xie Jingxing said, you have some code of loyalty so in the future if one were to have any difficulty, one can come to look for me. The words without any rhyme or reason made Shen Miao stunned for a moment before she looked at Xie Jingxing. The youth's side profile was very serious and tall under the lights from the lake. He leaned against the window and looked towards Shen Miao and there was a complex look that flashed by but he said indifferently, I do not like owing anyone favors. Today since you did not sell me out, I will not ill-treat you. Seeing the numerous trouble that you have stirred up, perhaps there will be a day when you will need my help. When that time comes, taking into consideration of today's matter, I will lend a hand to help. Shen Miao said, then many thanks to little Marquis. Xie Jingxing smiled and suddenly turned his head to look at her and said with a ridiculing tone, but helping is only helping, you better not fall in love with me. Shen Miao immediately laughed in anger as she said, little Marquis is thinking too much. Really? Xie Jingxing walked over from the window and looked down condescending at Shen Miao who was sitting on the couch. He suddenly plucked the hairpin from Shen Miao's hair and said thoughtfully, then why do you wear the hairpin I gave you? He actually emphasized the word I. Shen Miao's words were cold and she wanted to say just now that it was the maids that put it on for her, but heard that Xie Jingxing continued speaking, today you have touched what you can touch and see what you can see, but one can forget about pledging your life. His laughter harbored evil designs, a little girl that had not yet grown up. I am not yet that hungry that one cannot pick what one eat. This person's words were just too malicious. And worse since he liked to invert black and white. In Shen Miao's past and present life, she had met with hypocrite gentlemen who were so much devoted to righteousness that they inspired reverence. But it was the first time meeting a rogue who was able to make one mad in one sentence. I do not like little Marquis and will not like in the future. Little Marquis can rest assured. Shen Miao said with sarcasm. That is good. Xie Jingxing stared at her and his smile still had an amusement to it, but in his dark eyes, there was a somewhat warning and indifference for a fleeting moment. He said, little girl, I am not a good person. Shen Miao did not speak. Xie Jingxing was not a good person, then could she be considered a good person? Perhaps she was one in her past lifetime, but the current her in this lifetime was insidious and vicious, completely detached from the word good. The boat quietly floated down with the current and the snow slowly fluttered down outside. Half of the lake was filled with crystal snowflakes and half with lanterns and the skies were lit with colorful fireworks. This New Year's Jade Rabbit Festival seemed nothing great but was after all special. The purple-clad youth leaned against the window and looked out of it indifferently. One did not know for how long he looked, but when he turned back, he discovered that Shen Miao had already fell asleep. When she was sleeping, there was no dignified or alienating look on her face, and because of today's suffering, her face was flushed, and with Xie Jingxing large fox cloak wrapped around her, she really looked like a little girl that had not yet grown up. Her hair was already dried up and a lock of long hair was blocking her eyes. It seemed to be somewhat itchy as the sleeping Shen Miao was frowning. Xie Jingxing walked to her side and paused before reaching out to pick the hair blocking her eyes and tucked it behind her ears. He then took out what looked like the begonia hairpin that he plucked out from Shen Miao's hair and with a spin, gently inserted it into Shen Miao's hair. He sat in front of Shen Miao with folded arms and looked at her for a while. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he raised his brows. To sleep so well in front of an unfamiliar male, really do not know the meaning of fear. After sitting for a while more, the boat swayed suddenly before stopping. It had finally reached the shore. Xie Jingxing walked to the bow of the boat and a few black-clad figures appeared on the shore. The one letting said, replying to Master, everything has been handled clean. Master will return to the residence now. Xie Jingxing looked back to the cabin and said, go to the princess residence first. Tai Yi, bring a horse carriage over. He turned and walked back to the cabin and had to knock a few times before Shen Miao looked up sleepily. Xie Jingxing said, reach the shore. Already reached. Shen Miao suddenly woke up and looked out of the window before she started heading out, but since the injury on her leg had not healed, she almost fell when she stood up. Xie Jingxing grabbed her arm and after thinking, he reached out and wrapped the fox coat around Shen Miao tighter, and directly carried her in the fox coat up and headed out to exit the boat. Shen Miao was in shock and unconsciously reached out to gather her hands around Xie Jingxing's neck. When she looked up, Xie Jingxing's lips were hooked up. Behave yourself. Do not take advantage of me. Shen Miao, Xie Jingxing had a hand over her shoulders and since he was tall and had long limbs, it was effortless for him to carry Shen Miao. Shen Miao's head was leaning against his embrace and could feel his tall, straight chest and strong heartbeat, and she actually started feeling uncomfortable. Only when they were at the head of the boat, she then realized that a group of black-cladded people were long standing outside. Seeing that Xie Jingxing carried a little young lady out, although one had exercised much restraint, their looks were somewhat different. The most relaxed one was Xie Jingxing. He walked to the front of the horse carriage and threw Shen Miao into the car and said, go to the princess residence. And walked away without turning back. The horse carriage left wobbling away, leaving the black-cladded people looking at one another. A young tall one said, Tai Yi, why was Master carrying a girl out? What relationship does that girl and Master have? Yes, yes. A female walked over and touched her chin as she pondered. For so many years, so many beauties had not been able to get close to Master. So Master has this kind of taste. Her eyes brightened. Ha, no wonder. Who says? Another charming mature female said dissatisfied. What good is there to look at such a silly little girl? Who along? One know that you like Master, but regarding this, one cannot be jealous about it. The female before smiled and looked towards the man standing in the middle. Tai Yu, you are closest to Master. Who is that little young lady? What is with Master? Tell us about it. All shut up. Tai Yi, who was standing in the middle, could no longer tolerate it. All go back. The secret division are also carefree. Then tomorrow go and guard the prison tower. When those words were said, everyone immediately retreated and subsequently said, suddenly remembered that there are still things to do. Were the corpses just now taken care of? It is better to head back to the secret division quarters to understand the situation. It is really dangerous today. As they chatted, they slowly walked away. Tai Yi let out a sigh of relief and only then he disappeared back into the night. Speaking of which, at the other side at the princess residence, when the people outside announced Xie Jingxing arrival, Princess Rongxin was preparing to head to bed. She has been widowed for many years and had no children by her side, so in every festival, she would be especially lonely. Even though the Emperor Wenwei in the palace had the name of siblings with her, but after all they were not born from the same mother, so how could they be really close? Moreover, it was much more comfortable staying in the princess residence than mingling with the palace's royalties. Thus for so many Jade Rabbit festivals, Princess Rongxing did not enter the palace and did not play outside, and only stayed quietly in the residence like it was any other day. But it was different today. Upon knowing of Xie Jingxing's arrival, Princess Rongxin was somewhat surprised. After redressing, she then went out to welcome him and when she entered the main hall, she saw that Xie Jingxing had already sat on the chair waiting. Once he saw her, he smiled gently, Aunt Rong. I used Aunt Rong instead of the Chinese Wei Rong Yi because it sounds like a name instead of a family title. Princess Rongxin's maiden name was Yu Rong and she had a deep sister relationship with Princess Yu Qing, so it was not considered too much for Xie Jingxing to call her Aunt Rong. Why come over here today? When Princess Rongxin first saw Xie Jingxing, there was some doubts but more of it was happiness. She did not have any children and had long treated Xie Jingxing as her own son. She pitied Xie Jingxing life experiences and when Princess Yu Qing passed away, Princess Rongxin went over to the marquis residence to give her condolences. She even cursed and berated Xie Ding badly. Even though Xie Jingxing was stubborn and obstreperous, he was very respectful with Princess Rongxin and would come over to the princess residence every New Year or festival, but usually he would come over on the first day of the New Year, but this year he came over on the Jade Rabbit Festival, making Princess Rongxin somewhat surprised. Missing Aunt Rong, so one came over to take a look. Could it be that Aunt Rong does not welcome me? Xie Jingxing smiled. He originally had an extraordinary appearance so when he spoke half jokingly and half seriously, there was some romantic look that even the maid standing at the hall also blushed. Princess Rongxin poked his forehead and smiled, even dare to tease an elderly like me. You little fellow is getting more gutsy. Missing Aunt Rong is one thing but there is a matter of request for help from Aunt Rong tonight. He said. Princess Rongxin was surprised for a moment and she sat up straight and seriously said, Jingxing, is it that you have encountered some difficulties? No matter what difficult matter, just tell Aunt Rong about it. Aunt Rong, do not be worried, it is a small matter. Xie Jingxing explained with a smile, I have a friend who strayed from the family during the Jade Rabbit Festival and also unfortunately fell into the water. Even though I saved my friend, there are still some inconvenience. So one thought of letting Aunt Rong use the name of the princess residence to send one back. Even though he said it simply, Princess Rongxin heard the matter hidden. Even though Ming Qi was more open about matters between a male and female, but at the end a female's clean reputation was very important, and if one was not careful and rumors were accidentally spread out, it would be suffering for others. But, Princess Rongxin looked at Xie Jingxing, that friend of yours is actually a young lady. Xie Jingxing nodded his head. For so many years, one did not see you have any young lady around. Princess Rongxin suddenly said teasingly, Jingxing, you are an adult, not sure how old that young lady is and if there is any marriage prospect made by the family. Aunt Rong, Xie Jingxing helplessly said, she is still a little girl. It is because one over a personal favor before so one cannot not help. Is it that Aunt Rong do not want to help me? What kind of words you say? Princess Rongxing feigned anger, in which moment did Aunt Rong not help you? Fine, fine, fine. Where is that young lady now? In the horse carriage outside. At the same time Aunt Rong can give her a set of clothes to put on. Xie Jingxing said. Hearing that, Princess Rongshin's eyes that were looking at Xie Jingxing had much more meaning. When Xie Jingxing saw this he could only shake his head in amusement and was too lazy to explain further. Princess Rongshin instructed the maids beside to bring Shen Miao into the room to rest from the horse carriage and said to Xie Jingxing, but you still have not told me which family's young lady is she. Ding capital Shen family, formidable general's daughter, Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing lazily said. Princess Rongshin was drinking tea and almost choked on it when she heard that. He looked at Xie Jingxing and said incredibly, that idiot noble female. Isn't she in love with Prince Ding? Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders as Princess Rongshin carefully looked at him and said after some deliberation, Jingxing, there are thousands of females in the world and you are still young of age. Wait a while more. Xie Jingxing. Two flowers blossoms and each reflects differently. At one end, Princess Rongshin was having a heart-to-heart talk with Xie Jingxin and at the other end, Shen Miao was sitting in Princess Rongshin bedchambers, looking at the coming and going of the maids arranging her clothes and styling her hair. In the former life, Princess Rongshin was not this enthusiastic to her, perhaps she looked down on her action of throwing oneself to another, or perhaps felt that she had uncouth knowledge and always treated her coldly. Afterwards when she became the empress, Princess Rongshin still treated her lukewarmly. Or it might be because Princess Rongshin was often not in the palace, every time she entered the palace, her gaze would not be very friendly. In Shen Miao's heart, Princess Rongshin was a person who was hard to get along. Who knew that with such attentiveness today, it made Shen Miao feel unfathomable. Shen Miao sat down for a while in Princess Rongshin's residence, changed clothes and her hair was restyled by the maids. After drinking a cup of tea, Princess Rongshin then walked in. Shen young lady should be all right. Princess Rongshin smiled, had already instructed the kitchens to bring over some ginger tea. In such a cold day, one must warm the body up else it would be easy to catch a cold. Shen Miao replied with a smile, many thanks to your Princess Highness. But there was still some doubts in her heart as Princess Rongshin was never this pleasant to her before, and at the moment that face did not have any of the strictness and indifference of the past lifetime, making Shen Miao doubt if the person in front was truly Princess Rongshin. When she was pondering, Princess Rongshin was also sizing her up and her gaze was very thoughtful. Even though Princess Rongshin did not like to head outside but all the rumors in the Ding capital would flow to her ears, but because she did not often go outside the information she had not been updated, and it stopped at the point that the deborn fifth young lady of the Shen residence of the Ding capital was an idiot. In Princess Rongshin's impression, Shen Miao was timid and cowardly but only when pursuing a male she would become very bold. She did not have any talents or virtues and was very vulgar. How would she be worthy of Xie Jingxing, whose appearance and studies were top-notch? However at this moment, the female looked delicate and attractive, eyes were as clear as water and even though she was only sitting, there was a rare magnificence and prestige for such an age that made her could not help but change her point of view a little. Tonight the Wanli Lake is too crowded and Shen young lady had strayed away from family, so one is presumably scared. Princess Rongshin smiled. After finishing the ginger tea, Ben Gong will let the servants send you back. There was a little probing on her face. Today you met with a trouble. Ben Gong's Ji-er nephew unprecedentedly came to look for me for help. Ji-er naturally referred to Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao looked at Princess Rongshin's loaded expression and was unsure how to continue that line of words. After pausing she then said, little Xie Marquis is a brave and chivalrous person, one has made a disturbance. Finishing she felt grieved with her own words. Xie Jingxing brave and chivalrous. He was clearly black-hearted. Today she was actually implicated by Xie Jingxing, but now it was like she had received a favor from him. Princess Rongshin saw that Shen Miao had used some distancing words, seemingly to deliberately clarify the relationship with Xie Jingxing and was satisfied in her heart. If Shen Miao was one who climbed all over someone, upon receiving Xie Jingxing's little help she would not wait to take advantage of Xie Jingxing's relationship with her, and pester him over and over again. If that was so, then Princess Rongshin would look down on Shen Miao. Even though one looked favorably on young female and male relationships, but one after all came from the royal family with strict etiquettes, thus one would look down on secret relationships. What disturbance? Princess Rongshin smiled cordially. Jingxing, that child, also said that you are his friend and there is no need to stay ceremonious between friends. Speaking of which, Jingxing is Ben Gong's Ji-er and since you have a friendship with him, it is also possible to see if Ben Gong is your own Yu. Shen Miao was holding the teacup and almost choked on the tea. To see Princess Rongshin as one own Yu. Even in the past life when she married to Fu Shuyi, Princess Rongshin was really her Yu, but when she wanted to privately fawn Princess Rongshin, she however said coldly, let the matter drop. Ben Gong do not have such you as a Ji-nu niece. That cold Princess Rongshin that rejected her that time, now said warmly to her, it is also possible to see if Ben Gong is your own Yu. Shen Miao felt that she was most likely dreaming. Seeing her being somewhat startled, the more Princess Rongshin felt that this child was honest and did not have those scheming intentions of the noble young ladies. She pulled her hands over. Ben Gong do not have any children. In the future there is no harm for you to come over to Ben Gong here to visit. She slipped the bracelet from her own wrist and put it in Shen Miao's hands. Take this as Ben Gong's gift for the first meeting. This is too valuable. Shen Miao declined. This bracelet was a double loop sandblasted peony jade and there were a total of 5 gold rings that were interlocking. This was the late great imperial concubine's dowry, which was Princess Rongshin's birth mother's dowry that was given to her when Princess Rongshin got married. In her previous life, Shen Miao saw that Princess Rongshin treasured this bracelet a lot. It is for you to wear. Princess Rongshin smiled. It is only a small plaything. One believed that your family have various jewelry, gold and silver, so do not despise this. How would this official's daughter despise great imperial concubine's bracelet? Shen Miao said, this is just too valuable. Princess Rongshin was surprised for a moment. How do you know that this is great imperial concubine's bracelet? Shen Miao also paused and cursed in her heart. Because she was the mistress of the 6 palaces in her past life, naturally she was familiar with the matters of the womenfolk of the palace, but in this life she was only the daughter of an official, thus one would not know such a private matter of the imperial family. Seeing Princess Rongshin's skeptical gaze, Shen Miao had a sudden inspiration and smiled. One heard little Xie Marquis mentioning before. Little Xie Marquis and your Princess Highness's relationship is close and he would often mention about your Princess Highness. So it is like this. Princess Rongshin's face softened down and said with gratification, Ben Gong also treated him as one's own child for all these years, it is good that he still have a conscience. Speaking of that, her gaze towards Shen Miao was not the same, but he actually told such a matter to you. Shen Miao's body stiffened and heard Princess Rongshin said, it seemed that he had truly treated you as a friend. Princess Rongshin sighed. Jingxing, this child, even though he looks somewhat stubborn and obstreperous, he is a good one. After so many years, Ben Gong had not seen him setting his heart on any young lady before. She smiled delightedly at Shen Miao, you are the first one. Shen Miao secretly thought that this appearance of Princess Rongshin was like she was really Xie Jingxing's birth mother. But Xie Jingxing picked her not because of what romance, one feared that Xie Jingxing was suspicious of her. It was really a headache to take every step while having to deal with that kind of intelligent people. Just at this moment the maid brought over the freshly brewed ginger tea. Princess Rongshin was chatting with Shen Miao and was also watching her drink the ginger tea. The more she casually chatted with Shen Miao, the more Princess Rongshin liked her. She discovered that not only that Shen Miao was not the idiot that was rumored to be, but was also experienced and knowledgeable and even had great magnanimity. Even though it was simply chatting but with each of Shen Miao's actions and her look she wondered how did an unmarried female that was raised in the inner courtyard have such a broad vision. Thinking of the previous matter of Shen Miao in love with Prince Ding, Princess Rongshin was a little concerned in her heart. Even though Prince Ding was also her Jier, but as compared to Fu Shuyi, Princess Rongshin was more biased towards Xie Jingxing. And with such an outstanding young lady like this, Princess Rongshin did not wish her Jier to miss the chance, and thus she kept praising Xie Jingxing as she chatted with her. Princess Rongshin had a cold and old-fashioned character that let alone outsiders, even with relatives including Emperor Wenwei, she would put on a cold appearance, but today to be actually talking pleasingly with an unfamiliar young lady, made everyone's jaws in the princess residence drop. But one did not know that in the previous lifetime when Shen Miao married Fu Shuyi, she looked forward to please all of Fu Shuyi's relatives, so she had inquired a lot on Princess Rongshin and naturally knew to adapt to one's fancy. There was little success in the previous life, but because of the layer of relationship with Xie Jingxing this time, it happened to fit Princess Rongshin's appetite. If she knew that Princess Rongshin was that easy to please, in her previous life she only needed to build a good relationship with Xie Jingxing, why the extra trouble? Talking till a stick of incense almost burned complete, Princess Rongshin then got up and said, the time is not early, if one did not send you back to the residence, one feared that General Shen and Shen Furen would be too anxious. Ben Gong had already prepared the horse carriage to send you back. When she finished speaking, she stood up and called for others. When Shen Miao followed Princess Rongshin out, she was shocked with the disposition of forces. Princess Rongshin's horse carriage was incomparably gorgeous, but what made one shocked was the squad of guards that were wearing swords. Princess Rongshin smiled, there are a lot of people on the streets today. With more people guarding, it would prevent any accidents from happening. There was no way for Shen Miao to refuse the other party's kind intentions. Moreover, by borrowing Princess Rongshin's prestigious disposition of forces, she could fix some people in the Shen residence. She accepted the goodwill and relayed her thanks to Princess Rongshin before going up the horse carriage. The crowds on the Ding capital street had not reduced even till now since the fireworks were really set off the entire night. And when such an ostentatious entourage of people and carriage appeared, it was indeed eye-catching. On the wall on the corner of the street, there was a youth with a fox coat who was standing on it, and there was a middle-aged strong guy standing behind. The strong guy said, Her Princess Highness actually sent so many guards to send Shen young lady back. Aunt Rong is not a person that can bin fawn easily. That youth said with interest, this young lady of the Shen family really have great ability. The middle-aged person remained silent until he suddenly heard that the youth beside spoke, how about the survivors that were caught today? Replying master, all of them were locked in the tower prison. 3 of those were suicide soldiers and had already committed suicide by consuming poison. The remaining 3 had their jaws unhinged and refused to say anything. Then pick one and break his bones. Do not let a single inch of his body off. I do not need to teach the logic of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Yes, the strong man hesitated, those that sneaked into the city. Find them out and kill without pardon. The flow of people in the Ding capital was bustling, but there was danger and unsettledness under the bustle. But there were no traces of all that in the general's residence. Within the main hall of the Shen residence, everyone was standing solemnly. Shen Shen and wife were standing in the middle and could not conceal their worries while Shen Chu was filled with annoyance. After searching for the entire night they were unable to find Shen Miao's whereabouts. Shen Shen and wife were not fools and knew that in such a situation, most likely she was not abducted by kidnappers. Who would not care that within a few steps the Shen family guards were present and still kidnapped Shen Miao? Normal kidnappers would not take such a big risk, thus one feared that someone was out for revenge. Shen Shen and wife did not know the matter of Prince Yu's residence, but Shen Chu was well aware of it. Shen Miao was more or less involved with the extermination of Prince Yu's entire household, and if Prince Yu's residence's faction was determined to take revenge for their master, one could imagine what kind of ending would Shen Miao have if she fell into their hands. Shen Shen even dispatched the Shen family's army and also secretly informed the city garrison to bring up their guards. They even searched house to house in the capital and were unable to find anything, thus as time passes, Shen Shen and the few of them almost went crazy. Chen Ruchu gently and tenderly spoke, eldest brother and eldest Sao, the matter cannot go on like this. Why not? Report it to the authorities. If the authorities are aware, it would mean that the capital administrator could come forward to search instead of us. This is another way. Correct. Shen Wan also spoke, eldest brother, the longer the matter drags on, the more disadvantageous it is to little 5. The Shen family had been outside searching and others would be suspicious when they see them. Shen Yu stood behind Chen Ruchu and had her head lowered so that others would not be able to see her raised lips. She deserved it. The news of Shen Miao going missing was the happiest news she heard for the day. She did not need to think more and was only hoping that Shen Miao would be like Shen Qing and lose her innocence before being sent back. From then onwards she would be the only daughter of the Shen family. At that time, so what if Shen Shen and wife have military power in their hands and Shen Chu that older brother is there to protect? Shen Miao's reputation would be destroyed and would not be able to raise her head for the rest of her life. No way. Luo Shuiyan brows tightened and looked fiercely at Chen Ruchu. If one were to make a report to the authorities then Zhao Zhao's reputation would be ruined. The matter of Shen Miao's disappearance, they actually wanted to hide it from the others but the other households of the Shen family were all very alert. Paper after all could not cover fire so Shen Miao's disappearance at the end was uncovered. And Shen Shen and Shen Chu had searched for the entire night unsuccessfully, and could only order their subordinates to continue to search as they headed back to the residence to make plans. Eldest Sao, Chen Ruchu had a sincere face on, as Zhao Zhao's reputation more important than her life. If a girl lost her life because of her reputation, one feared that eldest Sao would regret in the future. Chen Ruchu, who are you cursing? When Luo Shuiyan heard Chen Ruqi's words, she suddenly shouted angrily. She was an impatient one, it was nothing if one say anything about her, but she could not tolerate anyone saying anything bad about Shen Miao, and immediately she fell out with Chen Ruchu. Quarrel what quarrel? Old Shen Furen who all the while had been silent spoke and glared at Luo Shuiyan, you yourself was the one who lost 5th daughter and still lose your temper at someone else. Second one's family said wrongly somehow. Time has passed for so long, if 5th daughter's life is gone then what is the use of reputation? These words on the surface sounded like they were really thinking of Shen Miao, but Luo Shuiyan felt uncomfortable and subconsciously wanted to refute. That is correct eldest Shen. Shen Yuan also spoke, even if one did not report to the authorities, as the Shen family guards keep making such a big ruckus looking for people, one fear that by tomorrow there will be others that have guessed the truth. At that time, what is the difference between reporting and not reporting to the authorities? Shen Yuan already viewed Shen Miao as an eyesore and would be content with nothing less than her destruction. He currently had not yet take action and Shen Miao herself had encountered a misfortune, how could he get by if he did not pour oil onto the fire? Shen Gui was even happier, but he was not used to standing out, and only showed some regret as he said, little 5 is a good child, how could one meet with such a matter? Eldest brother, do you have any enemies? The person Shen Gui hated the most was no other than Shen Xin. The more meritorious Shen Qin's achievements were, the more it suppressed him. Thus if Shen Miao had an accident because of Shen Qin, then Shen Qin would feel guilty for the rest of his life. So Shen Gui pointed the sharp knife towards Shen Qin's heart. Wan Yiniang pulled Shen Dongling over and stood behind Shen Gui. She was just a Yiniang and had no place to speak. Even when she listened to the rest and did not say anything, her hands that were holding Shen Dongling tightened as she was secretly happy that Shen Dongling was not abducted. Shen Dongling lowered her head and one did not know what expression she had on. Enough, eldest one. Be it left or right, it would be known to others. At present reporting to the authorities would perhaps let little fifth to suffer less. Better to report it early. Old Shen Fern said that, but a radiant look flashed in her eyes. What she hated the most was old General Shen's Yuanpei son that suppressed her sons in every matter. It was fortunate that Shen Miao failed to live up to expectation as it made her heart feel so much better. No one knew since when Shen Miao had been suppressing Shen Qing and Shen Yu, and in addition Shen Chu was shaking the residents every day and that made her heart panic. Now it was rare to see Shen Miao fall into bad luck, so old Shen Fern was actually secretly delighted. She could not wait to report to the authorities and let the entire Mingqi know that Shen Miao was abducted by kidnappers. Best was if she lost her innocence so the Shen family's eldest household would not be able to raise their heads, then this would be something to be happy about. Before Shen Qin and Luo Shuiyan spoke, Shen Chu already clenched his fists tightly. He was young and impetuous, but that did not mean that he could not observe the scene. These people on the surface all said to be thinking of Shen Miao, but their eyes were filled with secret delight and gloating as they threw rocks when one was down. It was of no wonder that Shen Miao changed so much in a year, and had now deep thoughts and was so mature that she was not like a child. This was all forced out by the Shen family. There was never a clearer moment like this for him to understand what kind of environment Shen Miao had been living in. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Qin exchanged a look and their eyes were almost fierce and malicious. If one were to say that there were some misunderstandings regarding the fire at the ancestral hall, it was because they did not see the cause of the matter, but this scene was clearly presented in front of them. Luo Shuiyan was furious, but Shen Qin was extremely shocked and disappointed. He treated them with sincerity, respect and even helped them, but when his daughter was in trouble, what he saw was secret delight. Shen Qin suddenly felt that the past picture of loving and happy scenes were so mocking. Shen Yu worriedly said, would these people do anything to fifth younger sister? Fifth younger sister has a good appearance, and one heard that those good-looking young ladies would be sold even further away by the kidnappers. If they were not kidnappers then to use such a great effort, they would not treat fifth younger sister well. As she spoke, 2 tears flowed down as if she was in a very sad state. Shen Dongling, who was quietly standing at the side, saw the ironic scene in front, but still looked on blankly without speaking. Eldest brother, to report the case to the authorities or not? Shen Wan asked. Just at that moment when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, suddenly one heard the voice of a footboy outside. Furren, master, fifth young lady have returned. That footboy ran into the main hall and did not even rest. Fifth young lady was brought back by the people from the princess residence. Everyone first jumped in shock when the footboy said that Shen Miao had returned to the residence, and Shen Qin and wife were pleasantly surprised and have yet to recover to their senses when princess residence words was uttered. It was Shen Wan's whose heart moved and took a step forward and asked, which princess residence? That footboy panted heavily and said with excitement, it is Her Highness Princess Rongxin that sent a lot of people to bring fifth young lady back to the residence. The guards are standing outside the residence's doors. Princess Rongxin. Chen Ruchu's footsteps paused and bit down on her lips all of a sudden. Princess Rongxin disregarded matters of the imperial court, and for the men, it was nothing much, but for women, it was not the same, especially to the circle of noble ladies in the capital. Now all the women folk in the palace all would sell Princess Rongxin a favor, but Princess Rongxin was one who was difficult to get close. She was serious and old-fashioned, and many noble ferns that wanted to fawn her would at the end suffer, and this legendary serious and old-fashioned princess actually personally sent Shen Miao back. Seeing the kind of disposition of forces, it was not low at all. Chen Ruchu's heart almost went crazy with jealousy. Shen Qin and Luo Shuiyan did not say a second word as they ran towards the residence's door. The rest of the people saw that and also followed behind. One saw that there was a dense mass of people at the general's residence's door, and upon coming closer they then saw that they were all guards wearing armor and brandishing swords, which made everyone shocked. There was also a crowd of commoners who gathered to watch. Most likely they did not know what kind of tricks the Shen residence was playing. Shen Qin and Luo Shuiyan were surprised for a moment as it was beyond their expectations to see that many guards. They later saw a person who looked like a female official walking to the horse carriage and supporting Shen Miao down. Luo Shuiyan quickly went out and said worriedly, Zhao Zhao. Shen then looked up and down at Shen Miao, and only when seeing that Shen Miao looked as usual, she then gave a sigh of relief. That female official said smilingly, today when Her Princess Highness was traveling leisurely at the Wanli Lake, as luck would have one saw fifth Shen young lady who had stayed away. The princess's horse carriage accidentally knocked fifth Shen young lady, and thus brought fifth Shen young lady back to rest. One did not expect to have incited General Shen's and Shen Fern's worries. The princess let this servant apologize. The words not only frankly explained how Shen Miao and Princess Rongxin came together. Even though the matter was somewhat strange, but Princess Rongxin had already concluded the matter, so no one dared to question more. With so many guards that attracted so much onlookers, one feared that even if someone wanted to spread any unfavorable rumors, no one would believe them, and that would truly verify Shen Miao's innocence. Behind the crowd, old Shen Fern's face turned green. After waiting for Shen Miao to be unlucky today, unexpectedly a Princess Rongxin appeared, so old Shen Fern started to hate that meddlesome Princess Rongxin. Her Princess Highness is too modest. This Shen person is thankful of Her Princess Highness for saving one's little daughter. Shen Qin replied and bowed. That servant quickly moved sideways to avoid it and smiled. One dare not receive General Shen's bow. Since the person was returned, this servant would leave first. Finishing speaking, she prompted the guards to move, and when they were just about to leave, she suddenly seemed to have remembered something and walked over to Shen Miao's side to say, the princess is extremely fond of fifth Shen young lady and had received too hastily today. Before leaving she had also said that in the future if fifth Shen young lady is free, to visit the princess residence. Her Princess Highness would definitely entertain well. Only when the words were finished did she left with the guards and carriage. Princess Rongxin was very fond of Shen Miao, and also requested Shen Miao to visit the princess residence when she was free. The Shen family were all standing at the residence doors and were stunned with the last sentence of the female official. Shen Yu almost wrung the handkerchief in her hands into pieces. She naturally knew about Princess Rongxin and knew how difficult it was to get close with this princess. One did not know what kind of demonic magic Shen Miao used that even Princess Rongxin had a whole new level of respect for her, and to even build a relationship with the imperial family. Like that would not one be able to have a relationship with His Highness Prince Ding in the future. This time Shen Yu was genuinely anxious. Shen Dongling's eyes moved and she heard Wan Yiniang envious voice, fifth young lady is really lucky. This is actually the princess. Shen Yuan scoffed and did not take one more look at the residence's door and left with a brush of his sleeves. Shen Miao smiled gently to the Shen family. One had made everyone worry today. Her words had lightly sketched out everything, but it immediately made Shen Qin and wife to remember the faces of the Shen family just now, and their expression became somewhat ugly. Seeing that Shen Miao was fine, the rest of the Shen family was disappointed and was so angry that they were unable to breathe. After old Shen Furen reprimanded Shen Miao, they all departed with some excuse. Shen Miao followed Shen Chu and the rest towards the western courtyard. Upon seeing Shen Chu's and the rest of their expressions, she evidently understood. Previously she deliberated, delayed and did not let the people of the princess residence to inform the Shen family of her whereabouts. During times of adversity, sincere feelings could be seen and likewise, during times of adversity one could also see hypocrisies. Shen Shen's view of the Shen family could not be changed overnight, just like in her previous life she still had a strain of hope on Fu Shuyi even at her last moments. People could not recover all their feelings overnight, so in order to let Shen Shen totally change his view on the Shen family, a period of time was still required. Just nice, one could take the advantage of this opportunity to let Shen Shen see clearly that the Shen family people were such a pack of wolves. When they were still in the residence, facing with Shen Miao falling into dire straits, how did the Shen family's people hit someone when they were down, and what more Shen Miao had to suffer when Shen Shen was not in the Ding capital? Shen Shen was not a fool and naturally could guess. Sure enough, upon reaching the western courtyard, Shen Shen and Luo Shuiyan carefully asked in detail about some matters tonight, and after confirming she was all right, then instructed Shen Miao to rest early. Both of them left and also called Shen Chu along, obviously to discuss about some matters. After all three of them left, Shen Miao took advantage that no one was around and folded her trousers up and exposed her calf. The wound was bandaged with a white silk cloth and it was as if it still had that someone's hand temperature on it. A night full of unexpected incidents, but one seemed to have a better understanding of Xie Jingxing, but one also felt more dangerous. In the future, it was better not to have any contacts at all. In the eastern courtyard, Shen Yuan was sitting in the room with an uncertain and gloomy expression on. After Ren Wanyan went insane, he rarely went over to visit and was also faintly discernibly distant with Shen Gui. He was not one who valued relationships and loyalty, he could even kill his own younger sister, naturally everything was for his best interest. Tonight one had thought that it would be hard for Shen Miao to escape from this one, but who knew that Shen Miao not only returned intact but also had connected to the princess residence. This made Shen Yuan feel a trace of danger. The opponent's strength was not enough to bring about fear, but what was scary was that this opponent was getting constantly stronger. From an idiotic young lady who could be bullied by anyone, to be one who no one dared to underestimate. Her deep thoughts, her vicious and cruel means, and that even Princess Rongxin, who was such an old-fashioned person, was also subdued by Shen Miao, made one cannot help but think that if in the future, if Shen Miao had the heart and mind, could she find an even more powerful person to back her up. The more people she draw over to her side, could it be that the next one she would be dealing with was him? It was considered a disgrace to Shen Yuan, such a proud person, to consider a little young lady as an opponent. However, he had to admit that because of this little young lady that just reached a marriageable age, his second household fell into such a state. Shen Yuan had never let a future problem that would hinder himself go. Shen Miao had harmed the second household to this state, obviously she would not be benevolent and would one day move the target to him. Shen Miao was not difficult to deal with. The thing that was hard was that behind her there was Shen Shen and Luo Shuiyan. One would still have to take that into consideration, but Shen Yuan looked at the letter in his hands and suddenly smiled. Even though the Shen family's first household had military power, but if there was no qualified successor to carry on one's undertaking, they would only be a pile of mud. One did not know if after removing Shen Miao and Shen Chu, this pair of siblings, would Shen Shen and wife be like Ren Wanyan and go insane with pain. In this wintry new year of Mingqi's 69th year, there was an entire night of snow. The timely snow indicated a year with bumper harvest ahead, making the ordinary folks to be filled with joy as they prayed for the harvest of the coming year. However, to the general's residence in the Ding capital, this must be a special year. The second household of the Shen family had lost a daughter, and their family matriarch also went crazy. Moreover, the most powerful eldest household seemed to be in discord with the other two households and was not as close as in the past, and there were even signs of obvious estrangements. The Huang family that was previously engaged to Shen Qing became total enemies with the Shen family because of Shen Qing's matter, but since Shen Shen and couple were not in the Ding capital all year, they were not furious with them. As for the Wei family who was engaged to Shen Miao, because Luo Shuiyan personally stepped in, they also verified that it was all a misunderstanding. The Wei family was considered honest and did not make things difficult for her. Add that Shen Shen promised to help Wei Darren more in the future during court, the Wei family was naturally happy to sell this favor. With regards to Shen Miao, this new year was considered quite good. No Fu Shuyi, no Prince Yu and even no Ren Wanyan and Shen Qing. Some things were after all changing a step at a time. However, even though she was happy, there was someone who was not happy. In Rong Jingtang, old Shen Furen sat on her seat as Shen Yuanbo crawled around her, but she was somewhat impatient. There was also a resentment look in her shriveled face. The eldest family now do not attach importance to me, and did not even give more money to the public fund this year. The few chests of valuables that the palace bestowed were all locked up in their own courtyard. What are they thinking about? Do they even put any importance to me? Whenever old Shen Furen mentions about the matter, she would get angry. Previously Shen Shen would put all the things that were bestowed from the palace to the public fund every year, because both husband and wife were often not in the Ding capital, other than leaving some little playthings for Shen Miao, most of the things were useless to them. Old Shen Furen had benefited from this numerous times, but now that there were unforeseen changes between Shen Shen and the rest of the Shen family, Shen Shen did not even send over any money, and on old Shen Furen's eyes, this was simply outrageous. Old Furen must not be angry. Perhaps after these few days, eldest master's anger will dissipate and will send the stuff over. The John Mama beside comforted. It is assumed that it was because of the matter of fifth young lady's treatment that made eldest master discontented and unwilling to send the things over. What fifth girl's treatment? Old Shen Furen fumed. For these years, I have provided for her food and drinks and raised her up, and the eldest family is still not satisfied. I see that he does not want to recognize me as a mother. A white-eyed wolf. And that Luo Shuiyan. Now even that fifth girl is so deadly smart, who knows if there was someone behind teaching. When John Mama saw that old Shen Furen was that angry, she stayed silent for a while before she spoke. Now that fifth young lady had grown up, her mind also became serious. But fifth young lady was brought up by old Furen, and previously fifth young lady would obey old Furen's words, so it is seen that she respects old Furen in her heart. It would be good if old Furen called fifth young lady over someday and coax her. Since she is a little young lady, it would definitely be easy to coax. Fifth young lady is most cherished by eldest master and eldest Furen, so if one can control fifth young lady, does not it mean that one can control eldest master's family? This John Mama was also one who was very scheming. In fact, old Shen Furen was at the end a woman amidst winds and dust, meaning a woman in the prostitute's quarter, and her means and tactics were shameful. Thus when talking about being the family matriarch, it was more like she did not have the resources even though she wanted to do it. For so many years if it was not for John Mama giving guidance, one did not know how much jokes would have been made. Old Shen Furen sneered, I still have to coax her. Seeing that girl reminds me of that slut who still possessed master's heart even after being dead for so many years. Everything was biased towards their first household, and now you still want me to please her. I feel disgusted looking at her. John Mama was somewhat helpless and wanted to persuade more, but heard the maid at the door said, second young master, you are here. Shen Yuan strode in. Yuan Seeing Shen Yuan coming in, old Shen Furen's attitude warmed up quite a lot. When Shen Yuanbo, who was on the couch, saw him, he also looked at his own second older brother with a joyous smile. Shen Yuan did not reach his hands out to carry Shen Yuanbo and only smiled, came over to take a look at grandmother. What is there to look at? Old Shen Furen rebuked, but she had a happy expression. Among these grandchildren, her favorite was Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan's studies were outstanding since a young age and also entered an official career, making everyone to praise him and also growing her reputation. Naturally, he was valued the most by old Shen Furen. Was lucky to get a bottle of jade snow cream and specially brought it over to grandmother. Grandmother must not belittle this grandchild's good intentions. Shen Yuan smiled as he handed the bottle in his hands over to old Shen Furen. Old Shen Furen was somewhat surprised, following which she feigned anger. How old I am already to be using this? Are you deliberately angering me? Even so, there was a look of unable to part on her face. Old Shen Furen background after all originated from a songstress, and thus powder and rouge were used non-stop even if one was old. Shen Yuan knew how to adapt to others' taste and was immediately able to sweep her hazy mood away. Grandmother is young, so this kind of good stuff should be used on grandmother. Shen Yuan flattered without any change of expression. Afterwards the grandparent and grandchild said other things. Shen Yuan was shrewd and old Shen Furen originally liked him. In addition, he purposely chose topics that would make old Shen Furen happy. Thus Rong Jingtang's atmosphere was incomparably harmonious that even Shen Yuanbo, who was on the couch, was treated indifferently. After talking for a while, Shen Yuan suddenly seemed to have remembered something and said without intention, speaking of which, grandmother, it seems that after a few days Biao younger sister and Biao younger brother will be coming over. Old Shen Furen was startled before speaking with a cold voice. What Biao younger sister? What Biao younger brother? They will only stay for a few days before leaving. Before old Shen Furen was a songstress, she also had a family. Perhaps it was the family that sold her to the brothel house, and that old Shen Furen's ancestral home was in Suzhou. After old Shen Furen was brought over by General Shen to be his Furen, naturally she severed all ties with that family. It was just that this year do not know how, but that family heard news about Shen Old Furen, and let their pair of grandchildren to come over to the Ding capital saying it was to take a look at Shen Old Furen, but everyone was clear that this was to seek gratuitous help. With old Shen Furen kind of person who acts with mercenary considerations, and after so many years of not seeing, naturally one would not have any feelings for that family. Thus when Shen Yuan mentioned the matter, naturally she was not willing to talk more about it. Shen Yuan said, I have never seen this pair of Biao siblings, and thinking of this, their age would be similar to fifth younger sisters. He sighed. Speaking of which, eldest older brothers returned to the Ding capital this trip. I heard that eldest Bo and eldest Bo Mu are selecting young ladies that caught his fancy. Most likely they are worrying about big matters for him. Shen Chu is selecting a wife. Old Shen Furen suddenly sat straight up. I did not know of this matter. Yuan do you know which family's young lady did they pick? That, one did not know. Shen Yuan thought a little, but with eldest Bo's and eldest Bamu's family status, naturally they would select young ladies with families that have larger power in court, then it would be adding flowers on brocade. With eldest brother's current prospects, one believed that with eldest Sao's resident support, he would only be like a powerful tiger and go up to the next level. The more Shen Yuan said as such, the uglier old Shen Furen's face became. After a long period of time she then said sourly, one have to see if the other young lady take a fancy of him. Shen Yuan only put on an unknowing look and said with no intentions, but the most important thing is that it is to eldest brother liking. If eldest brother fancy, then the eldest household would not matter. If one were to say, it might be our little Biao young sister who eldest brother fancy, and at that time it would be cementing the ties by marriage. What kind of nonsense are you speaking about? Old Shen Furen frowned and subconsciously refuted Shen Yuan's words. What kind of identity does she have? How would that eldest one's family be interested? I only casually speak about it. Grandmother need not be concerned about it. Shen Yuan smiled and changed the topic. After a few more words he then took his leave, but when he was leaving he quietly gave a look at Zhang Mama. After Shen Yuan left, old Shen Furen kept thinking about what Shen Yuan said before. On one hand, she knew that Shen Yuan's words were outrageous, as even if Shen Xin and wife were open-minded, they would not be able to fancy that family's low-born identity. Moreover, Shen Chu was not one with lust, so this matter was as difficult as to ascend to the heavens. But on the other hand, old Shen Furen's heart was moved by Shen Yuan's words. If Shen Chu found a noble family's young lady, his influence would increase by another level. Old Shen Furen could not stand seeing Shen Chu doing well, so how could she just watch as his wings grew plump? If he were to marry her family's grandniece, not only it would not be better for him, it will also pull the Shen family's eldest household down and would be Shen Chu's hindquarter. This is then good. As Zhang Mama pounded on old Shen Furen's shoulder, she softly said, Old Furen, actually this old servant also felt that there is some truth to second young master's words. After pausing she then said, think about it, if eldest young master married Biao young lady, old ties will be cemented by marriage. Biao young lady is on old Shen Furen's side, so things would be easier to do. She whispered, if the marriage is successfully done, in the future matters of money would be easy. Is not Biao young lady's money your money? When these words were spoken, old Shen Furen's eyes brightened. Correct. If Shen Chu married the grandniece from home, naturally the grandniece would be her people. Controlling Shen Chu means controlling the eldest household. Zhang Mama continued, it would be even better if Biao young master and fifth young lady get also together. In the future all the wealth of the eldest household would belong to old Furen. Old Shen Furen's heart moved as Zhang Mama's every words nipped into her, and made her so happy that her heart was like flowers in full bloom. Thinking of being able to wrest the wealth from the eldest household and also secretly create chaos within the eldest household, made old Shen Furen very happy. But after a moment she started to get worried. Speaking about it is easy, but that grandniece and grandnephew of mine are all from small families. It is not like the eldest household had never seen the outside world, how would they look up on them? My old Furen, Zhang Mama laughed, you had forgotten the past tactics. How complicated can the matters be between man and woman? One only need to slightly use one brain and nothing is impossible. Her words had hooked old Shen Furen to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. In a moment later, old Shen Furen also smiled. Most likely she wanted to smile charmingly, but because one was old, it looked weird. That old state of spring made her look especially ugly as she said, that said, when a man enjoys and female loves, it is just those little matters. Finishing she gave a look to Zhang Mama, and when both of them saw the deeper meaning behind each other's eyes, old Shen Furen said, someone come and bring the box in my room. One had not yet seen my grandniece and grandnephew and one should give them a present for the first meeting. Outside the room, Shen Yuan looked at the low laughter from Rong Jingtang, and a trace of a cold smile appeared in his eyes as he slowly walked out of the courtyard. In the western courtyard, Shen Miao passed 10 pieces of banknotes to Mo Qing. Go to Baoshan Lu and look for a young lady by the name of Lu Ying. I have already inquired that 100 liang ancient currency taels would be enough to buy one night of hers. Take the money and sit with her for a night and do not do anything at all. Go back there once every 3 days. Shen Miao said. When Mo Qing heard the three words Bao Shanglu, his face became somewhat green, and when he heard that Shen Miao wanted him to head there to look for that whatever young lady Lu Ying, his face changed from green to red and delayed in taking the bank notes and looked at Shen Miao. Young lady, you are joking with this subordinate. When have you seen me joking with others? Shen Miao had a serious face on. Mo Qing thought a little, since he had known Shen Miao till now, she was very methodical and did not play any jokes on others before. But, it was too outrageous to want him to go to a brothel. Mo Qing shook his head and whimpered as his face blushed. Young lady, this subordinate. Why does this subordinate need to go to Bao Shanglu? Shen Miao looked at him. Speaking of which, even after following her for so long in her past life, she had not seen Mo Qing involved with any young lady. After being a clean male for so many years, she had thought that it was due to the many palace rules, but who knew that this temperament of Mo Qing and his humming and hawing would be like a commanding guard. She said, get you to go then you should just go. If that young lady Lu Ying asks you why do you do so, you should not say anything. In short, listen carefully, just be a mute. Mo Qing. Seeing that Mo Qing still had a look on reluctance on, Shen Miao said sternly, you do not even listen to my words anymore. This subordinate dare not, Mo Qing quickly said. After saying that, he felt some frustration as he was an 8 Kai of a true man and considered to have little opponents under Shen Chu's troops. Why was his heart panicking when Shen Miao roared? It was reasonable to say that he was here to protect Shen Miao, but when he was under Shen Chu, he was not so cautious with him. Could it be that after he had followed Shen Miao, his sense of servitude had become this strong? One was still puzzled after much thought but heard that Shen Miao continued speaking. I heard that young lady Lu Ying is heavenly charming, and have lots of tricks and means that there were countless who had fallen to the stones beneath her dress. Even though she was not considered the symbol of Bao Shanglu, she is still a very popular young lady. I selected you because one knows that you are an upright gentleman and also have a strong resolve. Letting you sit for a night meant sitting for the entire night. Do not take advantage of the opportunity to do other things. If the matter is mucked up then you no longer need to stay in the Shen family's army anymore. Mo Qing's face turned green and then red as he had never ever felt this hard pressed before. Disregarding the fact that Shen Miao had said it that explicitly, she actually used a gaze to closely examine his entire body, and stopped for a moment at that particular area at his waist. If it was not that Shen Miao was the mistress, one feared that Mo Qing would have turned around and leave in a huff. He felt like weeping but had no tears, and did not know how did Shen Miao develop such a temperament. To look at him that openly, Mo Qing felt like he was a piece of pork on the chopping board. Seeing that Mo Qing's face has turned purple, Shen Miao then let him go with a wave, go then. Remember what I have said. Mo Qing ran out like a wisp of smoke. Jing Jie was returning back from outside and spoke when she saw him. What is with guard Mo? He seems to be in great pain. What happened? Mo Qing had always worked calm and composed and it was the first time seeing him in such tough straits. Nothing, just embarrassed. Shen Miao said, how about the matter of inquiry? Just as Jing Jie was curious what Shen Miao was referring to when she said embarrassed, she heard her question and answered, have inquired clearly. The Biao young lady and Biao young master of Old Fern's maiden family would be arriving 2 days later. Really? Shen Miao lightly smiled. Is that Biao young lady's name Jing Chu Chu? How does young lady know? Jing Jie was surprised. Shen Miao did not speak as she lowered her head to cover the killing desire in her eyes. Naturally she knew. She was her previous life's eldest Sao. 2 days later the skies were clear. Shen Miao woke up early and saw Shen Chu and Shen Shin sparring swords out at the courtyard. The day was cold but both of them were drenched in sweat, and the guards that were surrounding them were secretly applauding. Just as the spirits were at the highest, one saw old Shen Fern's maid, Shi'er, running over and mentioned that old Shen Fern wanted everyone to head over to Rong Jingtang quickly, as her maiden family's Biao young lady and Biao young master had arrived. Shen Chu scratched his head and said oddly, which Biao young lady and Biao young master? Why do I not know? Luo Shuiyan on the contrary quickly understood, it is the old Taitai side of relatives. Previously one had never heard of them before, one did not know why they suddenly came over. Shen Shin had no reaction to this. Old Shen Fern was his stepmother but old Shen Fern's background had determined that she could not be seen in public. Moreover after so many years, there were no news of her maiden family's side and one only knew that they were Suzhou people. But for the junior generation to come to the Ding capital from afar, and also to be valued by old Shen Fern this much, they could only go up and put up a show. Shen Chu put down the sword and went back with Shen Shin to change to another set of clothes but when he looked back, he saw Shen Miao standing at the doors with a hard and cold look on her face. He could not help but walk over to ask, why is younger sister suddenly unhappy? Just now it was still all good. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and looked at Shen Chu as she smiled, it is of no matter. There were already people that reached Rong Jingtang and one could heard old Shen Fern's laughter. Ever since Shen Qing's accident, old Shen Fern had been putting on a sullen face and had not been this happy, thus Shen Shin and Luo Shuiyan were somewhat surprised. When the few of them stepped into Rong Jingtang, they saw that Chen Ruchu's and Shen Gui's households were all present and at the moment there was a male and female standing in front of old Shen Fern. When old Shen Fern saw that Shen Shin and the rest came, she said to the two of them, this is your Dao Bofu's family. And said to Shen Shin, this is my brother's grandson and granddaughter, Guansheng and Chu Chu. Jing Guansheng, Jing Chu Chu. When the two of them heard this, they quickly turned and greeted Shen Shin and entourage in a rush. Shen Miao stood there without moving and calmly sized the two of them up. Jing Guansheng was 18 and Jing Chu Chu was 16 this year. They were all at the peak of their youth. Jing Guansheng looked ordinary and was slightly fat but his complexion was fair and had some literary air. He wore a plain brown robe and the material was considered of a good quality, tailored fittingly and in good taste. It was just that his pair of eyes had some shrewdness in them which wiped off that little literary air. However this Jing Chu Chu really looked not bad. Perhaps old Shen Fern's maiden family was naturally good looking, as Jing Chu Chu actually had some similarity with old Shen Fern, like that look of a pretty daughter from a humble family, but the sharpness that old Shen Fern had when she was young was much more restrained on Jing Chu Chu. The light green silk chiffon dress and the green lotus color jacket were particularly exquisite. Those flowery colors and moonlight appearance made her look pretty but she was very shy and bashful. Even though she spoke and greeted, her eyes were always staring straight on the ground as she dared not raise her head to look at others. When they were greeting Shen Miao smiled, why is Biao Jia only look at the floor? My shadow is not on the floor. Jing Chu Chu was stumped and raised her head as she looked at her at a complete loss before looking at old Shen Fern again. Old Shen Fern suddenly frowned and said, Chu Chu just arrived here and is afraid of strangers. Fifth girl be more courteous. Old Shen Fern did not have the least qualm to shield one's shortcomings and at the same time Shen Shin and the few changed their expressions. They would not let Shen Miao feel wronged by unknown relatives that did not have a strand of blood relations, so their initial impression of Jing Chu Chu immediately cooled down. Old Shen Fern was unaware of it but Shen Yuan frowned and quietly glanced at Shen Miao. Shen Miao said beaming, afraid of strangers. No problem, stay a few more days and one would not be afraid anymore. One would get familiar with this place after all. Her words seemed cordial and had some rare kind of warmth but when heard by smart people, one would not feel that that was the case. Jing Chu Chu smiled shyly at Shen Miao before lowering her head again to twist the handkerchief in her hands. It seemed that she would blush if she took an additional look. However, it was Jing Guangshen, who was standing at the side, that faced Shen Miao and smiled in a cultured and refined manner. Shen Miao's gaze had never fell onto Jing Guangshen. She kept staring at Jing Chu but was able to hear the grinding of her own teeth. Jing Chu was always like this, shy and bashful, not the least scheming, and always kept her head down timidly, as if everyone was able to bully her. Thus when the incident happened and one saw her and Shen Chu lying on the bed drunk, everyone then scolded Shen Chu worse than a beast. But who could think that this kind of young lady who looked as pure as white paper, would at the end put a green hat on Shen Chu, and because of the manslaughter of the adulterer, Shen Chu was sent to prison. All the mistakes that were made in the army after the marriage and that Shen Chu fell off the horse and broke his leg, most likely involved Jing Chu. And at the end Shen Chu's corpse was found in the pond by others, but Jing Chu fled without a trace with the first household's money. Nothing was more poisonous than a woman's heart. But Shen Miao found that this rabbit-like docile face in front of her was more poisonous and sinister than a snake. Even though Shen Chu did not like her, after marrying Jing Chu, he still treated her sincerely. With Shen Chu's character, he would absolutely not let Jing Chu suffer. But Jing Chu was out and out white-eyed wolf. Shen Miao kept on staring at Jing Chu that even Shen Chu, who was a careless one, also felt that something was wrong and asked puzzled, younger sister. Jing Guanshen also said, why is fifth younger sister keep on staring at Chu? Jing Chu took a step back and nervously tilted her body to let Jing Guanshen block Shen Miao's line of sight, seemingly afraid. Shen Miao gently smiled. Biao Jia is just too beautiful, thus one was not careful and had overlooked. Shen Yu bit her lips. Now that Shen Miao's appearance was gradually developing, she had already seized much of her limelight. Now with an additional Jing Chu, her heart was extremely uncomfortable. Jing Chu blushed and softly said to Shen Miao, younger sister is the one that is beautiful. Shen Miao smiled and did not comment. Old Shen Fern lightly coughed twice before saying, since Chu and Guanshen has arrived, they are our residence's guests. Fifth girl and eldest boy, do bring them around for a spin on normal days. Obviously there were still Shen Yuan and Shen Yu, otherwise there was still Shen Dongling. There were more than Shen Miao and Shen Chu, two grandchildren in the Shen residence, but against expectations she urged both of them repeatedly. Shen Miao's lips slightly hooked up and she glanced over at Jing Chu who had her head lowered before smiling very warmly. I naturally would take care of older sister. Her face had been delicate and pretty, but in this house full of womenfolk, there was a kind of calm air, and with that slow blooming smile just now, there was an unspeakable charm. It was still alright with Jing Chu, but Jing Guansheng looked till he was silly. Seeing Shen Miao behaving as such, old Shen Fern was extremely satisfied. She smiled, that being the case, you all can withdraw. I still have some things to talk with Chu. After so many years of not seeing, one did not know if the family is doing well. Old Shen Fern had a kind and devoted expression, but when it landed in Chen Ruchu's eyes, there was additional meaning. But she only complied respectfully and followed everyone out of Rong Jingtang. Outside Rong Jingtang, Jing Guanshen faced Shen Miao and said, what does fifth younger sister like to do at home? Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan walked in front and did not hear this conversation, but it was Shen Chu who heard it and vigilantly walked over to Shen Miao's side and looked at Jing Guanshen without speaking. Shen Miao gently smiled, nothing much, just read some books. Coincidentally, I too like to read books in the residence. Jing Guansheng smiled, most probably can teach Biao Mei a little. Shen Miao glanced at him and the look of contempt in her eyes was so evident that Shen Chu also felt it. He was surprised and felt it was unexpected. How was Shen Miao so unfriendly to someone she met for the first time, but he only heard Shen Miao speaking, forget about it. One think that there would not be much books at Bioja's residence to teach me. One better send over some books to Biao Jie, they are all loan copies. To go as far as to not disguise the dislike for the other's poor family background made Jing Guansheng's face to suddenly stiffen. In Rong Jingtang, old Shen Fern was pulling Jing Chu hand and said benevolently, to have such vivid and fresh appearance at such a young age. Not sure if one had already been in a match make. Jing Chu said softly, replying old Fern, not yet. That cannot be. Old Shen Fern's smile got much deeper. With this kind of looks and heart, it would be good if you were able to be my Shen family's granddaughter-in-law. Jing Chu head was lowered and her face was even redder, but her hands gradually clenched. Her Jing family was only ordinary traders, and hearing that grandfather has a sister who flourished in the Ding capital, then let them both grandchildren head to the capital, hoping for them to be supported a little. Earlier on when they reached the Shen residence, Jing Chu's eyes were blurred with the Shen residence's riches, and if she was married into the general residence, not only would she not worry about food and clothes for the rest of her life, she would also be a Fern of a big household. How would Jing Chu's heart not be excited? It was just that it was not shown on the surface. Old Shen Fern patted her hand and smiled, your age is very compatible with the first one's Chuer. Our Chuer is a deputy general, and even better thing is that he does not have any partner to marry yet. From the first day since Jing Chu and Jing Guansheng came to visit, there was a subtle change in the atmosphere in the Shen residence. Everyone knew that old Shen Fern was selfish and stingy by nature and was not warm or magnanimous, but facing the grandnephew and grandniece from her maiden family that she had not met for so many years, she did not show any cold expression, but treated them so very kind and warmly that she often gave them gifts and money. However, these two people actually seemed to intend to stay in the residence for a long time, as there were no intentions of leaving. Because old Shen Fern treated them politely, when the servants saw that they also treated them politely. In the eastern courtyard of the Shen residence, at one of the side rooms of Kai Yunyuan, Wan Yinyang was knotting a string bag, and the colorful strings quickly formed a complex shape as she spoke to Shen Dongling, who was sitting behind the folding screen practicing calligraphy. Has old Fern changed her temperament? This good treatment towards Biao young lady and Biao young master is almost better than Linger's already. There are no mistakes in old Fern's calculations. Shen Dongling sat behind the folding screen and her facial color was much better than before, at least it was not as pale as previously. Now that Shen Gui come over often to Wan Yinyang's to sit, he also started to give her more attention and sent over a lot of nutritious herbs. Shen Gui's attitude gave a clue to everyone in Kai Yunyuan, but some people still had the wait-and-see attitude, as even though Ren Wanyun went crazy, there was still a young master, Shen Yuan. No matter if Wan Yinyang was able to regain favor, Shen Dongling was after all only a daughter. Linger also felt that it is somewhat odd. Wan Yinyang's hand stopped, but for what reasons does old Fern treat those two people for? Shen Dongling smiled. Old Fern naturally hoped that some people would be attracted to young lady and young master. Wan Yinyang suddenly smartened up and understood it. She looked towards Shen Dongling. Who does old Fern want them to be close with? Small family without any power or prospects, and also from old Fern's maiden family. Shen Dongling carefully placed her brush down. Whoever old Fern hate the most, naturally it would be them. Just as Shen Dongling was speaking, in the western courtyard at the training courtyard for swordplay, Shen Chu and Shen Xin just finished practicing a round and let their subordinates continue practicing, while they got ready to rest a while when they saw a yellow-clad young female walking over towards the courtyard. This young female had a countenance of a flower and face like the moon with a delicate and timid appearance. There was also a bamboo basket around her wrist which was carried in a way where it made one look pitiful. She walked over to the edge of the courtyard and lowered her head as she called out, Biao older brother. Biao Shu. It was precisely Jing Chu. Luo Shuiyan was currently at another end giving pointers to soldiers, and Shen Shen and Shen Chu were somewhat surprised upon seeing Jing Chu Chu. Shen Chu took a step forward and said, "What is Biao younger sister here for?" When he spoke the words Biao younger sister, he felt not used to them because after all he had never seen Jing Chu Chu for all these years, and to suddenly gain an additional Biao younger sister, it was difficult for anyone to accept it. Jing Chu Chu smiled shyly and placed the bamboo basket around her wrist down on a stone platform before speaking softly. Chu Chu had personally made some snacks. Thinking that Biao older brother and the rest would be tired after practicing swordplay, one made these things, hoping that Biao older brother and Biao Shu would not despise. After which she lowered her head to open the lid and took out a few dishes of snacks out of it. Those snacks were made delicately and smelt sweet and fragrant. Shen Shen had not yet said anything, but Shen Chu the glutton was already swallowing his saliva. Shen Shen was also somewhat comforted that even though she was timid and delicate, it looked like she treated others sincerely. Other than being a little timid, a young lady who was skillful at making snacks would be welcomed by others, especially when this young lady looked good too. Luo Shuiyan was a female general, how would she know how to make soup? Thus Shen Shen and Sun had a good impression of such a young lady who can cook like this. Jing Chu Chu said, had received hospitality for these days so one's heart felt guilty. Chu Chu does not have any ability and can only make some snacks to show one's appreciation. Look at this, even know how to recompense on a debt of gratitude. Shen Shen and Sun liked people who were well-mannered and thoughtful the best. Military generals valued relationships and Jing Chu Chu's performance was indeed not bad. Shen Chu said, Biao younger sister do not need to worry and just treat this as your home. There is no talk about hospitality in one family. Jing Chu Chu lowered her head down shyly and Shen Chu picked up a piece of pastry before speaking with a smile, then I would not be polite. Just as he was about to bite down, he suddenly heard a voice from behind, eldest brother. Shen Chu turned around. He did not know when did Shen Miao come over and just stood at the edge of the courtyard with 4 maids behind her as she gazed chilly at him. He did not know why but Shen Chu actually felt a guilty conscience in his heart. He subconsciously placed the pastry down and asked, why younger sister came over. Shen Miao did not respond and lifted her foot to walk over to them. When she was nearer, one was able to see the 4 maids, Gu Yu, Jing Jie, Bai Lu and Shuang Zhong, were each holding a basket in their hands. Shen Shen asked, Zhao Zhao, what are the baskets holding? The weather today is somewhat cold so one thought that everyone would be thirsty when practicing swordplay so one made soup. Shen Miao lightly swept a look at Shen Chu and a chill went down Shen Chu's back as he heard Shen Miao speaking, let those soldiers come over to drink the soup. The mushroom chicken soup has been stewed since the early morning and it is good to warm one's body up. I will go and call. Aji who was standing by Shen Chu's side saw it and in a short time was overjoyed. He ran over to the other side of the field and in a short while, dozens of soldiers followed back to the courtyard. Shen Miao let Jing Jie and the rest serve the soup to everyone. These soldiers were Shen Shen's and Shen Chu's most capable subordinates, thus they were directly placed in the general's residence. When the soldiers saw that there was soup to drink, they were very happy and said with smiles, young lady is considerate of us. Young lady really have a good heart. Coarse people were actually the easiest to win over and Shen Miao deeply knew this logic. After Aji drank a mouthful of soup, he exclaimed surprised, this soup is really not bad. In a few moments he finished it and handed it to Jing Jie, another bowl. Jing Jie rolled her eyes at Aji, of course it is good to drink. This was personally brewed by our young lady. Shen Shen and Shen Chu heard this and were surprised for a moment. Shen Chu said, younger sister personally brewed. Yes, Shen Miao said lightly. Do not drink, it all belongs to this old one. Shen Shen hollered loudly, all are not allowed to drink. He rushed over to Gu Yu and roared, give me one big bowl. Luo Shuiyan had just drank the white thick soup and was very surprised, Zhao Zhao, this soup is actually made by you. When did your culinary skills progress this much? The aroma of the soup floated around and naturally it attracted the yearning of others. Shen Miao eyes dropped as she said with a smile, just casually made it. In her previous life, in order to gain Fu Shuyi's favor in the beginning years, she honed her culinary skills and after she went over to Qin country, she learned many difficult recipes from those people who deliberately made things difficult for her. Speaking of which, she was one who had the personal experiences of 2 countries' royal families' dishes and had deeper knowledge than normal people. As for young ladies from small families who came over to the Ding capital for the first time, Shen Miao's eyes swept towards Jing Chu Chu. Jing Chu Chu was standing behind a pillar and this time she did not lower her head, but bit her lips as she watched on with teary eyes at the coarse people drinking lively, as if she had suffered lots of grievances. One would feel that a deborn young lady's personally brewed soup was much more precious than a Biao young lady's snacks. Moreover Shen Miao even gave a portion to every soldier in the courtyard, thus in comparison to Jing Chu Chu who only prepared snacks for Shen Shen and Sun, she was considered too stingy and could not be taken to public. Jing Chu Chu was ashamed and angry and her gaze towards Shen Miao had a trace of hatred. Shen Chu also wanted to drink the soup but Gu Yu and the rest did not give him any. Shen Chu also detected this and guessed that it was most probably that Shen Miao was angry with him, but was unsure what did he do wrong so he looked at Shen Miao anxiously. Shen Miao waited till everyone almost finished the soup then let Bai Lu bring out a bowl from the utmost bottom layer of the basket and said, you like it sweet so honey was included in this bowl. Drink it. Younger sister is great. Shen Chu was overjoyed and drank it up in big mouthfuls when he took the bowl over. His gluttonous look made Shen Miao somewhat unbearable to stare. Those soldiers who had drank Shen Miao's personally brewed soup were half touched and half fond of it. Naturally they flattered Shen Miao another round, and felt that Shen Miao did not have the noble temperament of a bossy and indulged young female, but was amiable, approachable and beautiful looking. She was simply like an angel. Shen Miao was surrounded by the soldiers and Jing Chu Chu was completely left out in the cold. She had the desire to leave a few times but at the end she bit her teeth and stayed. When everyone went back to practice their swordplay, Shen Shen and Luo Shuiyan also went over and Shen Chu was sitting on the stone lion to rest. Shen Miao then walked over to Jing Chu Chu's side and said smilingly, Biao older sister snacks are not badly made but people who practice martial arts would feel tired and thirsty after practicing swordplay, and you still made snacks which would have made their mouth drier. Shen Miao said beaming, next time, it is better to brew soup instead. Jing Chu Chu's face was green and white. Shen Miao's words were obviously exposing her guise of sending the snacks. Her intentions were not for the people practicing else she would not have brought over dry stuff. Even though she was angry in her heart, on the surface Jing Chu Chu bowed her head in a panic, as if she was frightened, many thanks to Biao younger sister's pointers. Chu Chu will take note. Finishing, she looked towards Shen Chu with pleading eyes, hoping that Shen Chu would help her out of the situation. Unfortunately even though Shen Chu had a sincere and utterly honest personality, he was like a wooden lump of wood who knows no romance in matters of men and female relationships and only felt unfathomable with Jing Chu Chu's gaze. It was Shen Miao who laughed upon seeing this. Just now eldest brother wanted to eat Biao older sister's pastry, then eat it now. Shen Chu waved his hands, just had a bowl of soup and one is currently somewhat full and will not be able to eat it. Later we'll eat it. Shen Miao was very satisfied. The bowl of soup that was given to Shen Chu was extra big, and she did not believe that after Shen Chu had finished this bowl of soup, he would still have the space in his stomach to eat Jing Chu Chu's snacks. Unless Shen Chu was a pig. Jing Chu Chu was somewhat disappointed. Shen Chu stood up and said, I will also go and practice again. And then he headed to the courtyard. Seeing Shen Chu's diminishing back view, Jing Chu was somewhat not resigned to it and wanted to say something, but could only bit her lips as she watched. Shen Miao smiled gently and pat her hand. One fear that Biao older sister's snacks would not be nice to eat when it is cold. If Biao older sister does not mind, it can be sent over to second older brother. Second older brother. Jing Chu looked puzzled at Shen Miao. Yes. Shen Miao smiled. Like my eldest brother and the rest here, they would be at the bitter cold land in the northwestern region all year round, so they would not appreciate these exquisite things, but my second older brother is different. He entered officialdom at a young age and even took up duty in the capital, so his future prospects are limitless. Shen Miao shook her head and sighed. Unfortunately, there is no one to take care of his well-being. Males are often no meticulous with food and clothes, and Biao older sister's Suzhou snacks perhaps would suit his taste. When Jing Chu heard this, there was some uncertainty in her eyes. But she heard Shen Miao laughter. Perhaps in the future when second older brother have a wife, he would most likely be able to enjoy culinary treats. One did not know which young lady would have the good fortune to be my second Sao. Biao older sister does not know, but my second older brother is the man of many official families' young lady's heart. Second young master. Jing Chu hesitated a little before asking, does not have any young lady in mind till this day. Shen Miao said with a sigh, second older brother is busy with court matters all day. How could there be time to look at young ladies? Jing Chu had some thoughts, but Shen Miao did not expose them. After speaking some more and seeing that Shen Chu did not have any intention of stopping, it would be somewhat strange if Jing Chu continued waiting, so she then left. After Jing Chu left, Shen Chu then came over and looked at Shen Miao carefully for a while before saying, younger sister, why are you so strange today? How am I strange? Shen Miao said in a bad mood, is eldest brother angry about me interrupting you eating Biao older sister's snacks? I did not mean that. Shen Chu's anxious face was somewhat red, but he heard Shen Miao waved her hands uncaringly, never mind. But now you are at an ideal age and a number of young ladies are watching you and waiting anxiously. In the future when one pick a Sao Sao, one must open the eyes big. Shen Chu understood these words and he reluctantly said, what is younger sister talking about? Biao younger sister did not have that meaning. She only came over to give some snacks. If you really like her, then go ahead and eat all of it. After finishing speaking, Shen Miao walked away without even turning her head back. At this moment, Shen Chu had never seen Shen Miao being so angry with him and jumped in shock, and could only watch as Shen Miao walked further away. On the way back to the room, Gu Yu said, is it that young lady do not like Biao young lady? Else why would one be that angry? Yes, I do not like. Shen Miao massaged her heart. She really hated Jing Chu to the extreme. For such a prideful person like Shen Chu, to break his legs, let him wear a green hat making him a cuckold and at the end send him to prison for a crime of murder. Such a snake-hearted female, she could not wait to skin Jing Chu. But Shen Chu had a kind temperament and would not understand that one's heart was that bad, so when she saw that Shen Chu was almost confused by Jing Chu's fake appearance, Shen Miao started fuming. But why does young lady mention second young master to Biao young lady? Gu Yu said, perhaps Biao young lady would turn her interest towards second young master. Shen Miao did not deliberately send away the few maids when speaking to Jing Chu, so Gu Yu could also heard the meaning behind Shen Miao's words. Shen Miao shook her head. She is not stupid. If she was moved by my few words, then she would not be Jing Chu. Shen Miao smiled gently, but it is good to have some intentions of change. The few maids were somewhat baffled and did not understand why Shen Miao treated this seemingly timid and delicate Biao young lady like a big enemy. Baoshanlu was the biggest money-squandering establishment in the Ding capital. Since brothels were classified into 3rd, 6th and 9th ranks, then Baoshanlu would definitely be considered as the top ranked in the Ding capital. A casually chosen young lady would be able to be the face of a normal brothel, be it thin or plump, feisty or gentle, cute, delicate or innocent, as long as one was able to think about it, Baoshanlu would have. And therefore the prices of the young ladies in Baoshanlu were the most expensive. Beautiful young ladies were at the door waving scented handkerchiefs to welcome the guests. A male wearing fine clothes walked in and attracted a few glances from the surrounding young ladies. Those who were able to come to Baoshanlu were the rich and most of them were gentlemen from wealthy families or officials, but this male did not look like he was from a wealthy family and the murderous air around him made the young ladies to retreat. A red-clad middle-aged female walked out and saw him before smiling. Gentleman Mo came again. Is it to look for Lu Ying again? Mo Qing nodded his head and took out a piece of a banknote for the person in front. When that female got the banknote, she smiled in satisfaction. Gentlemen, please follow me in to bring you up now. Lu Ying had been waiting for you for these days. Mo Qing forcefully restrained the uncomfortable feelings in his heart and followed this person up with an undaunted face. The young ladies of Baoshanlu were the most expensive and similarly the young ladies of Baoshanlu were the best. Even though Lu Ying was not considered the number one in Baoshanlu, she was famously beautiful, but this was only relative to the rumors outside. In actual fact, there were always new young ladies coming in every day and each had different appearances and talents. Men were always enamored with the new and bored with the old, so Lu Ying's guests had been reduced a lot. But recently the ladies of Baoshanlu knew that the somewhat unfrequented Lu Ying had a big business lately. A young male would come over and visit her every 3 to 5 days. In Baoshanlu, it was very rare to see a guest only picking out a single young lady, so everyone was speculating if he was going to redeem Lu Ying. Mo Qing followed the female to a little room upstairs and the red-clad female smiled as she withdrew. On the soft couch, a young female who was wearing a thin red dress leaned as she plucked the chin she was holding. Her eyes were filled with emotions and there was an ambiguous smile on her lips as her clothes half exposed her shoulders, provoking one's wild and fanciful thoughts. Mo Qing took a deep breath and headed straight to the table and sat down. He poured a cup of tea for himself and started the course of the day, stared blankly. The chin sound abruptly ended and there was an irritable look on Lu Ying's face. She walked to Mo Qing and angrily said, Gentleman Mo had come for a few times but only to turn a blind eye to Lu Ying. Could it be to play with Lu Ying? Or to resent that Lu Ying is dirty? The sisters were all envious that she might be able to break clear of all troubles and hardship because there was a man who was willing to only pick her alone, but they did not know that this man was impressive looking but useless. No matter what kind of techniques she threw at him, this person would not even look at her, much less anything else. Mo Qing shook his head but did not say anything and simply stared at the teacup in front. But his heart was extremely helpless. Shen Miao was indeed not wrong as this Lu Ying was a female with tens of thousands of flirtatious expressions, and previously when she tried different methods to tease him, Mo Qing himself almost could not resist that now an additional moment sitting here was a moment of more suffering, but Shen Miao wanted him to continue to sit. The more Lu Ying was enraged, the more the smile on her face became more seductive. She simply sat on Mo Qing's thighs and reached her hands out to his neck and whispered by Mo Qing's ears, Gentleman Mo, do you bear to just let me sit here? A pause sounded and it was Mo Qin who pushed Lu Ying onto the floor. Sitting in Kuei Huo Lu, facing Baoshanlu, in an elegant room, the table was filled with dazzling jade dishes and music-filled one's ears as 3 people sat in the middle. A person who looked like a guard came in and whispered some things to the ears of the purple-clad youth who was sitting right in the middle. Speaking of which, Ji Yushu spoke puzzled. Why did Shen young lady let her guard go to Baoshanlu to look for young ladies? Furthermore, this guard only look and not eat. Gao Yang added. As far as Shen Miao was concerned, Gao Yang and Ji Yushu now would not view her as just a normal young lady with military lineage, as her every action seemed to have very profound meanings. Thus when they knew that Shen Miao had gotten Mo Qing to go to Bao Shanglu to look for ladies, both of their first reaction was which person was Shen Miao intending to pit against. Bai Xiaosheng's people were out observing for several days, and the most shocking thing was that guard picked Lu Ying but did not do anything at all and sat in Lu Ying's room for the entire night before leaving. They inquired Lu Ying's background in detail and found that it was nothing special, as she was just a female who was sold to the brothel and did not understand the deeper meanings behind Shen Miao's actions. Could it be that she wanted to train an eunuch to be a confidant? Ji Yushu's thoughts were always particularly strange, so now she let that guard adapt to the days of an eunuch in advance. Your thoughts are as always fantastic. Gao Yang pondered. I think that she want to win Lu Ying over, perhaps in order to deal with the two other households in the Shen family. But there is no need to look for Lu Ying. There are much more young ladies in Bao Shanglu that can seduce better than Lu Ying. He looked towards Xie Jingxing. Third Xie, how do you see this matter? Xie Jingxing was looking outside the window at the moment and casted lazy glances at the two of them. You all are very free. In any case, you also have some friendship with Shen young lady. Could it be that you do not care about it? Ji Yushu said. Xie third older brother, you are so smart, you must know. I do not want to know. Xie Jingxing interrupted his words. Recently, I want to go out of the city. Is it because of the matter during Jade Rabbit Festival? Gao Yang asked with a frown. The emperor intend to send the Xie old man off to war. Xie Jingxing said. One cannot wait any longer. The Xie old man he mentioned referred to the Marquis of Linen, Xie Ding. Gao Yang was silent for a moment before speaking. If that is the case, then it seems that it is too late. One heard that Shen Yuan is very close with Prince Ding lately. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up, seemingly preparing to deal with the first household of the Shen family. Shen young lady going to be unlucky again. Ji Yushu was somewhat surprised. Why does she always provoke those with ill intent? That Prince Ding is not a good bird, and which person that Prince Ding set his attention on have a good ending. Prince Ding is one that is enigmatic and impossible to predict. Gao Yang frowned, although he looked powerless, but his secret military power is not weaker than anyone else. Shen Xin has the military power on hand, and a man's fortune is his own ruin by causing others greed. The Shen family is big and successful and is already feared by the imperial family. With Prince Ding dipping his hands in, one fear that Shen Xin could be destroyed. Would not Shen young lady be in danger? Ji Yushu looked at Xie Jingxing. Xie third older brother, how do you want to help her? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. Why should I help her? Are not you both considered as friends? Ji Yushu stared wide-eyed. Did not you previously save her? You do not intend to help Shen young lady. Xie Jingxing looked at him with a smile but not a smile, and his eyes were as deep as still water. It was clearly a dissolute style, but the words that were spoken had a cold thin indifference. I need the Shen family to delay some time for me, so for Prince Ding to deal with Shen Xin. It is very good. Ji Yushu drew in a mouthful of cold air. In the Prince Ding's residence in the Ding capital, a young male was sitting on the highest seat, dressed in plain-colored illustrious robes. He looked cold, but when he was talking to people below him, he was however very cordial, which melted that cold look a little. This was not someone else but Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. At the moment there were a few strangers sitting in the middle of the hall, and these people were all Prince Ding's, Fu Shuyi's, aides. He knew how to put people to good use and also respected the wise. For an ordinary prince, even though he was to give money and land to aides, there was not one that would be as respectful as him. Not only that, they would sit with him on an equal footing. Even when speaking, he would be extremely respectful, and it was because Fu Shuyi's had such an attitude that he attracted a lot of wise aides. It was precisely because of these wise aides that Fu Shuyi's schemes and grand plans were able to stay hidden from the rest of the world, including Emperor Wen Wei. The young person that was sitting in the middle was clad in blue, and his looks were out of tune among these top official aides because he was too young. He stood up and Fu Shuyi asked, Shen Yuan, do speak your thoughts out. Shen Yuan cupped his hands in obeisance towards Fu Shuyi. He just entered officialdom and became Fu Shuyi's people secretly. This Fu Shuyi was one who was good in attracting talents and with the kind of ambitions that Shen Yuan had, so Shen Yuan would tolerate to live alone and simple, so Fu Shuyi would view him positively. Shen Yuan said, at present everyone is secretly building up forces, and whoever have the troops, whoever would have more bargaining chips. Currently Ming Qi's military power is Southern Xie, Northern Shen. Even though the Xie family military power is magnificent, but His Majesty would be sending the Marquis of Lin into war at the start of spring, so there are definitely other plans. The Xie family cannot be touched, but the Shen family is different. Shen Yuan paused before continuing. Shen Xin took the initiative to request to stay in the capital for half a year more, and there are many who want to draw Shen Xin to their side. The Shen family army is a big variable, and if one is unable to get it, then it would be better to ruin it. If this is considered, then it would even be of the same mind as His Majesty, and also prove to His Majesty that one did not have any ambitions. Shen Yuan himself was a member of Shen family but used the word Shen family, which indicated clearly that he did not put himself together with Shen Xin, and was against him. Fu Shuyi smiled at him. Perhaps he understood but pretended not to know, as Shen Yuan's words were after all only bringing him benefits and no harm. He said, what you said was not bad, but now there is no trace of any loophole in the Shen family, so even if one were to find a mistake, there would be no rationale. Shen Yuan did not speak. Fu Shuyi's eyes flashed and his tone got even more amiable, but since you are in the Shen residence, you would definitely know things that ordinary people would not know of. He looked at Shen Yuan. If this matter can truly control the Shen family, your credit would be the largest. Hearing the assurance he wanted, Shen Yuan then respectfully spoke, replying, Your Highness, early on this official's people were mixed in the Shen family army, and when they went to the northwestern region to fight, there are some matters that were not done according to the rules. At the moment evidences are still being collected, but once the evidence is completed, this official would definitely offer it up with both hands. This official assured that this time even if the Shen family army is not completely collapsed, it would be at least badly affected. Fu Shuyi faintly smiled, then would need to trouble you for your care. Shen Yuan bowed down and smiled. It was a lively new year in the Shen residence. Originally it was because of Ren Wanyun's and Shen Qing's matters that the atmosphere of the general's residence became depressing, but after the arrival of Jing Chuchu and Jing Guansheng, old Shen Furen was filled with enthusiasm. She often allowed both siblings to walk around the general's residence, and Shen Yu was one who was accustomed to deal with people, thus in a short time she and Jing Chuchu referred to one another as sisters, but no one knew if it was sincere or not. Although Shen Yu treated Jing Chuchu and brother well, the place where this pair of siblings liked to run the most was the western courtyard. Especially Jing Chuchu, who often sent over snacks to those who were practicing swordplay. With the previous experience, when coming over she brought a share of soup for everyone, but as compared to the soup that Shen Miao made, the taste was not as wonderful. Those soldiers were frank and outspoken people and keep constantly thinking about the soup that Shen Miao made, and did not show much gratitude to Jing Chuchu's efforts. Today was also the case. After the food that Jing Chuchu brought over was finished, Shen Chu did not talk with her and wanted to continue practicing his sword but was stopped by Jing Chuchu, Biao older brother. It is better for Biao younger sister to return earlier. Shen Chu smiled candidly. The people here practicing swordplay are all coarse and there are no eyes on swords, thus it would not be good as one accidentally hurts you. Besides, you keep on running here all day and you are a female, so it is not a good thing to watch as males practice swords. It was actually in order to expel the guest. Jing Chu's face flushed red in a moment and looked at Shen Chu incredulous. Her eyes were wavering with ripples, as if in the next moment she would be crying. Normal males would have tender and protective feelings for the fair gender when they saw her actions. But Shen Chu was not one who appreciated beautiful people and just stood there blankly without even going forward to comfort. Seeing Shen Chu being like this, Jing Chu's originally flushed face became white suddenly. She hurriedly lowered her head and picked up the basket. Chu understand. Shen then picked her skirt up and ran away. Those who did not know would think that Shen Chu did something to her. After Jing Chu left, a person appeared behind the column. It was Shen Miao who then said, "Eldest brother, you really do not know how to cherish flowers." Hey, Shen Chu scratched his head. I am afraid that younger sister will get angry. Why would I be angry? Shen Miao said flutteringly. Shen Chu suddenly felt a burst of cold wind whiz by and he said, younger sister do not like Biao younger sister. I have no grudges against Biao older sister, so how would I not like? Shen Miao retorted. Zhao, is it that girl bullied you in secret? Shen Shen, who just finished practicing the sword, walked over and coincidentally heard the conversation between Shen Chu and Shen Miao and said, if she bully you, do not speak anymore and beat her up. What nonsense are you talking? Luo Shuiyan saw them talking lively and also walked over. When she heard him, she glared at Shen Shen. Zhao, do not listen to your father's nonsense. How can a young lady casually make a move? If she really bully you, come back and tell mother. Mother will beat her up for you. That is still a beating. Shen Chu muttered, it is better for me to go give a beating since I am young and strong. Shen Miao said, she did not bully me. Then why does Zhao not like her? Luo Shuiyan asked. Even slow-witted people were able to see that Shen Miao did not like Jing Chu. As long as Jing Chu comes over, Shen Miao would ask Shen Chu to practice shooting darts. It was actually quite merciless to shoot darts and usually Shen Shen and the rest would not do it in the residence, fearing that it would scare the maids. After all, it does not look good as they use little active animals as live targets. Every time Jing Chu came over, Shen Miao would say, father, eldest brother, I want to watch darts shooting. Jing Chu would pale every single time but would still stand at the side and often vomited after watching. Shen Miao enjoyed this and never seemed tired of it as her heart felt comfortable every time Jing Chu vomited. Over time, everyone in the courtyard could see that Shen Miao deliberately messed with Jing Chu. Shen Shen and the rest did not quite understand, but upon seeing Shen Miao throwing a temper, they thought that it was most likely some discord between young ladies, and because it was not good for men to directly intervene in young ladies' matter, they let Shen Miao continue with her temper. Most likely they were just too curious that they could not help but ask. I do not dislike her. Shen Miao said. Just as she finished speaking, Jing Jie who was standing at the side opened her mouth. Young lady like quietness, but that Biao young lady and Biao young master often come over to talk to young lady. Especially that Biao young master who just had to chat with young lady. Young lady had always not liked to talk to strangers and it is assumed that it is a bit annoying. Jing Jie made those remarks with a serious expression and Shen Miao could not help but turn back and look at her. Shen Shen's and Luo Shuiyan's faces changed as Jing Jie's words on the surface sounded that Shen Miao was annoyed by the siblings from the Jing family, but actually there were additional meaning to the words. For a Biao young master to often come over to talk to a Biao younger sister, it was somewhat of an effort of entanglement. Luo Shuiyan angrily spoke. What is the meaning of that nephew of yours? And quell your anger. Shen Shen quickly soothed before turning to Shen Chu. You brat, you have arranged so many guards in the courtyard and still did not discover that your younger sister is disturbed by those cats and dogs. Shen Chu felt wronged. I really did not discover. Naturally Shen Chu would not discover anything because the places that Jing Guanshen chose to encounter with Shen Miao were not in the courtyard. It was either at the residence's doors or in the gardens or even at the corridor. In short, it was always a chance encounter. Go and guard the courtyard's door properly. If those two siblings are seen, just say that the courtyard need to be closed to practice swordplay. No one can let them in. Shen Shen roared. Shen Chu immediately went to select the people. Luo Shuiyan caressed Shen Miao's head. Zhao, in the future if that person come and disturb you, do not need to be courteous with them. Beat him up. Shen Shen. After Luo Shuiyan and Shen Shen returned back to the training grounds, Shen Miao's gaze fluttered towards Jing Jie. You have too much words. This servant knows one's mistake. But young lady, Jing Jie hanged her head down. That Biao young master is obviously up to no good with you. Since you have long saw it, why not tell Master and Fern about it? Jing Guansheng is an astute person. Shen Miao lightly smiled. It is a waste to discard an astute person. By borrowing strength to leverage against strength, there is use if I were to keep him. But, she turned the topic of discussion, since you mentioned it today, there would be some things that would speed up, so let us just wait and see. After Shen Chu arranged guards at the western courtyard's doors and strictly guarded against the two siblings, Jing Chu and Jing Guansheng, the western courtyard quieted by a lot. Without the interferences from both siblings, Shen Miao was freer. But since it was peaceful here, there would be people who got anxious. In Rong Jingtang, old Shen Fern was staring at Jing Chu, as if the previous affection was just illusions. Chu, what did you do? Why is it you cannot even get into the eldest one's courtyard? Jing Chu lowered her head with some aggravation and softly said, one did not know why but fifth younger sister seemed to be very on guard with me. Biao older brother treats me rather well but fifth younger sister always make him alienate me. The guards at the courtyard doors were also much stricter. Again with fifth girl. Old Shen Fern's face turned green and Zhang Mama who was standing beside quickly patted her back and comforted, old Fern be appeased. That girl is so smart. Never mind with your brother, now even you are also guarded against to this level. This angers me to death. Old Shen Fern's original intention for Jing Guansheng and Jing Chu was that one would deal with Shen Miao and the other would deal with Shen Chu. But Shen Miao was after all a female and in matters of female and male, once anything happened, the one who suffers would always be the female. With Shen Shen's and Luo Shuiyan's temperament, most likely they would take action. As for Shen Chu, the person who suffers was Jing Chu so logically this would be skewed to their side. Previously the western courtyard people were all very casual and since they were people who fight on the battlefield, they were not preoccupied of these little things but who knew that the western courtyard started to change their behavior and now they even locked up their courtyard's doors. Old Fern, Zhang Mama sighed. This kind of attitude of fifth young lady, one fear that she is already suspicious of Biao young lady, thus one fear that there will be some difficulties to move a step forward. When Jing Chu heard this, her heart was somewhat humiliated. She feel that she is pretty and smart and in the Suzhou region, even gentleman Wang Sun would also fall for her soft and weak act, thus she felt so unhappy at the moment. What you mean is, old Shen Fern frowned. Serious illness requires ferocious medication. Zhang Mama reminded, if this matter were to drag on, it would be too late when eldest master arranged any marriage with whichever young lady of noble families. Old Shen Fern quickly reacted and played along, what you say is not wrong. If one wait till that time, it would be too late. She looked towards Jing Chu and a loving smile appeared on her face, but when others see that smile, it looked very fake. She said, Chu, do you actually want to marry Chu or not? Jing Chu hang her head down, want. Are you willing to do anything to marry Chu or? Jing Chu was surprised for a moment and vaguely guessed it out before her heart started jumping. When dealing with a male, she was able to do it skillfully and easily. Chu's pitiful look enabled her to grab onto the hearts of the rich and wealthy young masters easily. But in the general's residence, Shen Chu was the son of the formidable great general, and that could not be compared with wealth, so naturally she would be moved. Even though she had never done such a thing before, but hearing old Shen Fern's words, it was as if a lot of golden leaves and silver flowers appeared. She clenched her fists and said softly, Chu is willing. Old Shen Fern smiled in satisfaction. For a few continuous days, the Shen residence had calmed down a lot, as Jing Chu and Jing Guansheng stayed at Rong Jing Tang's courtyard and not go out. No one knew what they were fiddling about. This day when Shen Miao was walking along the corridor to head out, coincidentally she met Jing Chu. Jing Chu was wearing a white jacket with a light jade green colored skirt with a jasper hanging. In the Ding capital, young ladies from Shuzhou were considered a unique flavor, and it was enough to make passersby to stop. Fifth younger sister. Jing Chu rushed over to greet her. Shen Miao smiled gently. Where is Biao older sister going? It was rare for Shen Miao to talk to Jing Chu, so she was startled for a moment before speaking, returning to the room to do some embroidery. She lowered her head shyly. Anyways, there is nothing else to do. Since there is nothing to do, then why not go out with me? Shen Miao said, I am about to go to the jewelry shop to select some. If you do not mind, you can also go and pick some jewelry. Jing Chu this time was stunned, as Shen Miao usually treated her lukewarmly, and no matter how she tried to get closer, it would be unsuccessful. But it was an unprecedented thing to be willing to bring her out. Jing Chu had seen many infighting between the Yinyangs and Tongfangs in her own backyard, and thus her first reaction was alarm. But after hearing that Shen Miao was going to the jewelry shop, her eyes suddenly brightened. She seemed to be sizing Shen Miao up. Shen Miao was wearing a snow green colored dress with lightly inked crane patterns on her skirt, and overall there was only color. She always wore dark and deep colors but did not look at all old-fashioned, and instead made her complexion look like jade and very noble. Jing Chu was secretly jealous, as she thought that her appearance was not far from Shen Miao, but when she stood together with Shen Miao, she inevitably felt ashamed. Shen Miao's air of nobility was inborn, and with one look, one could tell that Jing Chu was from a small family. The more one was jealous, the more yearning one would have. Jing Chu's eyes fell onto the lotus pearl hairpin on Shen Miao's hair. That pearl was big and round, almost blinding Jing Chu's eyes with its flashing luster when it moved. She quickly lowered her head so that her greedy gaze were out of others' view. Jing Chu said, since fifth younger sister has no one to accompany, then I will go along together. Bai Lu and Shuangzhong walked behind, and there was a flash of slight contempt in their eyes. She was after all from a small family and was superficial. Just a little jewelry was enough to lead her by the nose. No wonder Shen Miao said that Jing Chu was one not to be feared. Both of them walked out of the residence's doors and headed to the heart of the Ding capital in the horse carriage. Naturally, Shen Chu led a group of guards to follow, making it seemingly very imposing. When they arrived at Zhenbao Jie, name of the jewelry shop, Shen Miao casually selected a few jewelry. On the contrary, it was Jing Chu who held one and touched another, making the store manager to cast over sidelong glances. In all fairness, Jing Chu was considered good in terms of appearance, and it was especially so that Suzhou females usually have a soft and watery-like appearance, which was different from the females in the capital. But this kind of small family attitude discounted her pretty appearance by a lot. After all, one could not get on well in the Ding capital just based on how one looked. Seeing Jing Chu like this, Shen Miao was also not stingy and paid the money for all those she fancied. Jing Chu naturally felt closer to Shen Miao. When it was nearing noon, Shen Miao said, let us eat outside. After selecting the entire afternoon, one would feel somewhat hungry. Most likely you have not yet been to Ding capital's Kuei-Huoluo, since ordinary people do not have such a culinary treat. Jing Chu looked at the grand entrance of the restaurant, and her eyes revealed a longing for it. Today Shen Miao selected jewelry and bought clothes, making Jing Chu feel dizzy momentarily, as she had never seen one being this generous. It was because of this that she felt that the Shen family was rich, and had the determined heart to enter the Shen family. Shen Miao selected the seat by the second floor window, and the waiter mentioned a number of dishes before Shen Miao picked a few. Those she ordered were Kuei-Huolu's signature dishes, which made Jing Chu dazed. It was only after the waiter left that then Shen Miao said to Jing Chu, those who patronage here are the wealthy and respectable. Many were all high-ranked officials, thus one cannot underestimate. Jing Chu nodded her head repeatedly. Shen Miao lightly smiled and picked up the tea to drink, but her hand carelessly trembled and the teacup was overturned onto her body, and half the tea in the cup landed on the skirt. Jing Chu jumped in shock. Fifth younger sister. It is of no matter. Shen Miao waved her hands and stood up. There is a place here to change, and there are some clothes in the horse carriage. I will go now to change, and you can wait for me here. Finishing, she called Bai Lu and Shuangzhong, let us go. When she left, the Shen residence guards also followed to leave, thus Jing Chu quickly shouted, fifth younger sister, these guards, she was after all somewhat scared. No need to worry. No one will make things difficult for you in broad daylight. Shen Miao said, moreover those who patronage here are the wealthy and respectable and would not do anything. Her expression was soft, but her tone was unquestionable. Jing Chu subconsciously was unable to refute, and when she recovered to her senses, Shen Miao had already walked out with a group of guards. Jing Chu's expression darkened. Shen Miao would always have an attitude of being high above in front of her, and this kind of attitude made Jing Chu distinctly feel the gap between them, and thus felt even more unresigned. Moreover, she had heard the people in the Shen residence talking that Shen Miao was previously a stupid and naive idiot that had no knowledge of the four scholarly arts, but still unreasonably occupied the position of the daughter of the eldest household of the Shen family. Shen and wife also give in to all her whims and wants, that without a second word they would let Shen Miao pick first from the things that His Majesty bestowed. Humans would always be jealous due to comparisons, and Jing Chu was crazy with jealousy of Shen Miao at the moment. She picked up the teacup in front but followed Shen Miao's action just now and took small sips from it, as if doing it would contract a little of Shen Miao's air of nobility. Just at this moment, a group of people walked past her and sat down in the table beside. The person who was leading was a youth that had a gentle and literary appearance, clad in rich clothes, and even the clothes of the old servants following were made of fine cloth. Thinking of Shen Miao's mention of those who patronage here are the wealthy and respectable, Jing Chu's heart moved. That young person seemed to have noticed her as his gaze moved over. When one could see Jing Chu's appearance clearly, that pair of eyes could not help but brighten. Jing Chu wore an off-white jaded skirt with her snow-like complexion and most importantly her soft and timid look when she saw the person. She quickly lowered her head as if she was frightened. Most of the Ding capital's females' actions were magnanimous and proper because they were all living in the royal capital, so one would rarely see such delicate and affectionate Zhongnan female. That young person's eyes were somewhat fixed on her, and the more he looked, the more eager his gaze became, and the lower Jing Chu's head bent. As the time slowly elapsed, the dishes had all arrived, but Shen Miao did not come over for a long time, leaving Jing Chu alone sitting at the table. It was not all right for her to start eating, so she took small sips of the tea and had an appearance of a loss of what to do. Finally that richly clad gentleman at the next table could no longer tolerate, and sat down across Jing Chu under the watchful eyes of everyone and softly asked, "One see that young lady have been sitting alone here waiting for a long time, is it to wait for someone?" Jing Chu jumped in shock, and when she raised her head to look at the other person, her face suddenly blushed and she whispered as she lowered her head, I am waiting for my Biao younger sister." That gentleman asked in concern, "Why is young lady's Biao younger sister not here after so long, and how can one leave young lady alone?" Jing Chu blushed as she shook her head, and she seemed like she wanted to say something but was afraid to speak. Such actions and appearance when landing on others' eyes was like she was being bullied. The gentleman's heart felt certain and said, "Since I do not have anything on, why not one accompany young lady to wait?" No need to trouble. Jing Chu quickly said, "Gentlemen need not." "It is all right," that person said with a smile. "It would only be more troublesome if some malicious people come over since you are sitting alone. For me to accompany you, it would be much better." His words were soft and he had a gentle smile on his face, making one easily feel comfortable with him. Jing Chu lowered her head and said, "Then many thanks to gentlemen." "Young lady do not look like one from Ding capital," he asked. I am a Suzhou person," Jing Chu said. Both of them started the conversation like this, a sentence back and forth. That youth was especially good in speaking and within a few sentences was able to coax a smile out of Jing Chu. Even though she was shy, one gradually got closer due to that person's attitude. As the youth spoke about interesting information, as he seemed to have gone to many places and has a generous family background, Jing Chu's smile got deeper. In another elegant room in Kueiguo Lu, one was able to see clearly Jing Chu's table from afar through a decorative carved window. Bai Lu said, "Biao young lady could speak to a strange male for so long." Her words had the meaning of looking down in contempt. "That is not an ordinary man." Shen Miao propped her chin with her hand and lively said. "Young lady know that gentleman?" Shuang Zhang asked curiously, and the guards who were in the room were also somewhat surprised. Shen Miao left Jing Chu alone there and changed her seating location seemingly so that Jing Chu would be able to talk to that man. Now with implied meaning behind Shen Miao words, she also knew of that man. Shen Miao smiled gently but did not speak. "I say, at the other end, in one of the rooms in Kueiguo Lu, Ji Yushu's eyeballs almost wanted to fall out. Could it be that she knows Sun Kainan? Even though Sun Kainan is the only son of Sun Tianzhong, he had not entered officialdom and was raised in the residence as a wastrel who only knew about eating, drinking and playing. He did not even go to Guangwentang, so how does Shen Miao know of him?" Gao Yang glanced over. "Could it be that you believe this is a coincidence?" Ji Yushu said excitedly, "How is this a coincidence? Even fools can see clearly that Shen young lady deliberately let Sun Kainan meet her Biao older sister that popped out from who knows where. When did I say that this is a coincidence?" Gao Yang snapped his folding fan and put an act of waving it, but I felt that not only she knew Sun Kainan, she was long aware of Sun Kainan's likes. "Do not you find it strange?" Gao Yang touched his chin. "Shen Miao, an unmarried young lady, is even more powerful than your Bai Xiaosheng. She had the knowledge of the known and unknown. I am really curious if she know things that we do not know about." "Refrain from slandering Bai Xiaosheng," Ji Yushu refuted. "Shen young lady is originally not an ordinary person. You and me have been monitoring Shen young lady all day long, and if Xie third older brother knows about it, he will definitely scold us for being too free. Monitoring her is more interesting than others." Gao Yang looked outside where Sun Kainan was chatting with Jing Chu and asked, "Why not you guess what is her purpose of doing this?" Ji Yushu seriously thought about it. She want to matchmake Sun Kainan and her Biao older sister. "When did you see Shen Miao being this kind-hearted?" Gao Yang did not hesitate to pour cold water over him. "Then what do you say of the matter?" Ji Yushu was discouraged. "The Minister of Personnel and the Shen family, is there any dealings recently?" Gao Yan pressed the fan against his chin, deep in thought. Back in Kueiguo Lu, Jing Chu had spoken to Sun Kainan for quite long, and the more both of them conversed the more agreeable they became. If someone looked over, one would have thought it was a celestial couple. After a while more, one saw a few Shen residences guards walking over to Jing Chu's side. "Biao young lady's clothes did not fit and she had lost the mood, thus she had put the bill with the manager and left first. She has entrusted these subordinates to protect Biao young lady and send Biao young lady back to the residence after Biao young lady finished eating." Jing Chu was somewhat astonished. "Fifth younger sister returned first." The guard nodded. "How could fifth Shen young lady just leave you alone like that?" Sun Kainan cried in justice. He had already got to know from Jing Chu's lips that the one she was waiting for was the fifth young lady of the Shen residence, Shen Miao. Sun Kainan did not know much about Shen Miao and only know that she was an idiot who was chasing after Prince Ding. Now from today, it seemed that Shen Miao was not only a stupid idiot, but she also liked to bully others. He wanted to be one who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer gender, so how could Jing Chu waste his effort? She immediately hung her head down and said uneasily, "Then I will now head back." How can this do?" Sun Kainan immediately said. "If one were to return now, the entire table of dishes would be wasted." No one had directly disposed of Kuei Hulu's dishes before. He looked at Jing Chu who seemed to be at a loss and smiled gently. "How about this? If young lady does not mind, this one is willing to accompany young lady for a meal." He put up an appearance of a gentleman. "With so many guards around, why not let them send you back after eating?" This, Jing Chu was in a somewhat loss. "Since we have encountered, it meant that you and I are fated. Since fated, one must live up to the fate that the heavens bestowed." That Sun Kainan had a glib tongue. For this one to see young lady today, one had the feeling of meeting one's old friend, thus one start chatting with young lady. Not sure if this one's suggestion, young lady would be willing to accept. After hesitating for a while, Jing Chu finally nodded her head hesitantly, then. "One will follow according to gentlemen." Both of them began to truly eat and chat together, and far from the compartment, Shen Miao looked upon that pair and a cold smile started to slowly appear on her lips. She was familiar with Sun Kainan. It was this person who made Shen Chu wear a big green hat in the past life. Shen Chu was young and hot-blooded and dragged his broken leg over and killed this person in a breath. But it was only after one found out that Sun Kainan was the only son of the Minister of Personnel. It was because this Sun Kainan have neither learning nor skills, he would utilize his mouth and good appearance to hook females everywhere. No matter it was young females or women, he would eat them up as much as possible. Sun Tianzhong was afraid that the censors would report on him, so he would not let Sun Kainan go out normally, thus there was only a few people who knew about Sun Kainan. But in this lifetime, she could recognize Sun Kainan even if he turned into ashes. Sun Kainan liked weak and soft Zhong and females the best, else in the previous lifetime he would not be that audacious to sleep with Shen Chu's woman. Shen Miao's eyes hang down as she murmured with a voice that only she could hear, "Sun Kainan, Jing Chu, Ben Gong personally pulled your fates together in this lifetime, so one must not disappoint." Jing Chu and Shen Miao left together but returned alone, and it seemed that it did not caught many people's attention. But in the evening, Shen Miao unprecedentedly came over to the side courtyard of Old Ferns and personally talked to Jing Chu. Coincidentally, Jing Chu was playing with the jewelries on the table. Among them there was a jade bracelet that was exceptionally eye-catching as the color was almost transparent, and overall the entire piece of jade was in excellent grade. This piece of jade bracelet would at least required hundreds of liang to purchase and Jing Chu definitely was unable to afford it. Furthermore, yesterday when Shen Miao was in Zhenbao Jier, among the jewelry that was bought for Jing Chu, this jade bracelet was not among them. Shen Miao stared at that jade bracelet from the moment she entered the room, shocking Jing Chu so much that she quickly kept it in the box. Shen Miao gently smiled. Biao older sister's jade bracelet does not look to be of an ordinary grade. Jing Chu asked softly, does fifth younger sister know about this bracelet? Had seen a similarly imported goods but the color of it was not as good as yours. Even so, the initial price it was sold was at 500 liang so Biao older sister's piece, one fear that it would require thousands of liang of silver before one can purchase it. Shen Miao casually said, even though this jade bracelet was precious, it was less than 2,000 liang of silver and 2,000 liang of silver can purchase much better jewelry, but in Jing Chu's exposure, even if she were to exaggerate more, Jing Chu would still believe without a doubt. But Biao older sister, where does this precious jade bracelet come from? Shen Miao asked, previously one did not see you wear it before. It is given from a friend. Jing Chu softly said. An understanding appeared in Shen Miao's eyes. Sun Kainan's ability to coax females was not only depending on putting on airs and using graceful words and flowery speech, he was also willing to drop money. Else the wife of the wealthy deputy general, Jing Chu in the past life would not be a red apricot tree that leans over the garden wall. Only the first encounter and he had gifted such a big valuable. For Jing Chu who had never seen the world, it was very difficult not to be tempted. It seemed that this friend treat Biao older sister very good. Shen Miao said. Jing Chu face reddened as she looked towards Shen Miao. What is the matter fifth younger sister here for? Shen Miao slowly tidied up her clothes before saying, heard that Biao older sister was sent back by others. I met a good-hearted gentleman. Jing Chu was somewhat shocked. He has a good heart and I dare not refuse but we have been abiding etiquette and keeping the distance. Biao older sister need not be nervous. Shen Miao slightly smiled. Does Biao older sister know who is that person? Jing Chu was surprised for a moment. Who? It is the only son of the Minister of Personnel, Sun Kainan. Shen Miao said. Jing Chu looked at Shen Miao with surprise in her eyes. Shen Miao sneered in her heart. Sun Tianzhong was very strict with Sun Kainan so even though Sun Kainan keep hooking females, he seldom revealed his identity unless it was to bring those young ladies back to the residence as concubines. Towards Jing Chu, most likely he did not reveal his true identity. Jing Chu most likely assumed that Sun Kainan was only a wealthy man's son but now that she knew about Sun Kainan's real identity, how would Jing Chu, who clambered over the dragon and hanged onto a phoenix, let it go? Biao older sister should know that the Minister of Personnel is a very high official rank. Shen Miao gently smiled. Their residence is not inferior in any respect to ours. The most important thing is that Sun Darren have only one son, gentleman son. For such an identity, he actually sent Biao older sister back to the residence. Could it be? Shen Miao lightly and casually sketched it out. He liked Biao older sister a little. Fifth younger sister must not say nonsense. Jing Chu quickly retorted but her cheeks instantly flushed and her eyes were somewhat erratic. Obviously Shen Miao's words had set off waves in her heart. She softly said, gentleman son and I are innocent. I did not say that there is something between you. Shen Miao smiled. A fair and graceful lady is desired by gentlemen. Biao older sister is beautiful thus it is only natural that gentleman son's heart feel cheerful and committed. But gentleman son is indeed a good person with a magnificent bearing and a wealthy family background. If whoever could be his wife, would be the matriarch of the entire Minister of Personnel's residence since Sun Darren only has this one son. Jing Chu pursed her lips and did not speak. Shen Miao stood up and smiled. I only came over to casually talk. Biao older sister should not take it to heart. In this world, one should probably look at fate. If there is such fate then one cannot say for certain how it would be in the future. At that time Biao older sister would definitely stay in the Ding capital for the rest of the life. Finishing speaking she turned around and left. Jing Chu sat in the room alone and she unconsciously took that smooth jade bracelet from the box out and stroked the lines on top. She did not expect that Sun Kainan was the Minister of Personnel's son and as to why he did not disclose his identity, most likely it was like how shows were written, he did not wish that someone would get close to him because of his family background. Did this not mean that Sun Kainan was sincere? Else why would he give a bracelet valued thousands of liang out in the first encounter? In all fairness, Jing Chu after all came from a small family and even though she was sought after by many gentlemen back in Suzhou, those people's spending style seemed minor compared to Sun Kainan. When she saw the Ding capital's bustle, she was even more reluctant to return back to Suzhou, and now Shen Miao's last sentence moved her heart. If she was able to marry to Sun Kainan, she would be able to stay in the capital for the rest of her life. But, what about old Shen for inside? Outside, Shen Miao had stepped out of the courtyard when she encountered Jing Guansheng. When Jing Guansheng saw her, his eyes brightened as he said with a smile, Biao younger sister is here to see Chu. Shen Miao nodded her head. Now Biao younger sister is getting closer with Chu. Jing Guansheng wanted to come forward, but unfortunately Jing Jie and Gu Yu stepped up as if they were defending against lechers. Jing Guansheng was someone who flaunted himself as a cultured scholar and did not approach closer. It is no bother since it is all one family. Shen Miao gently smiled and headed out of the courtyard without looking at Jing Guansheng at all. Gu Yu softly asked, young lady is hopping to match make Biao young lady with gentleman son. Shen Miao just now kept talking about Sun Kainan's good points, so when the two maids heard that they found it particularly strange and felt that it was very similar to those matchmakers who come to visit. Since when have you seen me being so kind? Shen Miao said without any expression on her face. Then why? Gu Yu was even more puzzled. One have to let Biao older sister's heart up in a whirl. Shen Miao said with a bland smile, old Fern and Biao older sister previously had the same goal so both of them were naturally close, but if what they seek is not the same, guess what will happen? Jing Jie suddenly got smart, dogfight. Then she suddenly recovered and panicked, this servant is not saying that they are dogs. This servant do not know words. What you said was not wrong. Shen Miao said, the interpretation of a dogfight is apt. In addition, on these few days, go to Rong Jingtang and build a relationship with Fu Er. Fu Er, Jing Jie was slightly surprised. Old Fern want to marry her to the steward's son who is blinded in one eye. Shen Miao said, Fu Er is very much unwilling to. Heavens. Jing Jie was stunned. Fu Er had followed old Fern since young. Why, even if it was rearing cats or dogs, one would also have some feelings so why would one marry a fine young female to a one-eyed person? Fu Er was efficient in her work and even though she sounded fierce, she was very loyal to old Shen Fern. Old Shen Fern had got an annual profit from the fields from the steward, so naturally one need to show some appreciation. Since she is not willing to come out with money then she has to come out with people. One can only blame that Fu Er's fate is not good but was born well. Then young lady planned to help Fu Er. Gu Yu carefully asked but a strange feeling appeared in her heart. Shen Miao was not very concerned about the people in Rong Jingtang and was not one who had a Buddha's heart, so it sounds impossible for her to help Fu Er. Of course help, Shen Miao said in a calm and composed manner, every single mistake old Fern made is our opportunity. Young lady want to bribe Fu Er. Jing Jie asked, but will Fu Er be willing to be bribed? Fu Er has always been the most loyal to old Furen. If a loyal heart is not reciprocated, then the rebound would be even bigger. Only when the dog raised by the side go crazy, then it would be the most painful bite to the owner. Shen Miao lightly said. For several days, the calm in the Shen residence arrived and Jing Chu no longer swinged by the western courtyard, but often brought a few guards from the Shen residence out to shop, saying that she wanted to see the bustle in the Ding capital. Naturally no one stopped her, and as for the people in the western courtyard, they could not wait for Jing Chu to go out every day so that the guards at the western courtyard could also relax a little. But what Jing Chu was wearing was getting more expensive day by day. Even though old Shen Furen gave some money to the Jing siblings, she was after all naturally stingy and would not give too much. Jing Chu dressed up so richly that even Shen Yu felt surprised, but when she asked, Jing Chu said that it was bought from the money she brought from home. Even Jing Guansheng's hands loosened and gave more rewards to the servants in the Shen residence. Everyone said that it was because the Jing siblings had come to the Ding capital and were exposed to the world, thus they now conceal the habits of a small family and become more like the people in the Ding capital. 94 to 99. The more comfortable the Jing siblings lived, the more there would be someone in the residence that was not very comfortable. In Rong Jingtang, old Shen Furen looked at Jing Chu in front and her eyes flashed. Chu, lately how are you living? Is there anything that you are not used to after arriving here? Replying on old Furen's fortune, Chu is living very well. Jing Chu said. Since you are living very well, then why is the medication package not used till now? Old Shen Furen's pair of triangular eyes were staring straight at Jing Chu, and her voice was very heavy that for those who were timid, would have been frightened to tears with her fierceness. Jing Chu however lowered her head and her voice did not even change. Old Furen, Chu cannot even get closer to Biao older brother and could not find any opportunity at all. Old Shen Furen had very early on passed the medication package to Jing Chu so that she could find an opportunity to drug Shen Chu, but who knew that after so many days the Shen residence was calm and quiet as Jing Chu did not even took action. You kept going out and only returned to the residence at night. It would be strange if one is able to find an opportunity. Old Shen Furen could not help but sneer. Chu, are you willing or not? If you are not willing, then let the matter be. It is not that Chu is not willing. Jing Chu quickly said. These days she had gone out daily to privately meet up with Sun Kainan. She pretended not to know Sun Kainan's identity and Sun Kainan treated her tenderly and gifted her clothes and jewelry. It was because Sun Kainan gave her all these things that made Jing Chu's heart hesitate. Compared to Shen Chu who would be going to the bitter cold northwestern region the entire year, it was definitely more comfortable to marry to Sun Kainan. But whether Sun Kainan was willing to marry her was another problem. Jing Chu kept on clinging to her innocence because she knew the male's disease. By letting them see but unable to touch, feel but unable to eat but unable to fill full, then one could capture a man's heart. She indeed made Sun Kainan so fascinated with her, but Sun Kainan was the minister of personnel's son and she was from a small family, so even if Sun Kainan likes, Shen Tianzhong would not agree and she was not willing to be Sun Kainan's concubine. So Jing Chu hesitated. If it was with Shen Chu, old Shen Furen could guarantee that she would be Shen Chu's official wife, but Sun Kainan treated her gently and was generous. The human's heart was always greedy and would not be able to settle for less, eating from the bowl but looking at the pot. Jing Chu was unable to make the decision, thus she did not drug Shen Chu. She had not taken action for so long and old Shen Furen was already anxious, so she called her over to ask about it. Since you are willing, then why the hesitation? Old Shen Furen asked. Chu want to ensure that it is foolproof before taking action. Moreover, the western courtyard is guarded very tightly, thus it is hard for Chu to find an opportunity. If one were to inadvertently alert them, then it would be even harder to take action again. Chu, I do like you. Old Shen Furen slowly said, but if you continue to be like this, I will be disappointed. With your timidity, one fear that it would be difficult to succeed in the future. Jing Chu lowered her head and agreed. Old Shen Furen looked at her and seemed to be somewhat loathing and said, you can go out. Jing Chu hastened her steps to withdraw. After Jing Chu had left, with a paw sound old Shen Furen had smashed the cup in front of her and said angrily, that thing cannot be seen in public. As John Mama instructed the servant to pick up the broken pieces from the floor, she was comforting softly, old Furen need not be anxious, most likely Biao young lady is really timid and there would be some qualms for a female to do such a thing. How can I not be anxious? Old Shen Furen was flustered and exasperated. Yuan had already said yesterday that the eldest one family had been looking at young ladies for Shen Chu, and if that is really settled then there will not be any possibility to take any action in the future. I initially thought that Jing Chu was ambitious, so I lent a helping hand, but who knows that mud could not hold up the wall. John Mama helped old Shen Furen to breath by patting her chest. Biao young lady is young of age. Moreover, what Biao young lady said has some logic to it. Now eldest master's family is up in guards, and if it is not carried out well it will be like beating the grass and alarming the snake. It would be bad to tear all faces. Then you say what can be done? Old Shen Furen said in a bad mood. Now that it is urgent and that girl is not willing to take action, one cannot just look with wide-eyed as Shen Chu marry a noble young lady, right? Old Furen, John Mama deeply pondered. Biao young sister is young and it would be a bit dangerous for her to do it, so why not let us get our people to do it instead? Our people. Old Shen Furen looked towards her. Correct. John Mama said. Naturally our people would be able to take care of things better than Biao young lady. At that time even if any matters goes wrong, one can still push Biao young lady out and leave a route to retreat. But thinking about it there would not be any problem as these servants are already familiar with this, and one think that it will be as easy as turning a hand. Old Shen Furen's eyes slightly moved and she was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. What you said is also not wrong. Since that girl dare not take action then let other help her. Go and call Fu Er and she er in. The change in Rong Jingtang's view was naturally not known to anyone, but whether the people who knew would speak about it was another matter. From the surface, everything proceeded in a well-organized manner. On this day when Shen Miao was returning to the western courtyard from outside, she encountered Shen Yuan. Ever since the Jing siblings arrived in Shen residence, no one knew what Shen Yuan was busy with, that one did not see him around much. Upon returning to the Ding capital he left early and returned late in the day, making Shen Gui unhappy as he thought that Shen Yuan was purposely avoiding him because of Ren Wanyan's matter. He had quarreled a few times with Shen Yuan and always parted on bad terms. However, these quarrels did not affect Shen Yuan as he still did not appear in the residence as before. At the end they encountered here. Seeing Shen Miao, Shen Yuan slowed down his steps and said, fifth younger sister. Second older brother. Heard that lately fifth younger sister is rather close with Biao younger brother and Biao younger sister. Shen Yuan smiled as he spoke, is this coming back from Biao younger brothers? He unexpectedly mentioned about Jing Guansheng as if implying that there was something between Shen Miao and Jing Guansheng. Bai Lu's and Shuangyang's brows furrowed as they found that Shen Yuan's words were not good to listen. Shen Miao glanced at Shen Yuan and did not answer his words. It seemed like second older brother just returned from second Shen's. One heard that lately second Shen's crazy fits has reduced a lot, is it that she would recover soon? Ren Wanyan had not appeared for a long time and all big and small matters were handled over to Wan Yinyang to manage. Old Shen Furen, who usually was not satisfied with Wan Yinyang, did not say anything about it, so the people of the Shen residence were well aware that it was not possible for Ren Wanyun to be able to live as grandly as the first half of her life. Moreover, Ren Wanyun's maiden family was only a wealthy merchant, and no matter how much money they had, there was no power and could not help in anything. Shen Yuan's face paused and sized her up before smiling. Fifth younger sister recently look much better. Is it that there are any happy event nearer? Because of Shen Qin's and wife's return, Shen Chu had been daily paying particularly attention to Shen Miao. Now Shen Miao was no longer that slow and prudent young girl and has now superior manners and looked much better in appearance. At least she would not be ignored anywhere she was placed. How would I have any happy event? On the contrary, with second older brother's busy appearance, perhaps a happy event is nearing. Shen Miao answered. Hearing that, there was a look of what could be considered as happiness that surfaced on Shen Yuan's face. He said, oh, it was seen. One often felt that previous days were troubled with bad luck, but lately second older brother is thinking of ways to disperse them. Now that things are getting smooth, most likely one would feel happy. He then looked at Shen Miao meaningfully, but fifth younger sister need not be unduly humble, as I see that fifth younger sister's good news is almost here. Shen Miao did not speak, so Shen Yuan cupped his hands and said, one still have some matters and will not talk more with fifth younger sister. Will be taking one's leave. Finishing speaking, he strode away. Bai Lu angrily said, this second young master is really not polite at all. Those cynical words he used, everyone could hear the hostility Shen Yuan had with Shen Miao. Shen Miao's brows were tightly knitted as she looked at Shen Yuan's back without speaking. Young lady, Shuang Zhang asked worriedly. Shen Miao said, he is being somewhat strange. Shen Miao was very clear about Shen Yuan and did not underestimate him. He might look indifferent to the matters in the residence but was in fact the most ruthless one. Now Shen Miao could be sure that Shen Chu's ending in the previous life was definitely related to Shen Yuan. Even though Shen Yuan did not know that Shen Miao had made inversion plans on some matters, but the words just time seemed to have leaked some information that Shen Yuan still had plans behind. Why not let guard Mo to follow second young master? Shuang Zhang proposed. Not needed. Mo Qing does not have that ability. Shen Miao shook her head. There was no need to fear Fu Shuyi, but one must be careful with the people behind him. She said, wait and observe. Upon returning to the western courtyard and just as she stepped into the room, one was able to see Gu Yu and Jing Jie anxiously waiting in the room. Once they saw Shen Miao return, Gu Yu quickly closed the doors and pulled Shen Miao to the couch to sit down before Jing Jie softly said, young lady, Rong Jing Tang's Fuer has passed the information over. What is it? Shen Miao asked. Old Furen intends to personal take action and arrange it to happen in 2 days later. Jin Jie said angrily, Old Furen is really too bad. Master and Furen had treated her well, but she actually schemed against young master. And that Biao young lady, one can already tell that she is not a good person but did not know that she was that shameless. All right. Gu Yu interrupted her. Young lady, what do we do now? Why is it 2 days later? Shen Miao asked. There is a family banquet 2 days later and just nice second Furen's friends want to come over to pay a visit to second Furen. Jing Jie did not finish speaking, but the meaning behind was without a doubt that old Shen Furen want to take advantage of the number of people to slander Shen Chu, taking Jing Chu's innocence and take account for it in front of everyone. How could Shen Chu decline it? The exactly same means as in the past life, with the rebirth, old Shen Furen's tactics were still not at all high. So be it. Instruct a Fu or this. Shen Miao beckoned over and Jing Jie leaned forward as Shen Miao said a few words by her ears. But someone is still required to monitor. Shen Miao said, this matter cannot go wrong. This servant understand. Eagerness flashed in Jing Jie's eyes. This servant will definitely do it well. Shen Miao gently smiled. This is a good matter. Do not let others smash the matter up. There would be retribution when one destroy others' marriage. She stretched her hands and reached out for the teacup before lightly tapping it. She looked calm as if she was one who was higher up. In the night, a few hundred li away from the Ding capital in a manor, there sat a person in the main hall. The people who were standing in the hall were all clad in black and long boots. Their uniform appearance along with their imposing manner were shocking. The leader cupped his hands and said, this subordinate is not good at handling the work. The information was transmitted back. May master punish. All right. The youth who was sitting at the main hall lazily waved his hands. He was wearing a purple robe with gold thread embroidered patterns of dragons on the ends of the robes. Under the lights, those golden dragons seemed to want to fly off from between the purple clouds. He was playing with a female hairpin and had a handsome and charming face that even with a devilish smile on his face, he seemed to be a noble gentleman from a great family who came out to play. But if one were to look carefully, in that pair of peach flower-shaped eyes, they were deeply filled with wine but was like ice and snow, without a trace of emotions. You all cannot conceal it up. Xie Jingxing said, I did not intend to hide it. It is just to strive for more time. Since the information has been transmitted back then, time is even tighter now. Master, the leader of the black-clad people frowned. The matters of the Ding capital has yet to be managed well, and now with the pressing time, what does master intend to do? Do not leave any potential problems. Firstly, he looked at the side while pondering before casually saying, find a time to settle Xie Chongwu and brother. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao still had half of the same blood flowing in them, but from how Xie Jingxing spoke, there was no trace of hesitation, as if he was dealing with a stranger, like a cat or dog in general. Master, the black-clad person was surprised for a moment before asking hesitantly, for so many years. Why master? Previously was too lazy to manage, but now both of them are going beyond their bounds. Xie Jingxing said, if they are not wiped out, I will not feel relieved when I go. But Marquis Xie had already entered them into officialdom. The black-clad person said, these days the two brothers keep close to Marquis Xie, and one had heard that Marquis Xie had already introduced them to his official colleagues and told them to look after them. It is not difficult to take action, but it would alarm others. Xie Ding, that fool. Xie Jingxing's expression got darker and his tone had some fury, unable to accomplish anything but more than enough to spoil everything. His subordinates were not the slightest surprise when he directly called out the Marquis of Linan's name as if this was a natural matter. The black-clad person lightly coughed and said, it is because master delayed into entering officialdom and Marquis Xie feared that there would be no successor, so he let both of them hold the position first. It was not the first or second day of Xie Jingxing's stubborn and obstreperous temperament, so it seemed that Xie Ding was truly helpless with this, else no matter how biased the Marquis of Linan was, he would not have given up on Xie Dingxing, and let Xie Chongyu and brother take over his mantle. Never mind. Xie Jingxing knitted his brows, postpone the matter on the Marquis of Linan residence. At the princess residence side, send people to secretly protect Princess Rongxin. Master, the black-clad person hesitated, as if he was determined and said callously, since in the future it would be as so, it is better to now draw a line to the relationship with Princess Rongxin. Since when is it your turn to teach me to do things? Xie Jingxing lightly swept his eyes towards him and he immediately remained silent and felt a chill covering his entire back. In the next moment, a voice above his head sounded, the things I do is my business and it is her business if she appreciate it. I have already done the utmost duty. The words contained a faint indifference and ruthlessness, coupled with his handsome face, it made one shudder in fear. He stood up and the edge of his robes were slightly wavering, and in the movement of gold light he said, "Do as planned." When in the Ding capital striving for time, one heard that Shen Yuan had already collected almost all of the evidence. The black-clad person spoke. One feared that once the year reopened, Shen Yuan would be able to completely consolidate the evidence, and at that time the Shen family will become the first one to suffer. Very good. Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders. If Shen Yuan have any difficulties, help him secretly. But Shen Yuan is Prince Ding's people. The black-clad person reminded. I certainly know that he is Prince Ding's people. Xie Jingxing waved his hands. I only let the Shen family help us do some blocking. The Shen family banquet was held 2 days later. The banquet was suggested by old Shen Fern herself. The previous annual family banquets were always single-handedly arranged by Ren Wanyan, but this year it was handled by Chen Ruchu. Now that the management power of the Shen family landed onto Chen Ruchu's hands, old Shen Fern naturally felt that this was giving Chen Ruchu a big face, but did not know that behind the glorious appearance, it made one miserable. In Chu Shui Yuan, Chen Ruchu was sitting in front of a table holding an accounting book in one hand and the other hand was awkwardly calculating on the abacus. The two maids standing behind spoke out. Fern, you have been calculating for an entire afternoon. It is better to take a break. The money just cannot seem to tally. Chen Ruchu shook her head in distress. Tomorrow's entire account Liang has to come out from my own pocket. As she spoke, a trace of anger appeared on her face. Chen Ruchu had flaunted herself as a noble female from a scholarly family, and thus was proud and aloof and could not bear the smell of money. In the beginning when old Shen Fern handled the household power to Ren Wanyan, it was not that she was not jealous inside, but she could not bring her face down to fight, thus at the end there was a knot of it in her heart. After so many years of troubles, she became the matriarch of the Shen family, but it was only now she found out that this management power was not easy to grasp. Ren Wanyan was from a wealthy merchant family, and normally when old Shen Fern wanted to spend more money, Ren Wanyan could subtract it from her own dowry since she did not lack money. But the Chen family were only civil officials. If one were to speak positively, it was that breeze flowed into their sleeves, but if one were to speak negatively, it was that they were poor, thus how could they be able to fork out more money to make up for it? Chen Ruchu thought that by taking over the management power, she would be able to divert money to subsidize her family expenses. But now looking at the situation, Ren Wanyan had been fishing a lot for so many years that the money in the accounting books did not tally at all. Now that the family banquet was approaching, there was not enough silver. It was still alright previously as Shen would receive a generous reward from the palace every year. But now that Shen and the Shen family relationship was in a deadlock, there was no opportunity for the public funds to subsidize, thus Chen Ruchu felt some headache. Obviously knowing that there was not enough money in the public fund, old Fern still want to hold the family banquet at this time. This is bullying Fern. Chen Ruchu's maid felt indignant for her. Eldest master also intend to do nothing to save one from ruin. Since Fern's money is not enough, why not ask master for some? Hua Yi also said. What nonsense are you saying? Chen Ruchu said, master's salary is not enough to bribe in the official circles, how can one ask him to fork out money? She continued, let me think of what to do. Shen Wan set his heart to climb up in his official career, but Shen Gui was different. Shen Gui bit off more than one could chew and he did not have any ability, thus could only fawn and curry favor to keep up appearances. Shen Wan was climbing up a step at a time, and even though his steps were slower, he was much more practical than Shen Gui. Chen Ruchu always knew that because she was unable to give birth to a son, the only thing she could rely in the second household was Shen Wan's love for her. Thus in order to control Shen Wan, she was gentle and soft, but if she was unable to resolve the small amount of money in the household, then would it not be troublesome for Shen Wan? With Shen Wan's qualification, there were lots of female who were willing to enter the second household, so why would she put herself at a disadvantage? Moreover, this little money will not be spent in vain. Chen Ruchu's eyes flashed. If there are profits to be harvested, then it is worth to spend. Fern's intention is. Chen Ruchu smiled. It is strange that old Tai Tai did not hold the family banquet earlier or later, but at this time. Moreover, I had heard that in previous days that Suzhou Biao young lady likes to head to the western courtyard. Chen Ruchu's eyes showed a trace of disgust as she spoke. Old Tai Tai's action are really low level, but it is suitable. I also do not like Shen Chu. Chen Ruchu did not like Shen Yuan and similarly did not like Shen Chu. If one were to say that she was a bit fearful of Shen Yuan, but about Shen Chu, she really looked down upon him. She herself could not give birth to a son, so she could not see other people's son being outstanding. Towards Shen Chu, Chen Ruchu only felt that he was a coarse person who only know about swords and knives. For what reason he could gain so much praises from so many people? People would want to destroy things that they were unable to gain, and she dare not take action on Shen Yuan as he had deep thoughts, but Shen Chu was straightforward and honest. Moreover, he had not grown up in the inner courtyard, so he was much easier to deal with. The most important thing was that she did not even need to do it herself, as this time the person who took action was old Shen Fern and she only need to sit back and watch the show. I will go back and write a few more invitations. Chen Ruchu said, go and find people to send the invitations to the various Fern's residences. It would be even better when more people come to watch. 2 days later at the Shen residence's family banquet. Ever since Ren Wanyan went crazy, those noble Ferns had broken the exchanges with her. After all, it was not a glorious thing for one to have a young lady who got pregnant before marriage. Even though one did not know what happened to Ren Wanyan, when the tree topples the monkey scatters, so no one asked about Ren Wanyan. And those Ferns that originally had a good relationship with Ren Wanyan gradually got closer with Chen Ruchu. Even though one could not keep dealing with Ren Wanyan, but the relationship with the Shen residence still had to be maintained. There was not only one Fern in the Shen residence, but as compared to the rough and always not in the Ding capital Luo Shuiyan, Chen Ruchu who was from a scholarly family and was much better to fawn over. Yi Fern and Zhang Fern had long came over and Zhang Xiaozan and Yi Peilan pulled Shen Yu to speak. One can only go back to Guang Wentang after the end of the year. It is really boring to be locked in the residence. They had totally forgotten about the death of Shen Qing as they chatted, and also forgotten that just not long ago they were good friends of Shen Qing. The friendship between the Ding capital noble females were that thin, as friendship could not be compared against benefits. Getting along with another was not just because of a person but the forces present behind the person. Shen Yu also smiled at their response, as if the few of them had an understanding with the rest to invariably forget about Shen Qing's matter. It was Bai Wei who looked at a distant figure and said, oh. Who is that? Is that the Biao young lady that you all were talking about? She pointed with her chin to the young female standing not far away, who was wearing a simple apricot-colored dress talking to a servant by her side. That is third younger sister, Shen Dongling. Shen Yu said with a smile. She is born from a Yin Yang and previously was 6 so she did not come out. It is natural for you all not to see her before. She deliberately focused on the word Yin Yang. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaozan's and the rest's eyes suddenly filled with disdain. Yi Peilan said, what sickness, she still came out. Those who were raised by Yin Yang all have hidden intentions. You must not be swindled by her. Shen Yu smiled. Third younger sister does not really come out of the courtyard. Look at that, that is my Biao older sister. As Shen Yu was speaking, she saw Jing Chu Chu walking over. Most likely she did not see Shen Yu and the three of them, so she did not come to greet. It was Bai Wei's sharp eyes that asked in puzzlement, did not you mention that your Biao older sister is from Suzhou? Why do I just see that her clothes and jewelry seem to be very expensive? Look at the bracelet she is wearing. It is better than the one you are wearing. Bai Wen said it unintentionally, but Shen Yu's face paled and she barely forced a smile. I also do not know. Most probably it was gifted by Zoom Yu. What is there to see? Zhang Xiaozan said. Could it be that someone from Suzhou can be better compared to us, young ladies in the Ding capital? Jewelry and clothes are just a pretense, but exposure and temperament are not. You see that delicate and timid look. How can this be shown in public? Shen Yu shook her head. You should not say that of Biao older sister. You are just too kind. Yi Peilan felt resentful of iron not becoming steel. You get close with everyone. Even that idiot from your residence that you also defended previously. Now people has grown up and do not place any importance to you. Speaking of which, why have one not seen that idiot? The idiot she was speaking about was naturally Shen Miao. After she had the dispute with Shen Miao in Guangwentang, Yi Peilan has viewed Shen Miao as her number one enemy and could not wait to step on her. And the Shen Miao she was speaking about was at the moment in a room in the western courtyard, drinking tea with Shen Chu. What is with Zoom Yu? Shen Chu frowned as he spoke. Why invite so many female guests over? No matter where one walk, there is so much twittering. So noisy. Most likely one had invited all third Shen's friends over. Shen Miao poured some tea for Shen Chu. Perhaps they are here to admire your deputy general's elegant bearing. Younger sister, spare me. Shen Chu waved his hands. One is already tough to deal with, much less so many females. Even the battlefield is not this terrible. Shen Miao felt somewhat amused. The appearance of Shen Chu seeing females like a fierce beast in severe floods was really funny, but thinking about it, it was expected. Most females around Shen Chu had ulterior motives, and the Shen residence's females were all not easy to deal with. Thus, with his straightforward attitude, it was like a nest of demons. How could it be that difficult? Shen Miao tried to appease him. In the future, once you meet a young lady of your liking, you will not think that anymore. Shen Chu did not speak and stared at her like he had seen a ghost. After a moment he then shook his head and said, Younger sister, the words you just said and that expression really look like mother. Shen Miao, thinking about that, she felt that she really treated Shen Chu like he was Fei Ming. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly there was some noise outside. She and Shen Chu exchanged a look and both of them walked out and saw someone shouting at the courtyard door, What is with you all? I am here to see Shen Miao, let me in. Shen Miao was startled, Feng and Ning. When that person heard Shen Miao's voice, she waved her hands even though she was blocked by the guards. It is me, Shen Miao, quickly ask them to let go of me. Let her go, Shen Miao said. She is the young lady of the Feng family. After Feng and Ning was released by the two guards, she then patted the dust on her clothes bad-temperedly and said angrily, What is the matter with you? Why is there so many guards in your own courtyard? I thought that you were in trouble, and when coming in I was stopped by the people outside. Shen Miao, are you crazy? It was probably the first time Feng and Ning was stopped by someone and her bossy young lady attitude came out and she lashed out at Shen Miao. But coincidentally she stepped onto Shen Chu's foot. Shen Chu stood forward and said in a cold voice, Who are you? To shout that loud in someone else's house, do you know what is etiquette? Shen Miao, for Shen Chu to say one did not know any etiquette, it was really thought-provoking. After being lectured, Feng and Ning wanted to refute when she looked up, but after seeing Shen Chu she could not help but be slightly surprised for a moment. Shen Chu had a handsome appearance and was different from the weak and delicate gentleman of the Ding capital. Normally he had a smile on which made him look innocent, but when his face was cold, he became the reputed deputy general of the battlefield and had some predatory air. Feng and Ning immediately curbed her arrogance and softly asked, Who are you? This is my eldest brother. Shen Miao said. Shen Chu has a little reputation in the Ding capital. Southern Xie, Northern Shen. One would often compare the little marquis of the Xie family and the deputy general of the Shen family, but it was a pity that Xie Jingxing was not willing to enter officialdom, else both of them would be the most outstanding generals of this generation. What are you here for? Seeing that Feng and Ning was somewhat embarrassed, Shen Miao asked. Once Feng and Ning heard this she complained, I come to look for you to chat. You also know after those people from Guangwentang knew that my relationship with you is not bad, they also excluded me. Who cares about that? So I came over to look for you. After Shen Chu heard this, his facial expression became a little at ease. She knew that Shen Miao was somewhat snubbed, but unfortunately because he was not around most of the year, he could not always protect Shen Miao. Seeing that Shen Miao had a friend, even though she had an arrogant temperament and did not know about etiquette, but one made do with it. Of course he and Feng and Ning also did not know that the not bad relationship was something that Feng and Ning felt herself, as Shen Miao really did not have the heart to make friends with others. Since your friend came over, then you all should chat. Shen Chu softly coughed, I will go out and speak to father about some things. Shen Miao complied, and after Shen Chu walked away Feng and Ning then softly said, Why is your eldest so fierce and vicious? I was scared to death just now. Fierce and vicious. Shen Miao was too lazy to explain, so she said, Yes, he kills people like cutting bean curd. Feng and Ning quickly patted her chest and said, Fortunately I admitted my fault early and next time I would not dare to just rush in anymore. Without realizing, it was time for the Shen family banquet to start. Male and female guests were seated separately. The females were all sitting at the hall of Rong Jingtang while the male guests were under the care of Shen Gui and Shen Wan. Since Shen Xin did not have much interest in the family banquet, he did not care to go around fawning in the official circles, so he just sat down to drink. There were not many guests that came over, and most of them were civil officials who had good relationship with Shen Gui and Shen Wan, and thus did not have anything to talk with Shen Xin. Thus when one looked over at the bustling table, it seemed like Shen Xin and Shen Chu were deliberately neglected. Shen Chu was not in the slightest unhappy as he was happy eating the food by himself. But it was Shen Yuan who portrayed a shadow of Shen Gui, with his smooth and slick appearance that made Shen Chu somewhat lose his appetite. At the other side on the female guests, the ones who were naturally neglected were Lu Shuiyan and Shen Miao. Since they were Chen Ruchu's friends, naturally they would give her face. Even though they could not ridicule Shen Miao in front of Luo Shuiyan, they could treat her coldly. Those young ladies and ferns keep talking to Chen Ruchu and Shen Yu, and even pretended to care about Jing Chuchu and Shen Dongling and talked a few words with them. Only Shen Miao was purposely ignored. Lu Shuiyan was somewhat angry, and if it was the past Shen Miao, she would be acting out rashly. But now it was different, and even if those fern and young ladies were talking with excitement, Shen Miao would reservedly take her meal. Each move of hers had a type of majesty and grandeur that made others have an illusion that it was not that others were deliberately neglecting her, but that Shen Miao herself disdained from talking to those people. As if a punch had landed on soft cotton, and after many times, everyone's interest started to die down. Yi Fern smiled and said, It is always said that Suzhou is a place endowed with talents, and previously I did not believe it, but after seeing this Biao young lady from old Fern's family, one believed that those words were not false. Our capital would not be able to raise such a full-of-life young lady. During the banquet, old Shen Fern had shown high importance towards Jing Chuchu, and even though the ferns present did not know the reason why, they were not fools. Since old Fern wanted to enliven Jing Chuchu up, then there was no harm in saying that she was beautiful. Jing Chuchu was so shy that her face flushed and she lowered her head and dare not say anything. Old Shen Fern laughed. Yi Fern words, this old person cannot agree. Yi young lady is also full of life that when I see I also like. Yi Pei Lan smiled and thanked old Shen Fern's praise. She became more curious about Jing Chu Chu and softly asked Shen Yu, old Fern looked like she really liked your Biao older sister. Shen Yu vaguely agreed and her heart was somewhat doubtful. Even though Shen Dongling sat at the corner of the banquet, Wan Yinyang did not have the opportunity to be present at this kind of situation. Since she did not have her birth mother to help her old Shen Fern to lift up, she was a nobody. Even it was such, Shen Dongling did not reveal a hint of unwillingness and just ate from her bowl, and behaved properly like what an unfavored Shu daughter should be. Old Shen Fern at one end instructed Jing Chu Chu to eat more, and at the other hand talked to others about Jing Chu Chu good points. She practically made a pretty daughter from a humble family into one that was from heavens. Until a servant came over to pour tea and accidentally spilled tea over Jing Chu Chu, then she stopped. Old Shen Fern scolded the careless servant, how do you do thing? What if Biao young lady is scalded? It is all right. Jing Chu Chu smiled, the tea is not hot so I am fine. Are the clothes wet? Old Shen Fern saw that the front of Jing Chu Chu's clothes had a large patch of water and caringly said, it is a cold day and one cannot wear such wet clothes. She bring Biao young lady down to change into a set of clean clothes. She then also said to Jing Chu Chu, one must not catch a cold. Jing Chu Chu lowered her head and looked at her old clothes. No matter how thin winter clothes were they would still be heavy, thus when tea was soaked into the cotton, it would not be comfortable if one were to continue wearing them. Thus at the moment she did not decline and agreed with old Shen Fern as her face reddened, and said her greetings to the female guests before following the maids to leave. Zhang Fern said, Jing family's young lady is really fortunate to have old Fern to value this much. How is it her fortune? The smile on old Shen Fern face was wrinkled together, it is this old person's fortune. This girl is well behaved and sensible, thus this one like. Hearing this, everyone started up flattering. Chen Ruchu glanced at old Shen Fern and her gaze unconsciously went towards Shen Miao. Most likely she had felt her eyes, so Shen Miao also looked towards Chen Ruchu with some slightly puzzled intention. Chen Ruchu smiled and lowered her head and a trace of pleased filled her heart. But she did not see that when she was lowering her head, the doubts on Shen Miao's eyes disappeared and was replaced with a light smile. If one were to seriously look, that smile contained some kind of inexplicable excitement. It was Shen Dongling who looked at Shen Miao without a trace before quickly lowering her head to eat the things from her bowl. At the male side of the banquet it was not as meticulous as the female side, but it was like in the official circles and was filled with wine. Even though Shen Shen and Shen Chu were left out, there were several colleagues who came over to toast and after a few cups, Shen Chu's head was a little dizzy and heavy. Brat, only drink a few cups and you got drunk. Did you not eat? Shen Shen said angrily. Shen Chu rubbed his brows and shook his head, one did not know. As a man who grew up in the barracks, this little bit of wine was nothing. One need to know that normally in the army, one would drink by the jars and thus would look down on the wine in the Ding capital as it was not strong enough. Who knew that today one would be hit on the face? Really taught you for nothing after so many years. Shen Shen said exasperated that he did not live up to expectations. Eldest Bofu must not be angry. It was Jing Guanshen who smiled as he explained, it is not that Biao older brother does not have the volume for alcohol, but it is that he had drank Futu wine and Yinguang wine together. He pointed to the wine cups in front of Shen Chu. Indeed the wine in the cup was not as red as Futu wine and was not as silver as Yinguang wine but was like a kind of mixed version. Jing Guanshen continued explaining, there are people here who are drinking Yinguang wine and some who are drinking Futu wine. Biao older brother most likely did not pay attention and poured it together. Others would have collapsed after drinking half a cup of Yinguang wine and Futu wine but Biao older brother is still awake. It is already not an easy feat. Ha ha ha, Adarin heard this and laughed, the heir's alcohol volume is already not bad, General Shen must not blame him. Shen Yuan swept a look at Shen Chu and said, eldest brother cannot continue to drink like this. It is better to go to a room and rest. Shen Chu waved his head and mumbled something with his mouth. It seemed that he was quite drunk. Let me send Biao older brother back. Jing Guanshen said with a smile. Even though because of the Shen Miao matter, Shen Shen was quite critical of Jing Guanshen but one would not raise one's eyes to beat up a smiling person, and ever since more guards were placed at the courtyard doors, Jing Guanshen behaved better. Shen Shen looked at him, that being the case then one would trouble you and Akai to help him back. Just as Jing Guansheng was about to get up, one saw Shen Chu grab onto Shen Yuan shaking his head, Akai, you bring me. Shen Yuan was startled as Shen Shen frowned, this kid has treated you as Akai. He then spoke to Shen Chu, you brat, quickly release your second younger brother. Shen Chu did not move. Shen Yuan's gaze slightly moved and said, Biao younger brother and me are the same, since it is as such, I will send eldest brother back to a room. He supported Shen Yuan and headed out without waiting for Shen Shen to refuse. Just as Shen Shen was about to speak, Shen Yuan came over with wine, eldest brother, I offer you a cup. After the little waves in the banquet, no one put it in mind as there were many people who entered and exit. But when the banquet ended, the ferns were talking leisurely about the courtyard. Bai Fern suddenly seemed to remember, why has Jing young lady not returned yet? After Jing Chu Chu's clothes were dirtied by the maid, she went back to change her clothes. But after that she did not make another appearance. Old Shi Fern was surprised for a moment and asked Shi who was standing beside, go and find someone to ask why is Biao young lady not back yet. Perhaps one is a little drunk. Shen Yu smiled, just then she had drank a lot of honey wine and even though it is sweet, the alcohol content is rather high. Biao older sister loves sweet things and one forgot to hold her back. Most likely she was a little drunk and is resting in the room. Shi complied and went out. Feng and Ning pursed her lips and slightly pushed Shen Miao. Initially one though that since there are more daughters in your residence, it would be very lively during the family banquets I insisted on following my mother. Now it seemed that it is very boring. Feng and Ning was the bright pearl in the Feng's residence palm and did not have that many sisters, but Shen Miao had so many sisters but was not close to them. She was even deliberately neglected thus in Feng and Ning's eyes, it was very boring. So it is the case. Shen Miao answered. Feng and Ning looked around, I want to go to the toilet and will come over later. Wait for me. Feng and Ning followed the servant and walked away when Shi also returned back to old Shen Fern's side before shaking her head, old Fern, Biao young lady is not in the resting room. Not in the resting room. Old Shen Fern voice was rather high and the Fern's gazes turned over to look. Old Shen Fern quickly tapered her voice down, then where is she? Shi shook her head, the servants also do not know. This girl, old Shen Fern was somewhat anxious, could it be that something happened? When her appearance landed into the sharp eyes of the noble Ferns, naturally it was cause for reckon. Old Fern, just at the right time Chen Ruchu walked over and asked about what had happened before smiling, old Fern need not be worried. I just came over from master and think that Chu Chu is drunk. Speaking of which it is also coincidental that Chu that child is also drunk, and was sent back to a room to rest. The alcohol in our family banquet is quite strong so perhaps Chu Chu is resting in another room. She had deliberately pointed out that Shen Chu was also drunk and Shen Miao's eyes suddenly sharpened. Old Shen Fern shook her head and said, go and get a few people to search for Chu Chu since it is just in the residence. It would not be good if one were to catch a cold. She looked towards other. Speaking of which, this old one lately acquired from Zhang Xian a piece of a golden Buddha drawing that has embroidery on both sides. It is currently hung in the main hall of this one's. If anyone want to see, this old one is willing to take all of you to take a look. Zhang Xian was the Mingqi master embroidered, and one piece of embroidery could fetch a high value in the marketplace. Hearing that old Shen Furen had a piece, everyone wanted to take a look to widen their horizons. Shen Miao's lips hooked up. That double-sided embroidery was bestowed from the palace and was given to old Shen Furen by Shen Xin a few years ago, but this stingy person did not let others see. Now with this appearance, to be willing to bleed this much, there must be for another thing. Could it be, really as old Shen Furen wished? Ferns and young ladies were indeed very willing to follow old Shen Furen to look at that embroidered picture. The main hall of Rong Jingtang was like a tea room for guests to relax at, but usually there were few people who would go there as old Shen Furen had few guests, thus the tea room was empty most of the time. However, when one reached the doors, one saw that the doors were somewhat strange. Some noise sounded from the closed room and one could not hear what it was for the time being, as if something in the room was knocked over. Everyone abruptly stopped. Who is inside? Where are the guards? Old Shen Furen questioned. Replying old Furen, just now they were still here. Most likely there are no one in the tea room. Shi'er said unconvincingly. Really raise a group of idlers. Cannot even guard a door properly. Old Shen Furen was somewhat angry. Open up the doors. Open up the doors. When old Shen Furen were saying those words, her face was already a little sullen. The Furens present came over to watch the commotion, so not one of them left. Chen Ruchu soothed. Mother, you must not get angry. Perhaps some guests went into the wrong room. Finishing, she gave a look to the maids by her side and they went forward to push the door open. The doors looked tightly closed, but it was not the case as they opened up with a light push. After that, one heard a shocked shout and both maids jumped in shock and took 2 steps back. Seeing them being like that, it made one's heart suspicious. Old Shen Furen snapped. What is going on? One of the maids did not seem to be able to stand up properly and supported herself against the door but inadvertently opened the door wider, exposing the situation inside the room to everyone. Everyone outside could not help but to suck in a lump of cold air. The tea room was very small as it was originally a place to rest temporary, thus there was only a small cupboard and a small table set. Currently the teacups were smashed into pieces below the cupboard and at a narrow small couch, there were 2 overlapping figures. One could clearly see that there was a male pressing on a female body. The noise that sounded just now was most likely caused by the falling cups during the dispute. At the moment this chaotic appearance was exposed in front of everyone without any concealment. Those Fern immediately covered their own young lady's eyes, fearing that they would see any filthy things. Shi'er, who was standing outside, called out in shock, Biao. Biao, young lady. Chu Chu. Chen Ruchu also shouted. What? Old Shen Furen was surprised for a moment and almost fainted on the spot. Fu Er standing beside quickly went over to support old Shen Furen. What is going on with this? Chen Ruchu had a slightly panicked look on and in the eyes of others, it was a scene of confusion after all a scandal broke out inside the residence. The 2 people in the room seemed not to be aware of the situation as even though it was a ruckus outside, the male lying on top of the female did not make a move, but the female was expending great efforts to push the male up. Heavens. Shi'er covered her mouth and had a look of surprise. Did not eldest young master go back to a room after getting drunk? Why would he be? With that one sentence, those who were listening roughly understood what was going on. The young master of the residence was drunk and encountered the Biao young lady who went back to change her clothes, and could not control his lustful heart and had taken her innocence. Chu Er is always composed, so how would he do such a thing? Chen Ruchu shook her head. It is all the fault of drinking too much. When she spoke to this part, she had a painful look on her face. Between her words, she had already determined Shen Chu's charges. Shen Miao looked on silently as this was a scene almost the same as in the previous lifetime. After Shen Chu woke up, he could not explain himself away even if he had 100 mouths. Even though Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan believed Shen Chu, the facts were laid out right in front and the most disadvantaged was the female party. If Shen Chu did not marry Jing Chu Chu, then all the ferns that came would be able to drown Shen Chu with their saliva. At that time what did she do? Shen Miao thought deeply and felt a deep shame as she felt at that time it was shameful to have an older brother who took other people's innocence, and along the others she also spat at Shen Chu. Shen Yu suddenly said, 5th younger sister, why are you not speaking? Everyone's eyes suddenly looked towards Shen Miao. Shen Chu was Shen Miao's eldest brother and for Shen Chu to do such a thing like this, it would also not look good on Shen Miao, but one did not know if Shen Miao would help Shen Chu or have a righteous attitude instead. Yi Pei Lan liked to see Shen Miao fall into misfortune, thus at this moment she was rejoicing at it but said fakely, Shen Miao, actually this matter is not related to you since your eldest brother is your eldest brother and you are you. Even though you both are in the same family, one cannot generalize different matters together. But the more she said so the more it reminded everyone that Shen Miao was Shen Chu's younger sister and with Shen Chu misconduct, how would Shen Miao be anywhere better? I am only just very curious. Shen Miao said lightly, one did not solve the matter but just talk about it here. Why not let someone call in the people outside the Shen residence doors to come it, and watch the commotion and make it more crowded? Her sarcasm was like a knife, in a single moment it pierced into one's heart. Yes, such a matter had already happened. If it was an ordinary family, one would immediately think of ways to cover it up, but this old Shen Furen and Chen Ruchu seemed to be anxious to let more people know of the matter, and even talk about it at the doors. As for what intentions did they have, it would not be one from a good heart. And why was it done for? Chen Ruchu and old Shen Furen were somewhat embarrassed but then heard Shen Miao continue speaking lightly, even if my mother is not here, there should be someone who can preside over the overall situation. Can it be that now with 3rd Shen replacing 2nd Shen, 3rd Shen do not know what to do? Suddenly Chen Ruchu's face turned green and even Shen Yu's face did not look good. To mention Ren Wanyan at this moment, everyone's gaze became more meaningful. Chen Ruchu got angry, as it was obvious that Shen Miao was saying that her abilities to handle the overall situation were inferior to Ren Wanyan's, and this was as good as slapping her. Shen Miao was after all one who had stayed in the inner palace for so many years, and which female in the inner palace was easy to deal with. Even an argument with words were also sword fights and one sentence could have 10 different meanings. Currently her words does not seem light or serious but made one think far ahead. Was it because one took advantage that Lu Shuiyan was not here, so one could purposely bully Shen Chu? Now one took advantage of Shen Chu's scandal and spread it out so that everyone would know about it. The most important thing was that these ferns were not fools. Previously they were shocked by the scene in front of them and forgot about other things, but Shen Miao's attitude made them calm down and after looking inside again one felt strange. Even though this was a scandal, who could know if it was man-made or not? Old Shen Furen raged after Shen Miao's few sentences. 5th girl, eldest boy had make this kind of situation, what is with your attitude? You still keep on being stubborn. Shen Miao almost laughed out but she shook her head instead, this matter is considered a big matter. It is better to invite father, 2nd and 3rd Shu over before a decision is made. Old Shen Furen and Chen Ruchu were stunned. Even all the ferns present stood rooted. This was a situation where the less number of people that know, the better it would be, but why now Shen Miao could not wait for more people to know about it. Chen Ruchu's heart was somewhat unsettled. She did not know why even though everything went accordingly to her imagination, but she felt that something was wrong. Those doors were wide open and there was no movement from the people inside. Old Shen Furen wanted to close the doors but heard Shen Miao speaking with a cold smile, do not close. Since what could be seen is seen, it would be burying one's head in the sand if the doors are closed. Whoever still want to look can take a clearer look at it. This was the time when old Shen Furen felt that something was wrong. She wanted to let people to go into the room but Shen Miao's aggressive attitude was just too surprising. Since she is already riding on the tiger it would be difficult to come down, thus by trying to hit it would only make it more conspicuous. Old Shen Furen could only restrain the uneasiness in her heart, and helplessly looked at Shen Miao as she instructed people to invite Shen Shen and the rest over. Zhang Xiaozan wiped her tears and said, the Jing family's young lady is still young and how would the rest of her life be now that such a thing happened? One request for everyone to be my witness. Old Shen Furen spoke, my Shen family all the while have upright family manners. For such a thing that undermine the family principles to happen, naturally one will give everyone an explanation. Chu Chu is my maiden family's grandniece and is well behaved and sensible. I had thought to retain her by my side so that one would be able to find a good family for her but who could know. Old Shen Furen looked pained as she continued, my Shen family is not one who bully others. No matter what happened in the future, Chu Chu is my Shen family's granddaughter-in-law. Without a doubt, one will definitely give Chu Chu an explanation. What a good pompous sounding reason. What a good fake expression. If one had no knowledge of the inside information, Shen Miao would also agree with old Shen Furen's attitude and actions. Her eyes contained some taunting, indeed from a songstress background to be able to act out this play that lifelike. Sure enough when old Shen Furen finished speaking, she tentatively won the goodwill from those who were present. Indeed an aristocratic family, dare to act courageous enough to take responsibility. With these words, that Jing family young lady considered to have someone to depend on for the rest of her life. The Shen family's upright family manners are indeed true. Old Shen Furen's choice is wise. One did not think that old Shen Furen still had such a bearing. More than half were praising old Shen Furen on remedying the mistake, and half of them were pitying Jing Chu Chu for encountering such a storm. As for Shen Chu, it was portrayed by the crowd as a shameless wolf. Just at this moment, one heard a burst of hurried shouts, Chu Chu. Chu Chu. When one looked over, the people that Shen Miao had instructed brought Shen Shen and entourage over. But this was considered alright as they did not bring those official colleagues over. There were only Shen Shen and brothers with Luo Shuiyan and one who was right in front of them, Jing Guansheng. He strode forward and when those Furens saw him, they gave way to him. Jing Guanshen stood in front of the door and did not go in, but just looked on blankly as if he was struck by lightning. What is going on? Luo Shuiyan anxiously said. Chen Ruchu wiped her tears and said, eldest Cao must not be anxious, one would not blame Chuer about this matter, he is after all making a botch of things after consuming too much alcohol. Shen Gui and Shen Wan who were on the way overheard about the matter. Shen Gui could not wait for Shen Shen to have a misfortune so he immediately put on an ashamed attitude, it is all my fault, I should have stopped Chuer when he was drinking. If he was not drunk, how would this matter happen? Second older brother must not blame yourself. Shen Wan sighed, no one wants such things to happen. It is better to think what can be done next. What else can be done? Jing Guansheng's eyes reddened, my younger sister came to this place perfectly well, but was set up in a conspiracy and lost her innocence. Naturally one must have an explanation. You better clean your mouth. Shen Shen got angry when he heard this. This person watched Shen Chu that brat grow up and it is not possible for him to do this kind of thing. Correct. Luo Shuiyan sneered. Jing Chu Chu is not a national grace or divine fragrance. When Chuer is at the frontier, how many Darrens want to marry their young ladies to him and any one of them is much better looking than Jing Chu Chu. Do you think Chuer is silly to destroy his future because of one Jing Chu Chu? Shen Shen was one who kill enemies in the battlefield and was unmoved by force or persuasion. Luo Shuiyan was also very fiery and would not put her words out tactfully thus when the words were said, Jing Guansheng face became pale and old Shen Furen got so angry this time that she was speechless. But if one were to think about it, it also made sense. Jing Chu Chu's appearance was good but was not considered anything in the world. Jing Guansheng's mention of a conspiracy was considered exaggerated. Shen Miao wanted to laugh because in the previous lifetime Shen Shen and Luo Shuiyan also defended Shen Chu like this. Unfortunately Jing Chu Chu spared no effort to look like she did not have any schemes, and at that time under the watchful eyes of everyone what else could be said? One could only admit defeat. Old Shen Furen called so many noble Furens over to witness so that Shen Chu would not have any way out. Witness and material evidence are all present, how can one quibble? Jing Guansheng said angrily, could it be that my younger sister, a weak female, could force Shen Chu? I initially thought that Shen Chu was a gentleman, but who knew that one may know a person on the surface but would not understand his true nature. I want to report to the authorities. By reporting to the authorities on this household matter made everyone know that the matter has blown out of proportions. Old Shen Furen fumed, enough. She looked at Jing Guansheng and said, Guansheng, you are my grandnephew and you also know how I treated you these days. Chu Chu this girl is someone I like, so I am not willing to let her suffer from grievances even if others are willing. Do not worry, I will give you an explanation. Oldest one. Old Shen Furen turned her attention around and spoke angrily to Shen Shen, the fault of the matter starts from Chuer. Like how your father taught you previously, the Shen family is of indomitable spirits and since one had destroyed others' innocence, then one must definitely take responsible for others. Since Chuer had done such things, he must marry Chu Chu and treat her well for the rest of her life. The Shen family was of indomitable spirits. This was what the old General Shen sincerely advised to Shen Shen. If it was in the past, Shen Shen would give old Shen Furen face and would swallow down this unspoken grievances. But this year after returning back to the Ding capital, the disagreement between the old Shen Furen and his household got deeper and deeper. Once he heard this sentence and saw old Shen Furen's face, he felt an unspoken amount of hate and a fire of anger lit in his heart. Shen Shen raged, I had said before that Chuer would not do such a thing like this. But, Shen Dongling, who had always been hiding at the back where no one noticed, suddenly said, why if nobody gone in yet, but it is said that the person inside is eldest brother. Is eldest brother really inside? When those words were said, everyone were stunned. That was not wrong, was the person inside really Shen Chu? From the start till now, no one went in to take a look, and what could be seen was two overlapping bodies. In fact the Ferns roughly understood in their heart that this matter was complicated. Even though it was said as a misunderstanding after getting drunk, most likely it had been schemed by others. But since one had been schemed to such a state, Shen Chu could only called as being unfortunate. Chen Ruchu laughed, what is Dongling saying? Only Chuer left the banquet drunk else who can it be? There is still second older brother. Shen Miao said breezily, why is second older brother also gone? Why only my eldest brother has to take responsibility? Younger sister, what responsibility are you talking about? An unexpected voice suddenly sounded. That voice mind blew everyone as they turned back and saw that not far away, Shen Chu was standing there clad in refreshing clothes with Feng and Ning standing next to him, looking at everyone puzzledly. And Ning. Feng Furen jumped in shock and quickly pulled her over to reprimand, why did you run around? I got lost after going to the toilet. Feng and Ning innocently said. One had walked around for a long time and was unable to come out. Coincidentally, one encountered the eldest brother of the Shen family. He then brought me over. What happened? Shen Xin and Lu Shuiyan were only startled for a moment before Shen Xin roared in laughter. When that laughter landed on everyone's ears, there was some sense of elation. Shen Chu was standing perfectly all right here, so who was the person inside? One has seen enough. Shen Miao gently smiled. Someone come, let us see clearly who is the person that has to take responsibility. It was already too late for old Shen Furen to block them. Lu Shuiyan's servants were all strong and courageous. Without waiting for Chen Ruchu to give out instructions, they had already rushed in first. Their actions were too fast that everyone has yet to react to them when they heard groaning from inside. Two of the maids were already supporting that man to show everyone his looks, replying to Furen, it is second young master. Shen Yuan clothes were messed up as he appeared in front of everyone with a flushed face. As compared to just now when one was shouting Shen Chu's name but did not go in to check, this kind of evidence was almost irrefutable, thus everyone's eyes all turned towards Shen Gui and old Shen Furen. Shen Miao's sarcastic voice rang out, what? So it was all a misunderstanding. Without any rhyme or reason, eldest brother almost had to be unjustly blamed. You servants better open your eyes bigger the next time. If one were to spread a matter like this to harm one's reputation, one would be imprisoned. Younger sister, what are you talking about? Shen Chu scratched his head, what am I unjustly blamed for? Sure, someone wanted to push a wife to you. Lu Shuiyan was able to say that out. Just now old Shen Furen and Chen Ruchu were forcing her, but now since it was now a false alarm, anger started to raise up and her words were no longer polite. Just as I said, our Chu Er's wife must be someone I have seen and approve of. Chu Er is one who abide by the rules, how would he just so casually bring a wife back? It was Feng and Ning who suddenly came into realization and said, what? I was all the while with the eldest brother of the Shen family and most likely he has already sobered up. One have only heard about forcing a marriage, forcing female to marry, can it be that there is also a forcing to marry, forcing male to marry? Feng and Ning was also talented, she deliberately said it so exaggeratedly that Feng Furen's facial expression changed and she scolded, and Ning. Feng and Ning stuck her tongue out and no longer spoke. Grandmother, Biao older brother, second Shu, now matters have become like this, so what can be done? Shen Miao said in a distressing manner, but her expression was as if she was unconstrained and carefree. Everyone could see that she had the attitude of a spectator watching the scene. What was slapping one's face? This was called slapping one's face. Old Shen Furen was in some panic as today's event was instructed by her, so naturally she had made full preparations for it. But why did Shen Chu become Shen Yuan? She absolutely did not know what had happened, but when she saw Shen Miao's smiling look, old Shen Furen understood that the matter definitely involved Shen Miao. Shen Gui's mind also went blank. He heard that Shen Chu made a mistake and purposely came over to watch the fun. One had to know that the rumors of a person would also affect the career in court, else those censors would not have such high salaries. Now that Shen Chu became Shen Yuan and that this happened when Shen Yuan just returned back to the capital, was not this cutting off his official route? The young ladies present were still somewhat muddle-headed, but the Furens were able to see clearly. Today's event was clearly a play acted by the Shen family themselves. It was clear that someone wanted to use Jing Chu to defraud Shen Chu, but who knew that at the end it became Shen Yuan the defrauded one and not Shen Chu. Thinking about Shen Miao's attitude from the beginning till now, naturally she could not get away from how the situation became as such. Everyone said that the D5th young lady of the Shen family was an idiot and was treated as a love-crazy fool. But from now onwards, no one would dare to treat her as such. The person who set up this trap most likely did not expect that there would be a counter-check. As for them who were invited over to become witnesses, at this moment they also became Shen Miao's leverage. Old Shen Furen had rode a tiger and it was hard to get off, so she rolled her eyes back and wanted to pretend to faint so that she could get out of the matter, but she then heard Shen Miao saying, Biao older brother, Biao older sister had encountered such a situation, you as her older brother would definitely be very upset. Do not worry, grandmother just now said that she would definitely be responsible for Biao older sister. Suddenly old Shen Furen no longer felt dizzy and glared at Shen Miao, Yuan Er is at the moment still unconscious, obviously schemed by other. Fifth girl, you better not speak nonsense. Old Furen, what words are you talking about? Not waiting for Shen Miao to talk, Luo Shuiyan burst out, just now when you said that the person inside was Chu Er, one never heard you speaking for his sake. Yuan Er is your grandson, then is not Chu Er also your grandson? This bowl of water is held extremely at one side. Luo Shuiyan was not afraid to shed all pretense of cordiality, she had a fiery temper and with those rattling words, old Shen Furen could only say furiously, are you rebelling? Grandmother, let us still talk about how to handle second older brother's matter. Shen Miao gently smiled, her tone of voice was warm and did not display a childish disposition from the start till now, which made old Shen Furen much more embarrassed. She said, what did grandmother said just now? Grandmother said that Ye paternal grandfather said before that the Shen family is of indomitable spirits and since one had destroyed others' innocence, then one must definitely take responsible for others. Second older brother must marry Biao older sister. She deliberately learned old Shen Furen's righteous tone of voice making Luo Shuiyan burst out in laughter. Shen Miao looked at everyone, all the Furens had all seen this and grandmother's words are always trustworthy thus in such a short period of time, one would not forget about it. The noble Furens around all knew that Shen Miao had used them as guns but they could only laugh dryly. Old Shen Furen's face turned red and white by Shen Miao's sarcasm and could only repeat again, this matter is fishy, this matter is fishy. I also felt that the matter is fishy. Shen Miao raised her brows, so it is better to report to the authorities. Father, your subordinates are faster so it is still in time to report this to the administrator of the capital. Her voice hardly ceased when one heard Shen Gui's shout, no. Shen Miao was surprised, why not? Shen Gui looked at her fiercely, once it is reported then the matter cannot be hidden. The censors in court were all very leisured so if this matter was known to them, it would be strange if they did not write a report on him. Moreover this was after all a scandal, so it would not be good to make a big ruckus about it. Never mind. Shen Miao waved her hands troubled, this matter have to depend on Biao older brother's interest. He looked at the gloomy Jing Guansheng and gently smiled, Biao older brother is the one who is in most pain. Jing Guansheng did not speak. Old Shen Furen angrily said, first call a physician over to take a look. Jing Chuchu and Shen Yuan did not make any movement and one feared that they have fallen into a scheme, and old Shen Furen could not let it go. One knows that originally it should be Shen Chu who would be encountering this trouble, but who knew it now became Shen Yuan's and she could not say anything about it. Chen Ruchu was busy organizing the various Furens. Those Furens and young ladies had watched a good show, and know that today was just a fight between Shen Miao and the rest of the Shen family, but at the end it was Shen Miao who won. They all kept saying that they promised not to tell others about it before leaving. Feng and Ning winked at Shen Miao before leaving with Feng Furen. Shen Yu looked at the messy courtyard and left in disappointment. Just left with a little bit and one could destroy Shen Chu. Why had it become Shen Yuan at the end? Shen Xin and the rest also followed old Shen Furen to the main hall as this matter has to be dealt with. Coupled with the reputation of the Shen family this had been seen by so many people, it was no longer a minor issue to be solved. Shen Miao was walking right at the back when she was being stopped by a voice. When she looked back, it was Jing Guanshan that walked up to her. Shen Miao was small in stature and Jing Guansheng was slightly plump and tall, so it looked quite oppressive when he stood in front of Shen Miao. He had always been gentle and cordial, but the normally slightly smiling face had disappeared and now there was only ferociousness, as if the wolf has shed off the sheepskin and finally showed its true colors. He said, "Fifth younger sister, this is your doing right." "Yes," Shen Miao admitted frankly. As he did not expect Shen Miao would say so, Jing Guanshen was first surprised before he lifted a fist at Shen Miao. Jing Jie and Gu Yu quickly went up to block as Shen Miao coldly looked at him. "It is done by me, what can you do to me?" "You are shameless," Jing Guansheng growled. "The shameless one is me." Shen Miao looked at him. "Biao older brother, do you dare to say you do not have any knowledge of today's matter?" Jing Guanshen was stunned as he glared at her. As Jing Chu Chu's older brother, how would Jing Guansheng not know old Shen Furen's plan? It was very beneficial for him if Jing Chu Chu became Shen Chu's Furen, but who knew that at the end it became Shen Yuan's? Letting one's younger sister to become a bargaining chip but now call me shameless. Biao older brother, do you not find that you are just too nauseating? You. Since the matter has become a foregone conclusion, why not Biao older brother think in a different way? Shen Miao looked at him calmly and unruffled in the midst of chaos. Since Biao older sister has lost her innocence in front of so many people, it would be difficult to be Biao older brother's bargaining chip and marry a good family in the future, as who would be willing to marry second-hand shoes. She said it so viciously, making Jing Guanshen to clench his fist, but he had to admit that what Shen Miao said was not wrong. He finally understood the meaning of losing the bait along with the fish. With Jing Chu Chu's current situation, in the future no good family would be willing to take her, much less wealthy families. Biao older brother, seeing that we are cousins, let me remind you. Shen Miao smiled cordially. For you all, as long as one married into the Shen family, it is considered as climbing up the high branches. Since it is that case, what is the difference between marrying to eldest brother or second older brother? Jing Guanshen's mind moved a little as he looked at Shen Miao without saying a word. Speaking of which, my second older brother entered officialdom at a young age and his future prospects are also bright. As compared to my eldest brother, he is also excellent. Since both ways are using one's younger sister to pave a way for the future, since the person on the bed has become second older brother, then it's not good to change from becoming eldest Sao to second Sao. Anyway, there would not be any harm to you at all. She looked at her fingernails and one did not know who she was talking to. In order to live, one must know how to change. The scandal at the Shen family banquet did not spread out in the end. The spreading out was referring to the public, but as for the aristocratic circles, they had always been inextricably linked, thus a Furen would use it as a joke and tell another Furen, and in private, it had been spread out. Moreover, old Shen Furen's clever words had now sent herself to the road of ruin. If she did not do as she had said, it would be as if she was slapping her own face, but if she were to do as she said, how could she be easily reconciled with the loss of her most outstanding grandson? But because of this matter, the eldest household and old Shen Furen were completely at a deadlock. Originally it was just estrangement from the second and third households, but because of old Shen Furen's attitude in the banquet, Lu Shuiyan and Shen Xin feel as if there was a fishbone stuck at their throats. They were not people who would grin and swallow it, so they just folded their arms and watched a good show. After Shen Yuan and Jing Chu Chu woke up, naturally Jing Chu Chu cried and only said that she was pulled in by Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan was furious and said that he did not know what was going on when he fainted, and when he woke up, he was already lying together with Jing Chu Chu. He could not remember these matters and it was possible that Jing Chu Chu was still perfectly intact. It was no longer important if Jing Chu Chu was perfectly intact, since so many noble Furens had seen such a fragrant scene. Jing Chu Chu's next half of her life was over. Perhaps it was this matter that provoked them, or it could be due to other reasons, but the Jing siblings were no longer gentle and warm like previously and were instead aggressive, insisting that Shen Yuan take responsibility. Moreover, old Shen Furen had previously said that if it was Shen Chu, she would be able to be the Shen residence's eldest young Furen, so now that it was Shen Yuan, naturally Jing Chu Chu should be the second young Furen of the Shen residence. Old Shen Furen's scheme was exquisite, so how could she let something like this happen? Shen Yuan was her most outstanding grandson but now had to marry a young lady from a small family, so she immediately fished for an excuse to reject. Jing Guansheng looked scholarly and he was very smart. Without saying a second word, he said that he was bringing Jing Chu Chu to the authorities and also wrote a letter back to Suzhou. Once the Suzhou side heard of all this, they were angry at old Shen Furen for not keeping to her words and started their journey to the Ding capital to argue. The original alliance was fractured and old Shen Furen scolded loudly the two siblings all day as white-eyed wolves, and the Jing siblings also mocked old Shen Furen as old unrespectable one. Shen Yuan was also very angry, but even if the matter was blown up, one could not just kill Jing Chu Chu as there were so many Furens watching. Once something happened to Jing Chu Chu, then everyone would be suspicious of him. Moreover, the Jing family was not easy to deal with. No matter how much trouble there was outside, the western courtyard's doors of the Shen residence remained closed and everyone were still joyous and harmonious. On that day Shen Chu did not even drink any alcohol, but it was Shen Miao who made him act drunk. As for what happened next, Shen Chu also did not know the reason why Shen Yuan was together with Jing Chu Chu. Even though Shen Miao was unwilling to tell him and threatened him not to tell Shen Xin and wife, Shen Chu could faintly guess it, thus when he returned back to the residence, he refused to even step in wrong Jing Tang. In the room, Shen Miao sat in front of the desk writing a recipe to the kitchens. It was no longer possible for Jing Chu Chu to fawn the eldest household, thus Shen Miao no longer need to go to the practice field daily, but Shen Xin and the soldiers all looked forward to the soup that she made. Shen Miao was too lazy to personally boil it every day, so she wrote some recipe down for the kitchens. At the end she was praised daily and those soldiers respected her more than Shen Chu. Luo Shuiyan had also asked before, when did Zhao Zhao learn so many recipes? Could it be that there is an interest in cooking? Shen Miao vaguely responded to this. She was not the kind of woman who was willing to personally boil soup, but in her previous life, in order to please many people, she lowered herself to learn recipes from the kitchens of noble families. But no matter how good she was, the person who received it would not be moved. But now it was different. Shen Miao shook her head. This was most likely treating a person well and was different from treating a beast well. Some people knew how to be grateful, but some people would only bite the hands that feeds. Bai Lu picked up the paper in which Shen Miao wrote to dry, and got up to send it over to the kitchens. Now that the western courtyard no longer eat with the eastern courtyard, a small kitchen was set up. This kind of actions obviously indicated that they did not trust the eastern courtyard. One heard that Biao young master quarreled with old Furen again today. Jing Jie helped Shen Miao to clean up the paper and ink on the table and said, it seems that the Jing family is on the way over, and old Furen see that the matter cannot be dragged on and got anxious. What can be said was already said. Shen Miao picked up the teacup to take a sip. Biao older brother is a smart person and one cannot just let others take advantage for nothing. Biao young master is also really ruthless. Gu Yu also spoke. Now he would threaten to report to the authorities all day. One obviously know that second young master just returned back to the capital, so if one truly report to the authorities, second young master's prospects would end. This servant sees that this time second young master would need to marry Biao young lady. And this is all thanks to old Furen's solemn compliance to old master's family teachings. When she spoke to the end, her voice could not help but float high up even though she had restrained the joy in her heart. Old Shen Furen's conduct made one nauseated, and now that she lifted a rock and smashed her own foot, how could it not make others happy? But, Jing Jie asked, what good is there for Biao young lady to rack her brains for schemes to marry to second young master? She had an acrimonious falling out with old Furen, and second young master will not be happy at all, so even if she marry into the residence, she will not be loved. Is not Biao young lady finding trouble for herself? Shen Miao smiled gently. Jing Chu Chu does not want to marry a person but money. Since it is so, then what is the difference between like or love? In the previous life, Jing Chu Chu married Shen Chu, and Shen Chu treated her well, but at the end, she still harmed Shen Chu to such a state. For Jing Chu Chu's perspective, as long as she could climb higher, it would not matter who the partner was. Speaking of which, Gu Yu pursed her lips. Biao young lady wanted to harm eldest young master, but now she will marry in perfectly well. This truly made one feel unhappy. Since this matter originated from her, why do the evildoers not have bad endings? Shen Miao opened the window and looked out. Do you think that this is the end? Gu Yu's eyes brightened. Young lady still left a hand. After being with Shen Miao for a period of time, Gu Yu had more knowledge of Shen Miao's means and was no longer surprised by them. If it was in the past, she would be surprised of Shen Miao's viciousness and coolness, but after experiencing each and every single matter, one did not have any good feelings of the other two households in the Shen residence at all. All that pity and compassion had long flown away. It is just the beginning for them to be forced to suffer in silence. Shen Miao said, Jing Chu Chu schemed against eldest brother first. Does she think that she could escape? Jing Jie's and Gu Yu's eyes were looking dazzling at Shen Miao. Shen Miao waved her hands. Go and settle the money with Fu Er first. Old Shen Furen was recently busy dealing with the siblings Jing Chu Chu and Jing Guansheng, and as for the reason why there was a change in the person during the banquet, she did not bother to investigate the truth. Sooner or later Fu Er will be married to the steward's single-eyed son, so it is better to give her more money and think of ideas to help her escape from the Shen residence. Gu Yu took the money over and smiled. This servant understands. Is it correct to send a portion of money to Biao young lady's personal maid? Shen Miao nodded with satisfaction. Correct. It was the dog that won rear personally that would be the most painful when bitten by it. Just like the Shaolizi of her past lifetime. It was alright if she had experienced such a disadvantage as she had learned such a lesson and can use it on others. 5 days later, Shen Yuan's and Jing Chu Chu's engagement news had spread throughout the capital. Shen Yuan was the Shen residence's most outstanding young master, other than Shen Chu, and just came back to the capital after learning through experience at other areas, and initially a good career prospect was waiting for him. There were no shortage of young ladies with good appearance and family backgrounds, thus if one were to seriously take a pick, it was not difficult to find a wife that would be able to help him. But at the end the chosen was a young lady from Suzhou whose family did not hold any government position. Even though she was old Shen Furen's maiden family, if it was other family's matriarch, she would not let this kind of economically and culturally impoverished person be a young Furen of a noble family. Everyone in the Ding capital knew that there was something abnormal with that news. The why of Shen Yuan having to marry the Jing young lady as his wife had spread out privately. The reason was that he had slept with the Jing family's daughter when he was drunk. This Jing family was not easy to deal with, as they keep saying to report to the authorities. It was much better to marry an economically and culturally impoverished young lady than to lose one's official hat. So Shen Yuan was forced to take such a route. This matter was a joke that kept spreading in the circles of nobility, and for several days, there were a number of colleagues who had looks of watching the show in their eyes when Shen Gui went to court, much less Shen Yuan. Their reputation naturally tumbled due to this matter, and for Jing Chu Chu, it was completely unrelated to her. She sat in a room and tasted the snacks in boredom. After all pretenses of cordiality were dropped with old Shen Furen, the originally virtuous and graceful image that Jing Chu Chu had was all gone and her true nature was exposed. She grabbed onto Shen Yuan's weak spot and used the Shen residence's stuff, living a very cozy life. At her side, there only was her personal maid Dao Yuan, who was tidying up the room. Jing Chu Chu did not trust anyone in the Shen residence and would hand over all matters to only Dao Yuan. Dao Yuan said, Master and Furen will be seemingly arriving in these few days, and at that time young lady's marriage will be held lively. It would be very impressive when it is heard back on Suzhou. Jing Chu Chu smiled. At least it did not waste my painstaking efforts. But, Dao Yuan was somewhat worried. Now that Shen family's second master and old Furen treat young lady this badly, in the future when young lady marries over, what if they bully young lady? What is there to be scared of? Jing Chu Chu opened a box of rouge and said, I have long inquired. Second Biao young sister is dead and second Biao Shen is currently crazy and unable to preside over all the situation. There is only a Yin Yang in the second household, and a Yin Yang cannot intervene in matters concerning the Son's household. As for Biao older brother, he would not always stay in the residence. At that time I would be alone in the second household courtyard and can do anything one want and be very free. Comparing to marrying into the first household, one would be much more comfortable. Be that as it may, Dao Yuan shook her head. If in the future second young master marries some concubine back to stifle young lady, then this would depend on you. Jing Chu Chu looked at Dao Yuan and said like she was giving alms, these years you have followed by my side and seeing your faithfulness and good looks, if there is such a day, I will let Biao's second brother to take you in and you can win him over on my behalf. It would be considered as a return to your loyalty. She smiled. Dao Yuan lowered her head and quickly said, This servant will listen to young lady's words. Jing Chu Chu closed the rouge box and her eyes landed on the bracelet that was on the dressing table. She could not help but pick it up and look at it in a daze. When Dao Yuan saw it, she said in surprise, is that not the bracelet that gentleman's son gave to young lady? Gentleman's son, Jing Chu Chu murmured as her expression became erratic. Speaking of which, gentleman's son really treated young lady very well. Dao Yuan smiled. Do not know if he would be very sad upon hearing of young lady's engagement news. What nonsense are you talking about? Jing Chu Chu's brows were standing up as she interrupted Dao Yuan's words. Dao Yuan said unconvincing. This servant did not say incorrectly. Even though gentleman's son and young lady did not meet up much, but were familiar at first sight and he even had the thought to send things to young lady. It can be seen that he really placed young lady in his heart. If there was no second young master's matter, then gentleman's son would definitely think for ways to take young lady as his wife. Jing Chu Chu was surprised for a moment and some traces of blushing appeared on her face as she shook her head. How would a minister of personnel's residence take a culturally impoverished person like me as a wife? But gentleman's son truly loved young lady. Dao Yuan's words were somewhat a gaffe, but even though she said that, Jing Chu Chu not only did not get angry, she seemed to be a little joyful. Dao Yuan still continued, if gentleman's son becomes the son-in-law of the Jing family it would be good. Comparing gentleman's son and second young master, gentleman's son loves young lady like precious jewels. If young lady married over, gentleman's son would put young lady in his palm. Do not speak any more. Jing Chu Chu suddenly interrupted her words, since I have chosen the Shen family, it is meaningless to talk about gentleman's son. As she spoke, she actually became somewhat sad. Shen Yuan and Jing Chu Chu were not very warm with one another, and because of the matter before they were in a mutually hostile position. It was that due to such a time, upon comparison one would miss Sun Kainan's good points. Sun Kainan had an attractive appearance, was generous and treated her very gently and with great consideration, thus one would be lying if one's heart was not moved. Moreover, one would always be obsessed with things that one would not be able to obtain. Thus Dao Yuan's words were like ants crawling all over Jing Chuchu's heart, making it itch. Young lady, Dao Yuan hesitated for a moment. There is no harm for young lady to meet up with Gentleman Sun. Gentleman Sun will know of this matter but would not know of the inside story and might have misunderstood you. If this is explained, then he would be pained with your misfortune. It is difficult for one to meet a good person like Gentleman Sun, and if young lady do it that way, Gentleman Sun would be very hurt. Dao Yuan said. In the last meeting, Gentleman Sun still mentioned of wanting to gift young lady that dragonfly hairpin. Hearing that, Jing Chuchu's gaze moved. The thing that Sun Kainan impressed her the most was the steady stream of gifts that was given. For Jing Chuchu, it was considered enough if she married to Shen Yuan, but if she was also able to make Sun Kainan obsessed with her, it would be a great satisfaction to her vanity. Seeming to be thinking about it for a long time, Jing Chuchu said with determination, what you said made sense. I should explain it to him. But now young lady has an engagement with second young master, so this matter cannot be seen by others. Dao Yuan said, why not let this servant handle it? This servant will find a place without anyone so that young lady can explain to Gentleman Sun clearly, and it can be considered as not letting him down. Jing Chuchu nodded her head. Shen Yuan strode towards the courtyard and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. These few days he kept receiving strange looks from everyone. In fact, it was not that others were unable to see that Shen Yuan was schemed against, since it was not the first time the matter of one sleeping with some family's daughter when one drank too much had happened in the Ding capital. Be it intentionally or not, there were many of such things in recent years. What everyone was concerned with was that Shen Yuan, such a young talent, would actually fall into such shallow and direct schemes from those married women in the inner courtyard. In particular, this time it seemed that the Shen family's idiot was involved. Even though Fu Shuyi did not find any fault with him, but these days his attitude towards Shen Yuan had lightened a lot. It was very simple. Shen Yuan was Fu Shuyi's secretly developed confidant, but at the end of the day, Shen Yuan had to stand up in the light. But with such a stain, it would not look good on Fu Shuyi. For Fu Shuyi, who was one who strived for excellence, this mistake of Shen Yuan was annoying. Shen Yuan himself was also nursing grievance. After becoming a joke to others, he still had to marry Jing Chuchu, a good-looking but without any substantial ability female. Everyone knew that Jing Chuchu was an uncouth daughter of an insignificant family who only recognized money, and he had to marry such a female. Even if in the future some official's daughter took a liking to him, she would not marry him for fear of being ridiculed. He took a deep breath and stared at the oncoming person. Shen Miao was walking over from the garden with her two maids. These days she stayed in the western courtyard without leaving, and despite of the skies and earth turning upside down for the second household, she was also indifferent and instead seemed much more invigorated than before. Seeing Shen Yuan, she stopped and greeted, second older brother. Shen Yuan could not control himself as he clenched his fists. Ever since the matter with Jing Chuchu, he had not encountered Shen Miao at all. Naturally Shen Yuan knew that Shen Miao was the only person in the Shen residence that could do it, but in the beginning it had all the while been old Fern who was instructing others to make arrangements, so he could not be involved. And the more important thing than accountability was to appease the demanding Jing family's people. But thinking of how he had fallen into such straits, and it was all thanks to the young female in front, Shen Yuan could not wait to strangle Shen Miao. Seeing Shen Yuan not speaking, Shen Miao started to laugh herself. Speaking of which, second older brother and Biao older sister are engaged now, and I have yet to give my congratulations. Congratulations to second older brother for being able to bring the beauty back. Everyone could hear the ridicule in her words. Shen Yuan said coldly, many thanks to fifth younger sister. After pausing, he looked at Shen Miao again. Fifth younger sister have good abilities. Shen Miao accepted it. Every time she portrays an agreeably look, it would make one so angry that they could go mad. Shen Yuan sneered, fifth younger sister, it is better for one to understand the logic that the wind would damage the flourishing trees in the forest. I have never think that I am the flourishing tree and everyone know that I am an idiot. Shen Miao said lowly, it is however that second older brother is outstanding, and since the wind need urging, it would generally not be me. Is it? Shen Yuan slowly retorted, do not fifth younger sister think that success is within the grasp. Do not you think that with me marrying Jing Chuchu, I would lose this round? How can it be? Shen Miao was very modest. I know that second older brother is all the while tenacious and have a high level of perseverance. These little small scale things would definitely not even enter second older brother's eyes. It is still too early from the chess game to end. Perhaps it is not that early as you thought. Shen Yuan suddenly smiled strangely, perhaps it will end very soon. The strange smile that was on his face made him look particularly shady. Jing Jie and Gu Yu were frowning, but they saw Shen Miao raising her brows to ask, second older brother wants to scheme against me again. Are you afraid? Shen Miao nodded, I am not afraid of being schemed but only fear that others will not scheme against me. Her eyes were so clear, reflecting a childlike innocence as she smiled, if others do not scheme against me, how would I have any opportunity? Then you better seek more blessings. Shen Yuan laughed coldly, one fear that when that day come, you would not be smiling that happy. Finishing speaking, he strode off. After he left, the smile on Shen Miao's face disappeared without a trace. When Jing Jie and Gu Yu saw this, their hearts were in shock. Gu Yu questioned, young lady, is there anything inappropriate with second young master? Shen Miao shook her head. Shen Yuan was a person that if he had nothing up his sleeves, he would not have said those words. But what was it that he felt that would impact Shen Miao so much that he felt that she would not even have the opportunity to emancipate herself? Uneasiness started appearing in her heart, but she quickly forced it down. Shen Miao looked at Shen Yuan's back figure and softly said, it is still very early in the chess game, but the game will quickly end. In the Baoshanglu in the Ding capital, song and dances were all around as music spirals up and the women's fragrance accompanied with laughter were the best seductive drugs that attracted frequent looks from passers-by. The gazes were filled with envy but embarrassed due to their shortage of money, since they were unable to perform the act of staking 1,000 pieces of gold on one throw. In a tea room in a small building, the tea that was placed on the table had long cooled off after an entire night. The person inside was taking a nap when he almost overturned the teapot. He was so shocked that his sleepiness flew away, and his foot reached out to catch the teapot from smashing with his toes before setting it back on the table. Mo Qing was secretly relieved. In this Baoshanglu, even the most unremarkable teacup was also made by a good artisan, and if it was broken, one would need to pay money. Even though Shen Miao gave him a lot of money, but the money was for him to look for a specific young lady and there was no extra amount to use for such a thing. Applause was heard as the beauty on the bed looked at the scene coldly and said in a deadpan compliment, good martial arts skills. Really an eye-opener. Mo Qing looked away to not look at that female's bare shoulder. He became happy when he looked at the skies outside the window as the sun was coming up and the night was over, so he could relax for 3 more days. As he was thinking about this, a trace of relaxed joy appeared on his face as he stood up to leave. He was happy, but someone's fair face pursed upon seeing his delighted expression. Before he stood up, Lu Ying sat opposite him and said, Gentleman Mo. Mo Qing looked at the other person without a single expression. Lu Ying looked at him from top to bottom to size him up. Mo Qing had come to Baoshanglu and picked up young lady Lu Ying for more than a month, and would come over every 3 days. He gave the money very easily, but every time he picked Lu Ying, he would not do anything at all and just lean against the window and sit all night. In the beginning, Lu Ying knew that Mo Qing was playing some games as she played along. Since young, she was taught by mamas that some guests have their own quirks, and thought that most likely Mo Qing was one of those quirky customers. But after a number of such instances, Lu Ying also felt strange. She tried to entice Mo Qing, and if that did not work, then she would make his eyes crave, but naturally he remained unmoved. Even though Mo Qing would be teased till his ears turned red, he would still put on a solemn and indifferent look. Apparently he was still a virgin. But Mo Qing's martial skills was high, thus Lu Ying was unable to get closer to him. She was always been held by men, and it was the first time to be driven away, and felt that her status was lowered, so she did not do any more unnecessary things. But every second day of every encounter with Mo Qing, even though she was relieved, she felt anger in her heart. She was not extremely dangerous or a fierce beast, so why was Mo Qing dodging her? If gentleman Mo despised that Lu Ying's body is not clean, one can look for other young ladies in Baoshanglu. Lu Ying's face turned cold and spoke like in a pique. Every day there will be new young ladies, and they are extremely clean. There are also many of them who are virgins. Gentleman Mo need not waste money here with me and arouse misunderstandings. Mo Qing felt embarrassed in his head and did not look at Lu Ying. The task that Shen Miao gave to him really made him sit with pins and needles. He would rather go on a night duty at the Shen residence's doors than come to this establishment. Seeing Mo Qing not speaking, Lu Ying was so angry that she fought back. Next time gentleman Mo should not come. Lu Ying cannot afford to take gentleman Mo's money. Do not wreck my hard-earned reputation by taking money and not do anything. As she was speaking, she turned her face over and no longer looked at Mo Qing. Mo Qing touched his nose and felt that no matter what he said, it would not help on the matter. After all, he had come here to do such a thing every 3 to 5 days. Not to mention Lu Ying, even he himself felt that he was just like a fool. Baoshanglu was not a place to drink tea, and in Lu Ying's eyes, it seemed that she too could not understand. Without saying anything, Mo Qing placed a tael of silver down before leaving through the door. After Mo Qing left, Lu Ying's maid came in to clear the spill and saw the unhappiness in Lu Ying's eyes, so she consoled, young lady must not get angry, be it right or left, gentleman Mo always brought money every time. Seeing that silver on the table, Lu Ying's anger got bigger. This silver was given additionally to Lu Ying, which was not required to be shared with the mama. She turned her head and looked out of the window and said angrily, who cares about it? Her gaze however landed on that person's figure outside the window. Mo Qing pushed away uncomfortably the young lady that threw herself over, and opened the doors and headed out to the streets. Gentleman Mo is a good person. The maid murmured. Who knows? Lu Ying was about to retrieve her gaze back when she inadvertently swept her eyes to the corner of the streets. There was a person standing in the shadows that raised one's head to look up, and based on that gaze, it seemed to be directed at her. She was slightly surprised for a moment. Because the distance was too far, she was unable to see that person's appearance and could only see a green robe. Even though there was only a shadow, it was very stylish. Oh, Lu Ying lightly shook the fan in her hands. Could it be that I am becoming beautiful? Every one of their eyes look more satisfied at me. Young lady looks beautiful, so there are a lot of people who want to take a look at young lady. The maid sweetly said. Lu Ying pursed her lips, really a weird person, and the window was covered with a wave of her hand. At the other end of the street, Mo Qing halted and stared frowningly at a green road at the corner. That person was looking right at Lu Ying's building, but Mo Qing's eyes moved. That green-robed male's face was very familiar. He remembered that there was once a time when he followed Shen Miao's horse carriage back to the residence, that he had seen that person once. From what Jing Jie said before, that was Shen Miao's teacher in Guangwen Tang. Someone called Pei Lang. Finally, the Jing family came down to the Ding capital after a few days. As a small family from Suzhou, the Jing family had perfectly learned the villain's mouth. After the Jing family's husband and wife were aware of Jing Chuchu's and Shen Yuan's matter, they first cried in anguish of their daughter's bitter life before making a ruckus and threatened to report to the authorities for Shen Yuan to provide an answer, and they even did not agree to an engagement. On the surface it was as such, but everyone was well aware that the Jing family's husband and wife had gotten an advantage, and demonstrated their cleverness as they wanted to show that Shen Yuan married Jing Chuchu willingly. If one were not a family, one would not enter the family household. Old Shen Furen was unreasonable for so many years in the residence, and her family's rampant overbearingness was exactly the same as hers. After a few moments of contesting, she was actually on the disadvantageous position, and had to agree to bringing Jing Chuchu into the family with a palanquin with 8 carriers during the wedding, and had to compensate with a large sum of dowry. Old Shen Furen was like having to eat a bitter gourd and be unable to speak about the bitterness, and every day she had to look at the Jing family's husbands and wives' faces. This made her so angry that her eyes and mouth twitched, almost leading to a stroke. In a burst of anger, she hid herself in Rong Jing Tang and did not see anyone. The Jing family took the casual action for a warrant to give commands. Thus in a few days' time all the commoners in the Ding capital knew that Shen Yuan would be marrying Jing Chuchu from Suzhou. The commoners were not aware of the secrets during the family banquet in the Shen residence, so the rumors outside were only that Shen Yuan loved Jing Chuchu's gentleness and beauty and was sincerely treating her well. The Jing family was hard at work portraying Jing Chuchu as a moving beauty, but one did not know how others would see it, as it made Shen Yuan seem extremely oppressive. In the minister's residence, Sun Kai-nan looked at the invitation in his hand and crumbled it into a ball before throwing it into the paper basket. Shen Yuan, that bastard, he said hatefully. It was not easy to meet a female that he fancied, and after seeing so much of the Ding capital's females, Suzhou's Jing Chuchu was particularly different. There was never once a female that had slipped out from his grasp after he had taken a fancy, and in addition he had played it big and spent especially more effort on Jing Chuchu. He had never thought that at the end Shen Yuan benefited at his expense. A young servant cautiously said, it is also a misunderstanding that caused Jing young lady and second Shen young master to have no alternatives. One would not care what rumors were spreading out among the commoners, as the noble families knew what was going on. Sun Kai-nan already heard everything about what happened in the Shen family banquet. His face darkened. Jing Chuchu, that slut, received this young master's things and played with this young master. Sun Kai-nan was filled with displeasure even though he had seen a lot of females like Jing Chuchu. As long as money and benefits were given, they would be won over easily. As for the matter of the Shen residence banquet, one feared that it involved Jing Chuchu too. That woman accepted his things at one side and also schemed to marry to the Shen family at the other side. For Sun Kai-nan, the most humiliating thing was to be played by a female. But now, what does young master intend to do? The young servant asked. Jing young lady's invitation should be accepted or not. Sun Kai-nan lowered his head and looked at the invitation in his hand. There was a especially light fragrance on the invitation, like the scent of a female. Just like Jing Chuchu's harmless appearance was always hiding a restless heart. Even if she was about to marry another, she still came over to tease him one last time. Of course, except, Sun Kai-nan laughed. This young master had given her so much money and have yet to sleep with her. One is already not happy that Shen Yuan was quick-footed and climbed up first. How can one not sleep once? He stared at the young servant. Go and respond to the invitation. Shen Yuan was often not in the residence these days, and no matter what mischief the Jing family was up to, he rarely appeared. But the one suffering the most was Chen Ruchu, as she needed to deal with old Shen Fern's anger, and also to satisfy the greedy appetite of the Jing family. The money in the residence had gotten a lot less and there was only out but no in, making one worried when seeing it. Why is Fern so worried these days? Shen Wan returned back from court and asked when he saw her. Chen Ruchu reluctantly smiled, and since she did not want to talk about money with Shen Wan, she then said, the Jing family keep causing chaos in the residence, thus it is inevitable to worry about it. Shen Wan also sighed. Mother this time really suffered a double loss after trying to trick the enemy, and Yuan was caught in the hind legs. Everyone in the Shen residence knew clearly what had happened between Shen Yuan and Jing Chu. As to what happened at that time, the third household chose to sit on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. At least compared to Shen Yuan, the eldest household was more fearful. But unfortunately the eldest household came out of it perfectly fine, and the ones who were in misfortune was the second household, and now even brought them worries. These days are also hard for you. Chen Ruchu said gently, you will also be pointed out when something happens in the Shen family. Naturally the nobility circles would be like watching a joke when the residence is in such chaos. Shen Shen was a coarse person and was not afraid of others pointing at him, but Shen Wan was focused on his name, so these days it would most likely not have been easy for him. Shen Wan held Chen Ruchu's hand and shook his head. This is nothing. It is just that when Yuan married Jing Chu, if one were to mutually help one another in official circles in the future, it would be troublesome. He sighed. Originally Yuan was the one with the most expectations. Hearing that, Chen Ruchu's heart somewhat panicked. Shen Wan did not have his own son, so in the next generation of the Shen residence, only Shen Yuan could take up the heavy load. The most important thing in the officialdom was a nepotistic relationship, and if Shen Yuan married a young lady of an official family in the future, then Shen Wan's road in court would be much easier, but now by marrying to Jing Chu, it was tantamount to cutting off any future of growing wings. Chen Ruchu lowered her head and said, who knows? Now even fifth maiden is that powerful, eldest brother and eldest Sao entire family. Really make things difficult for others. One need not worry about it. Seeing Chen Ruchu worry, Shen Wan patted her shoulders. Yuan is not an ordinary person. Since little five have schemed Yuan will definitely get it back. There will be times when eldest brother and eldest Sao are also helpless. Husband's meaning is, Chen Ruchu's heart moved. Yuan is being strange recently. Shen Wan said softly, one feels that something is about to happen. In the western courtyard, Shen Miao put down the book in her hand and frowned. What does Shen Yuan want to do? Mo Qing said softly, young lady let this subordinate to guard Bao Shanglu for a long time, now. Continue. Shen Miao interrupted his words and Mo Qing's face suddenly collapsed. After some thoughts he said again, but gentleman Pei from Guanwentang has appeared. Does young lady have any additional instructions? It had been for all these time that Mo Qing did not know why Shen Miao let him go to Bao Shanglu to see Lu Ying. That day when he left and inadvertently saw Pei Lang, Mo Qing did not know why, but he had the feeling that Shen Miao let him go and see Lu Ying in Bao Shanglu because she knew since early that Pei Lang would appear. Every single thing that Shen Miao made him do, all had her own intentions, but this time when she heard that Pei Lang had appeared, Shen Miao did not say anything at all. Nothing, Shen Miao said, just do your task well. Did not expect that gentleman Pei, who looks like an upstanding person, would also go to Bao Shanglu kind of place. Gu Yu blinked, really does not look like one. After pausing, she added another sentence, guard Mo also do not look like. Mo Qing's face started to be frantic. Mo Qing, other than going to Bao Shanglu these days, do occasionally pay attention to the movements of Shen Yuan in the eastern courtyards. Shen Miao said. She did not know why, but Shen Yuan made her feel somewhat uneasy. Mo Qing complied, and after he left, Jing Jie asked, young lady, will second young master still have any bad intentions? Very strange, Shen Miao said. After the thing with the Jing family happened, Shen Yuan did not investigate the course of the day and also did not do anything to block it. Of course Jing Chu had to marry Shen Yuan, but if Shen Yuan used other methods, most likely it could be dragged on. But Shen Yuan did not even drag it at all, thus this could only say that he had a more important thing to do. Shen Miao really could not think of any matter that was more important. Shen Miao was unable to snoop into what Shen Yuan was scheming, as he was often not in the Shen residence. Young lady need not worry. That is right. Jing Jie suddenly thought about something. Dao Yuan said that Biao young lady sent a message to that side and had received a reply, so she will go for the appointment tomorrow. Shen Miao's eyes brightened. Very good. Shen Yuan made her feel uneasy, so it was better that some things happened as soon as possible. They were discussing matters here and in the pavilion of Feng Xian pawn shop. There were people also talking about this matter. Shen Yuan had already collected Shen Shen's evidences and presented them to Fu Shuyi. Ji Yushu said, 3 days later Fu Shuyi would have properly arranged it and report them to the emperor. At that time, it would be hard for the Shen family to escape from this calamity. Defying a monarch's order, agreeing overtly but opposing in secret. When this matter is dug out, the lightest punishment is to be stripped from one's armor and return to civilian life. Gao Yang said, this Shen Yuan of the Shen family have a little ability to be able to find such a thing back. Was it not mentioned? Ji Yushu was somewhat impatient. Shen Yuan had been dealing with Shen Shen for so many years, and all the years of scheming and planning finally became handy, and now he would be able to raise up in the ranks and fortune. But it is a shame it was rushed. If he had dug for 2 more years, the eldest household of the Shen family would have been beheaded. So it is saying that Fu Shuyi really have a good eye. Gao Yang said thoughtfully, Shen Shen's power is too great, thus there are many people who want to deal with him. The most important thing is that the imperial family of Mingqi are happy to see that, and they would step on Shen Shen when he is out of luck. So what can be done now? Ji Yushu's head ached. Shen Yuan is one who know how to endure silently, and that Fu Shuyi is also one. The Shen young lady will be so upset when the eldest household of the Shen family fall into misfortune. You still think of Shen Miao? Gao Yang rolled his eyes. If it was not Shen Miao who made he be caught with the cousin on bed, Shen Yuan would not have taken such quick actions. With his character, he would have tolerated for 2 more years before cleanly sweeping the Shen family off, and was only forced by Shen Miao to bring forward his plans. Gao Yang touched his chin. With the hate Shen Yuan feel towards Shen Miao, this time he would not let Shen Miao off easily. Perhaps the rest of the people in the eldest household of the Shen family might be able to keep their lives, but Shen Miao's fate would definitely be miserable. Ji Yushu anxiously scratched his ears. Then what to do? Shen Yuan, that scoundrel, would not resort to low tricks against Shen young lady. He even schemed against his own eldest beau, so his heart is certainly black. Do not worry, Gao Yang said unhurriedly. Shen Yuan's heart is black, but Shen Miao is not easy to deal with. This time I am really curious what moves will Shen Miao take to turn the tide. With her previous action of exterminating the entire household of Prince Yuan still managed to retreat safely, one feel that this time she would not be waiting to be captured with her hands tied. Shen young lady is resourceful and full of stratagem, so Shen Yuan cannot compete against her. Ji Shuyu suddenly thought of something and looked towards Gao Yang. Before Xie third brother left, he did not allow us to intervene in the Shen family matter, so if she wins, you are not allowed to help Shen Yuan. You are sure confident of her? Gao Yang started to wave the fan. It is only that I also want to watch what kind of methods she will use. Seeing Ji Yushu giving a sigh of relief, Gao Yang mercilessly poured cold water over him, but you better not be so assured. Ever since Third Shia's plans are brought forward, the situation in the Ding capital has changed a lot. But there is one thing that did not change, and that is the ambitious heart of Prince Ding. He will definitely make use of the fatty meat that the Shen family sent right to the doorstep. No matter what, Shen Miao is still an unmarried female and Prince Ding is not as stupid as Prince Yu. It is difficult for one power to contend with so many forces. This time Shen Shen's official hat would be lost, and once Shen Shen loses that hat, he half sighed and half lamented. For the eldest household of the Shen family, this is a disaster and he would not be able to protect those he want to protect. Ji Yushu's face slowly sank. Third Xie also mentioned that no matter what, the eldest household of the Shen family would not be able to escape the inevitable fate of death. Gao Yang's hands stopped waving and his eyes flashed slightly, just similarly like the Xie family. On the second day, the weather was good and in the side courtyard of Rong Jingtang, Dao Yuan took out a few set of clothes for Jing Chuchu to choose. Ever since the Jing family's husband and wife came over, the courtyard that old Shen Furen previous gave for the Jing siblings to stay at became somewhat crowded. The Jing couple attained the next level of overbearingness, and directly and unreasonably occupied the next largest courtyard other than old Shen Furen's. Other than that, they kept on ordering Rong Jingtang's servants everywhere. If one did not know, one would think that it was the Jing couple who was staying in Rong Jingtang and not old Shen Furen. Jing Chuchu sat in front of the table and carefully drew her eyebrows in front of the bronze mirror. She was very serious with each stroke and brush, her lips had a touch of rouge on them and there was not even a strain of misplaced hair on her head. She apparently dressed up very carefully. That moon-white colored piece. Jing Chuchu said. The moon-white colored robes were plain but they could better portray Jing Chuchu's delicate and pitiful charms. Today was the day that she would be meeting up with Sun Kainan, and whether he would be obsessed with her would depend on these moments. Perhaps it was the evilness of a female's vanity, or perhaps she really had some affections for Sun Kainan. She obviously knew that it was extremely dangerous to meet up with Sun Kainan at the moment, but she still wanted to try. Dao Yuan put away the rest of the clothes when someone pushed the doors open and came in. It was Jing Furen. When Jing Furen saw Jing Chuchu dressed up as such, she was suspicious. Chuchu, are you going out? Want to go out to buy some jewelry? Jing Chuchu said. In the future one will become the young Furen of the Shen family's second household, and one cannot keep wearing those old jewelry as one will be viewed lightly by others. It should be as so. Jing Furen said. Anyways, the money that Jing Chuchu spent on jewelry was all coming out from the common fund. These days Jing Furen gained a lot from it. Jing Furen said. How can you go alone? I will go with you. No, Jing Chuchu quickly refused. Jing Furen was puzzled. Why not? I have agreed to go together with the Yi family's young lady. Jing Chuchu tugged Jing Furen's hands. In the future at the Ding capital, one must build good relations with these young ladies. Mother better not go, as Yi young lady do not like to see strangers. You know that these noble young ladies' temperaments are somewhat weird. Jing Furen was somewhat unsatisfied. What noble young ladies? What a big deal. In the future you will also be an official's Furen. Forget it. Since you want to build up good relations, then go and bring more guards out. No need. Jing Chuchu declined. The Yi family has many guards. How would it look like if I bring more over? Mother, do not care about it and wait for my return with jewelries for you. Finishing, she continued to draw her eyebrows. Jing Furen could only give up. It was only when she went out of the residence and onto the horse carriage that Jing Chuchu became somewhat nervous and asked Dao Yuan, the tavern that you choose, is it reliable? Young lady, do not need to worry. Dao Yuan said, the tavern is very far away and remote. Usually there are very little people who would go there, thus when one wear a veiled bamboo hat to cover the face, no one would be able to recognize anyone. It was only then that Jing Chuchu calmed down. The horse carriage passed by the southern city and finally stopped at a remote alley. Jing Chuchu put on the bamboo hat and also the veil before letting Dao Yuan escort her to the tavern. Even though Jing Chuchu often toured around with gentlemen in Suzhou, her current status was different now. Even though the people of Mingqi were open-minded, but it was still not a small charge when a female with an engagement meet up privately with other males. There were only 2 floors in that tavern, and true to Dao Yuan's words, it was generally remote and deserted as there were only a few crowds of 2s and 3s present. They did not pay any attention to her when she came in. Dao Yuan gave the cashier a tael of silver and smiled. Shopkeeper, where is the room that was reserved yesterday? The shopkeeper quickly instructed the shop assistant to bring Jing Chuchu over. The guest room was located at the end of the second floor and the attic was made of wood. Dao Yuan thanked the shop assistant. Once they entered the room, Jing Chuchu took off the veil and bamboo hat in a hurry. It is so stuffy. Young lady should rest first and drink some tea. Dao Yuan said. One think that gentleman's son is arriving. Come over and tidy up my hair. Jing Chuchu fiddled with herself as she looked at the copper mirror. One wore the veil the entire journey and it had messed up one's hair. Young lady looked very good. Dao Yuan complimented, and is especially beautiful today. As they were speaking, the door squeaked open, which made Jing Chuchu and Dao Yuan surprised for a moment before they heard a familiar voice. Chuchu, it is really you. Sun Kainan stood at the doors and his eyes were eagerly looking at Jing Chuchu. In a moment, Jing Chuchu's face became red and she gave a look at Dao Yuan. Withdraw. All right. Dao Yuan smiled. May gentleman son and young lady talk. This servant will guard outside the door and not let others come in. The words said seemed to be suggesting something. Jing Chuchu lowered her head as Dao Yuan closed the doors behind her. Sun Kainan took 2 steps forward and called out, Chuchu. Jing Chuchu hesitated for a moment before looking up. Her eyes seemed to be filled with tears, half was due to melancholy and half was due to regret. If Shen Miao was fortunate to be present at the moment, she would also admire Jing Chuchu's ability to portray the realism of the act. Sun Kainan walked to Jing Chuchu and said softly, Chuchu, the matter of marriage between you and Shen Yuan, is it true? Jing Chuchu paused before nodding her head. It was as if Sun Kainan had suffered a huge blow and took 2 steps back. When Jing Chuchu saw this, her eyes reddened and she timidly said, you are angry. No, Sun Kainan paused before suddenly stroking Jing Chuchu's face. He said, I have heard of the matter and it was Shen Yuan who forced himself onto you. It is you that do not have any other choice other than marrying him. I do not blame you or am angry with you. Hearing this, Jing Chuchu lowered her head but no one saw the trace of elation in his eyes. Shen Kainan must have truly liked her that even if she was about to marry to Shen Yuan, he was still reluctant to blame her. Actually, Jing Chuchu turned her head. That day second Biao older brother did not touch me. It is just that under that circumstances it was difficult to explain to everyone. She lowered her head. Gentleman son, actually I am still of perfect condition. Actually nothing happened on that day between Jing Chuchu and Shen Yuan. It was just that when that hug was seen by everyone, it could not be made clear. Afterwards Jing Chuchu found someone to take a look at her and came to be aware that she was still a virgin. It was just that Shen Yuan and old Shen Furen were not aware of this, thus she did not speak about it, else when old Shen Furen and Shen Yuan knew of the matter, they would definitely make a big issue out of it. The situation was however quite different when she said it to Sun Kainan. Men would always hope that their women were innocent, and if Jing Chu and Shen Yuan really had something going on, there would be a knot in Sun Kainan's heart. However, if there was nothing going on, then in Sun Kainan's eyes Jing Chu would become even more pitiful. Sure enough, when Sun Kainan heard those words, he was shocked. What? Jing Chu raised her head and said tearfully, one would give one's female's body to the person one loves. It is just a misunderstanding between second Biao older brother and me, but there will be no way out in the future. It can be said that Gentleman Sun and I had met too late. Is Gentleman Sun disgusted with me? With a pull, Sun Kainan embraced Jing Chu and comforted in a warm voice, how could I be disgusted with you? I am delighted with you, my heart ached for you and like you. Sun Kainan's eyes were flashing in ecstasy. He initially thought that Jing Chu's innocence was given to Shen Yuan, and one would not be able to take back the investment by sleeping with Jing Chu once. Who knew that Jing Chu was still an innocent female? This was very surprising for him. When Jing Chu was embraced by Sun Kainan, she pretended to struggle for a little before not moving. She let Sun Kainan hug her and slowly untie her robes. Coincidentally downstairs, someone was riding a horse to the front of the tavern and handed the horse over to the shop assistant outside. He walked in and stopped at the front of the cashier before familiarly giving a tail over and walked up himself. It was at that moment when the shop assistant saw him, he then shouted, gentlemen. The person who turned back was not other but Shen Yuan. What is the matter? Shen Yuan asked. The shop assistant quickly shook his head and throttled down below with his towel. In the short moment when he passed him, Shen Yuan could clearly hear the shop assistant mumbling, it is so pitiful. Everyone under the sun know that one has worn a green hat. Shen Yuan's step stopped and when he looked down, he saw that the gazes of the diners below seemed to be on him as if they were pointing him out. Shen Yuan's expression slowly darkened. This was a tavern that he frequently visited and when he had to pass information to Fu Shuyi's people, it would happen here. There was a total of 9 princes in the Ding capital and relationships were especially tangled and complicated. As Prince Ding has hidden himself the deepest, his people were especially careful. Every time when Shen Yuan came over he was very careful and occasionally he would change his clothes. There was no one that knew him here, but why was the current situation somewhat strange? He shook his head but went up to the second floor without consulting anyone as that was the place where he would meet up with Fu Shuyi's people. But when he reached the last room, he saw for the first time a familiar person. When Dao Yuan saw him, she jumped in shock. Shen Yuan's heart sank. Dao Yuan was Jing Chu's maid, why was she here? Could it be? He stepped forward to walk over. Dao Yuan could not dodge in time before Shen Yuan kicked open the doors of the room. One only saw that in the spacious guest room there were 2 overlapping persons on the couch with clothes all thrown around on the floor. Dao Yuan exclaimed, young lady, second young master has come. One person on the bed suddenly sat up and half of the fair body was exposed. It was Jing Chu. She looked at Shen Yuan at a loss and said, Second Biao older brother. Shen Yuan looked at her coldly and the other person on the couch. Sun Kainan slowly woke up. He sat up and since he was spoiled as he grew up, when his lingering moment with Jing Chu was interrupted he was very angry. Who are you? Second Biao older brother. Jing Chu recovered to her senses in a moment and pointed to Sun Kainan. Second Biao older brother, it is he who forced onto me and I was not willing. Slut. Sun Kainan sneered and gave Jing Chu a slap. Obviously it was you who invited me impatiently. Why now turn your back? Gentleman son. Dao Yuan rushed over and said in indignation, how could you treat young lady as such? Why do you want to do this to young lady? Could it be to let our second young master wear a green hat? You absolutely want to go against second young master. In the blanket of chaos, no one actually noticed that Dao Yuan's words were not right. Sun Kainan sneered, second young master. He sized Shen Yuan up by looking at him from top to bottom before smiling arrogantly, correct. I want to let your second young master wear a green hat. How about it? Shen Yuan, you still have not tasted this fiancé of yours. The taste of a virgin is actually not bad. You are talking nonsense. Dao Yuan was surprised, our young lady. You still do not know. Sun Kainan looked at Shen Yuan exaggeratedly, it is not surprising that you were played at the palm of a female. But second Shen young master, even though you have great ability in court, your woman was still slept by me. Moreover you still have to marry her, so how is the feeling of picking up used shoes? The veins on Shen Yuan's forehead were throbbing and he finally took 2 steps forward and with a punch, knocked Sun Kainan onto the ground. You dare to hit me? Sun Kainan was used to be spoiled and pounced onto Shen Yuan without a second word. Both of them had no martial arts background and could only deal punches to one another. Sun Kainan was a little taller and stronger than Shen Yuan, so Shen Yuan was gradually at a disadvantage and was being pushed down by Sun Kainan as he hit him. Scoundrel. Dao Yuan rushed over and helped Shen Yuan by clinging to Sun Kainan from behind. Shen Yuan took advantage of the gap and freed his hands when he felt something cold in them. As he was hit very hard, he did not think anymore as he pushed that thing to the front. A kai sound was heard. That sound was particularly long and the noises around seemed to have silenced, until Dao Yuan screamed and Jing Chu's frenetic face appeared in front. Shen Yuan looked down and saw that there was a silver handle in his hands, and now only the knife handle was seen. As for the rest of the blade, it had disappeared into Sun Kainan's lower abdomen. Large pieces of blood flowers bloomed. Sun Kainan fell face upwards. In front of the stone table at the western courtyard of the Shen residence, Shen Miao was playing chess with Shen Chu. It was rare that Shen Chu need not practice swordplay today and knowing that Shen Miao's chess skills had improved by leaps and bounds, Shen Chu has long rolled up his sleeves to win 1 round from Shen Miao. But currently the outcome of the game was not according to one's wishes. Shen Miao placed a black piece down and Shen Chu previously oppressing white pieces were now surrounded by black pieces, unable to get out. Shen Chu looked for a long time before asking Shen Miao, younger sister, are not this the moves that I used in the first game? He felt that the moves on chessboard were very familiar when he saw them. The more he looked, the more surprised he was, as each steps that Shen Miao took were exactly like the moves he made in the first game. It was just that Shen Miao was able to play them better and at least in this game, the route she used was very convenient and filled with ferociousness. Using an opponent's own methods to obtain retribution. Shen Miao smiled gently, eldest brother, have you thought about countermeasure for your own stuff? Shen Chu shook his head, my methods is to target the enemy and it was to set up a route to death. Younger sister let me find a solution to it but I am unable to do so. Shen Miao looked at the path of the chess pieces on the board and faintly smiled. In the previous life, after a few years Shen Chu was imprisoned after killing Sun Kainan and after much thought, more or less the plan had Shen Yuan's signature in it. One did not know that by throwing the same means back, would Shen Yuan find them familiar. The road of death that he designed for Shen Chu, could Shen Yuan himself find a solution out of it? It should not be successful. When Shen Chu scratched his head and wanted to put a chess piece down, suddenly someone ran in from outside of the courtyard. It was a second-rank maid who was in charge of sweeping. The maid had a face full of panic as she said frenetically, eldest young master and 5th young lady, it is not good. Second young master has killed someone outside. What? Shen Chu frowned as the chess piece fell and spun before finally falling onto the ground. Shen Miao bent over to pick the chess piece up before she looked at the maid and asked warmly, who did he kill? In the prison of the administrator of the capital, Shen Yuan was locked up in the innermost cell, and his hands and clothes were stained with so much blood that they were shockingly red. Moreover, there were also some bruises on his face. This was Shen Yuan's first time in such a sorry strait. When he was fighting with Jing Chuchu's adulterer, he did not know why, but he felt very irritated, as if his mind was feverish. When he woke up from it, Sun Kainan was already stabbed by him with a knife, and because the tavern was made up of wood, the fight had alerted a number of people, and with Dao Yuan's and Jing Chuchu's screams, it almost immediately exposed the murder to everyone. It was until now when Shen Yuan's heart gradually calmed down. He was simply too impulsive with regards to the matter today. In Shen Yuan's life, the most hated thing for him was for others to insult his dignity. He already felt humiliated regarding the matter of the Shen family's banquet, but because he did not regain consciousness at that time, he could only tolerate it. Now the entire Ding capital's people knew that he was to marry Jing Chuchu, but she made him wear a green hat. Everyone in the tavern seemed to also be pointing at him, thus Shen Yuan was unable to control his wrath. One did not know where Jing Chuchu was brought to, but since she was the root cause of this matter, her fate would not be easy. It just that, Shen Yuan still find it somewhat strange. How would the people in the tavern recognize Jing Chuchu and him? Why would Jing Chuchu pick that particular room to commit adultery? He faintly felt that something was wrong, but he quickly shook his head. That place was the location where he would meet up with Fu Shuyi's people. Other than Fu Shuyi's people, no one else would know. Shen Yuan though deeply, Fu Shuyi's people would have reached the tavern in one fear that they were already aware of the matter. At this moment, he had completely calmed down and those panicked emotions vanished, the bloodstains in the dark cell no longer shook him. At this moment, one saw a warden walking over and stopped in front of his cell. Shen Yuan looked up and called out surprised, Dong Hao. Dong Hao was the one that was meeting up with him. At the moment he was dressed up as a warden, most likely to sneak in and talk to him. Listen to me, this is a misunderstanding. Shen Yuan quickly said, would request His Highness to help me this time. I will definitely reply His Highness in the future. Shen Yuan had never expected Shen Gui to come and save him, as Shen Gui was one would do anything to protect his career, so how could he take the risk for him? Now only Fu Shuyi could help him, but the imperial family people were not people who valued relationships, so he had to prove his value. Shen Yuan said, the evidence that was given to His Highness is not complete in certain areas. His Highness will be submitting a report to His Majesty soon, so one request His Highness to save me so that one can assist His Highness to pen the last stroke. When Dong Hao heard this, his eyes moved. Shen Yuan's words clearly indicated that the evidence that he had provided to Fu Shuyi to go against Shen Shen was not complete. Shen Yuan left himself a hand as he feared that Fu Shuyi would destroy the bridge after crossing the river, but did not expect that he would be trapped in jail, and could only bring out his life-saving talisman. Seeing Dong Hao not speaking, Shen Yuan was somewhat anxious. This matter is just a misunderstanding and it is not a complicated matter to settle. I will fork out the money and His Highness only need to take care of the other side. Such matter had happened before. A large reason as to why Shen Yuan could be this calm was because this matter did not look that bad. So much so that it was even simpler than the family banquet in Shen residence. The matter of the family banquet was because it was in front of all the ferns that showed he and Jing Chuchu slept together, so no matter what happens it was Jing Chuchu who would be at the disadvantage, and coupled with the Jing family unreasonableness, he could not do anything. As to him killing Sun Kainan, only Jing Chuchu and her maid saw it, and as long as Jing Chuchu and the maid testify, he could escape. As for that adulterer, as long one give money to appease and also let Fu Shuyi's people hang a charge over him, such as that person wanted to assassinate Shen Yuan but was kept controlled by Shen Yuan and the likes. As for killing, as long as one did not kill a noble, one would be able to cover it up at the end. Moreover, it seemed that his identity had not been discovered yet. In the eyes of others it only looked like one had killed another, but do not know the name of the killer. Dong Hao shook his head and said, Shen Yuan, this time you got into a big trouble. Shen Yuan's smile suddenly stopped as he did not understand the meaning to Dong Hao's words. Do you know who you killed? A hint of a bad premonition appeared in Shen Yuan's heart as he saw Dong Hao slowly opening his mouth. That was the only son of the Minister of Personnel, Sun Tianzheng's son, Sun Kainan. At the moment in front of the general's residence, there was a large group of people surrounding it, and those people had a vicious look on as they waved the sticks they were holding, that even the guards of the Shen family were unable to stop them. In the house, Shen Yu was hiding in Chen Ruchu's embrace and was so scared that she was shivering. Mother, second older brother really killed someone. As Chen Ruchu was pacifying her, her heart had some uncertainty. The people outside claimed to be from the Minister of Personnel and said that Shen Yuan had killed the Minister of Personnel's son, Sun Kainan. They were making such a ruckus to enter and smash things up, but why would Shen Yuan ended up killing Sun Kainan? Shen Gui and Shen Wan were already outside obstructing, but if Shen Shen's Shen army was not there, one feared that those people would have really broken in. Wan Yiniang was hiding in her room and held Shen Dongling nervously. If it was really second young master who killed someone, will those people do anything to us? Do not worry, Shen Dongling said. If others want to deal with second older brother, what does it got to do with us? She sat behind the screen, but the pages of the book in her hand were not flipped open. Young lady, Jing Jie ran into the room vivaciously and said, the people outside were so fierce that even old Furin was startled. Shen Miao's eyelids did not even raise as she asked, oh, how is old Furin? After hearing that second young master killed someone, she then fainted away. Jing Jie was taking joy in their misfortune. Young lady, this matter would not implicate us, right? Gu Yu was deeply worried. After all, they all knew that Shen Yuan killed another because Shen Miao was adding fuel into the flames behind the scenes. No worries, there will be someone covering us. Sun Tianzheng has a high position and great power, but the Shen residence is not considered inferior to them. Furthermore, the final purpose is for Shen Yuan, so when he pay a life for a life, they would not have anything else to say. But will second young master really pay a life for a life? Gu Yu asked. Second master would not let second young master lose his life this easily. If there was not Shen Yuan Bo, then second Shu would put in all effort to defend second older brother. Shen Miao said, but with Shen Yuan Bo, second Shu have a retreat route. In the eyes of second Shu, it is worth it if one were to lose a son to quell the Sun family's anger. Among the three sons, Shen Gui view family relationship the more indifferent. At least Shen Wan dotted on Shen Yu to the maximum, but Shen Gui's treatment of his own children, be it the D-born Shen Yuan, Shen Qing and Shen Yuan Bo or the Su-born Shen Dongling, one was unable to see a strain of sincere care. To Shen Gui, children were either helping his career or as his successor. No wonder the children of the second household did not have any emotions. If there was no Shen Yuan Bo, then Shen Yuan would have been Shen Gui's only son and Shen Gui would definitely fight. But with Shen Yuan Bo, Shen Gui still had a son, thus Shen Yuan was no longer necessary. Not to mention that it is the Sun family that easy to send away. In the previous life the person who killed Sun Kainan was Shen Chu, and Sun Tianzheng's entire family sent Shen Chu to the prison, and Shen Shen spent almost his entire fortune to safeguard Shen Chu's life. Sun Tianzheng only had one son, and with the death of his only one son, how would he easily let go of the murderer? But only second young master will be out of luck. Jing Jie's words were nothing striking but were relentless. Biao young lady is let off like this. She is still hiding in the residence and did not come out. After the accident, Jing Chu actually slipped back in and hid in the Shen residence with the entire Jing family. How can it be? Shen Miao smiled gently. After all, she is the main cause of the disaster. Outside the residence's door, Shen Wan was persuading in a sorry straits. Everyone listen to me. The matter of the situation is not clear yet and may everyone head back first. I will give everyone an answer. A woman spit her saliva onto Shen Wan's face and with her arms akimbo, pay money when no debt, pay with one's life for a life. Our young master was killed by Shen Yuan, so pay a life. This matter will not end. Shen Gui was somewhat shrinking and was cursing Shen Yuan in his heart. At this moment, other than the people of the Minister of Personnel, there was a crowd of commoners gathering to watch the spectacle. Some people laughed loudly. Was it not because of rivaling the affection of another than the murder took place? How does the beauty they were competing with look like? How about letting us get an Eiffel? To be that impulsive because of a beauty, that beauty must be very gorgeous. When those words were spoken, the surrounding people also echoed them. The Minister of Personnel's people suddenly reacted to this. Now that the Sun family was in a mess, a perfectly fine Sun Kainan left the house but came back as a nice old corpse. At this painful time, they only wanted Shen Yuan to pay with his life and had forgotten about Jing Chu. Thus when they heard what was said, they were reminded of it. It was because of Jing Chu that Sun Kainan and Shen Yuan fought, and afterwards Shen Yuan accidentally killed Sun Kainan, so that Jing Chu was a beauty that brought on disasters. The Sun family people immediately said, yes. Surrender that slut over. It is her who seduced my young master, that shameless little whore. Quickly surrender her. Not to mention the Sun family, even Shen Gui himself could not wait to personally kill Jing Chu. Ever since Jing Chu entered the Shen residence, their second household of the Shen family continuously fell into misfortune. First it was the family banquet that tainted Shen Yuan's reputation, and now it was getting Shen Yuan involved in the case of taking another's life. Without a second word, Shen Gui instructed the servants and in not much time Jing Chu was tied and brought out. Shen Gui gave a look at Shen Wan and Shen Wan said, everyone do not need to be angry, we will naturally be reasonable. Since the matter was caused by Chu, I will hand her over to you all and let you handle her. Jing Chu called out miserably, but how would the surrounding people tolerate her resistance? The Sun family people pulled Jing Chu over, who was tied up like a pig, and gave her tens of slaps to her face. Jing Chu fainted on the spot. You all better not bully intolerably. Jing Guanshen and the Jing family's husband and wife rushed out and were furious at the scene. But they saw the Sun family sneering. It is no wonder one come from a small place like Suzhou. It is one thing to be short-sighted, but one has such bad morals. One is already an engaged person and still go around seducing other men. This matter is not over yet. You all better not think about it. The Jing family was angry and scared. They were angry at the arrogance of the Sun family and were scared that other than the Shen residents, they had no other backing in the Ding capital. And currently the Shen family was already not happy with them. Now seeing them fall into misfortune, it was good that the Shen family did not throw stones when they were down. How could they just stand and watch? After making so much noise at the Shen residence's doors and seeing that the skies had darkened, the people who came from the Sun family who had been holding on to Jing Chu finally left. Before they left, the woman who was leading sneered, today is just the beginning. You Shen family should wait. Master had already written a report to the emperor. In this world there is no logic of letting another live freely after taking another's life. A life for a life. No one can think otherwise. Shen Gui watched as the Sun family's people swaggered away while leaving a mess behind. He almost could not breathe. The last sentence mentioning that Sun Tianzhong had already submitted a report to the emperor was even more ghastly to him. Sun Tianzhong only had one son and once Sun Kainan was dead. Even if the fish dies or the net splits, Sun Tianzhong would not let him live well. Now it seemed that even if Shen Yuan died, it would not be able to quell the Sun family's anger. When Shen Chu returned to the western courtyard, he wiped his sweat and complained to Shen Miao, the Sun family is just too rude. They almost smashed the main doors. My soldiers could not even stop them. The pain of losing one son. Shen Miao comforted, naturally have to be vented. This time father and mother do not intend to intervene. Shen Chu mumbled to himself, but Shen Yuan was never impulsive, so even if Jing Chu privately meet up with Sun Kainan, how would he kill another in a fit of anger? Who knows? Shen Miao said indifferently, perhaps Sun Kainan was doomed to die and it would be same in anyone's hands. In the main hall of the Sun family, an entire room of concubines were kneeling on the ground, and at the middle of the hall there was a white cloth covering a body. Even it was so, the white cloth was somewhat contaminated with bloodstain. Ever since Sun Furen knew that Sun Kainan was dead, she fainted and almost collapsed when she woke up. No matter how others consoled, she would not listen. Sun Tianzhong was currently at his late years, but at this moment both of his eyes were bloodshot and his cheeks were slightly trembling. There once was a traveling priest that did a calculation that predicted he would not have a son in his entire life. Thus Sun Tianzhen married numerous concubines but was still unable to have a son. It was with great hardship that Sun Furen was able to be pregnant with Sun Kainan, and to Sun Tianzhong, it was having a son at an old age. Thus he was spoilt since young, and at the long run, Sun Kainan developed a lustful and playful character. Because Sun Tianzhong's position was high and had great power, he was afraid of provoking the tongues of the censors, so he had long reminded Sun Kainan not to act ostentatiously. If he wanted to play around with female, then he should bring them back to the residence as concubines before playing. Sun Kainan did not serve as an official and only rested and sleep in the residence, thus there were not many that knew about him, much less the officials in court, who would not have any friendship with him. Who knew that he would die under Shen Yuan's hands? This time it really went accordingly to the priest's words that Sun Tianzhong would not have a son in his life. Shen Yuan, Sun Tianzhong was gritting his teeth, I want him to pay with his life. Master, Sun Tianzhong's currently favored concubine said with tears in her eyes, one heard that the servants had brought back that female. When all is said and done, it was that female that led our young master to be at such a state. Master plan. Sun Tianzhong coldly laughed, do not play her to death. Leave a living breath for Furen. The beloved concubine shuddered. These concubines had experienced Sun Furen's method. Now that Sun Furen was carrying the pain of death of her son, one feared that she would treat Jing Chu in ways no one could think about. Only Shen Yuan can be touched in the Shen family, but does the Jing family believe that they could get out of this safely? A ka-cha sound was heard, and it was Sun Tianzhong who actually smashed the teacup in his hands. The pieces of the cup cut his hands and fresh blood was dripping down, but he was undeterred as he hatefully spoke, I want everyone in their Jing family to be buried with Yuan. The entire capital was talking about the matter of Shen Yuan killing the only son of the Minister of Personnel, and in Prince Ding's residence, Dong Hao was standing in the hall bowing at the person sitting above. One of Fu Shuyi's hands was gently circling the rim of the teacup as he thought. Originally one wanted to present the Shen family report to Imperial Father tomorrow, but this for thing to happen to Shen Yuan today. The evidence Shen Yuan have on hand is not complete. Your Highness, do we use any method to dig the words out? No need. Fu Shuyi waved his hands. The things that Shen Yuan gave is enough. Even if I hope for it to be more complete, I cannot lend a helping hand on this matter. Your Highness meant to ignore Shen Yuan? Dong Hao asked. It would be fine if it was other, but it is unfortunately Sun Tianzhong and he is Prince Zhou's people. Prince Zhou will definitely get involved with the matter, and if I were to lend a hand, it would only let Prince Zhou be alert. This trouble that Shen Yuan has caused is just too big. Fu Shuyi shook his head. Dong Hao was silent for a moment, but at that time Shen Yuan will struggle till either the fish dies or the net splits. What if he were to mention your highness? Shen Yuan is used to hiding a hand behind, so one must naturally prevent what you said from happening. Fu Shuyi looked at the cup in his hands, so not only one will not help Shen Yuan, one will have to urge the Ministry of Justice to quickly take action. It would inevitably cause suspiciousness if one were to kill Shen Yuan in the prison, so think of ways to feed him some things. Dong Hao quickly complied and asked Fu Shuyi, will your highness be submitting the report tomorrow? No. Fu Shuyi kneaded his forehead. This matter will cause shockwaves, but it would not be as loud if one were to submit the report now. Wait a little. He suddenly opened his eyes, but you better investigate carefully who had a grudge with Shen Yuan recently. Dong Hao was surprised. Your highness meaning is that someone is up to mischief in the background. Shen Yuan is never impulsive and this time he killed someone impulsively, and that person was actually Sun Tianzheng's only son. Do not you find that this is just too coincidental? Moreover, how would Shen Yuan just encounter Jing Chu cheating? It is very strange. Could it be that Shen Yuan was schemed by others? Dong Hao said, if all these events were controlled then that person must be very familiar with Shen Yuan. To be able to force Shen Yuan to such a state. Fu Shuyi said, this person cannot stay alive. The chess pieces I cultivated for many years are not to be destroyed by others. When he said that, Fu Shuyi's eyes turned dark. He did not look as simple as he seemed. This chess piece, Shen Yuan, was carefully cultivated by him for so many years, not because Shen Yuan was resourceful but most importantly because Shen Yuan was from the Shen family. As to Shen Yuan's position, there were many things that could be done easier if he were to do it. But now he had no choice but to give up a rook to save the king. This carefully cultivated confidant could no longer be useful in the future. Not to mention, that he fell into such a clumsy and crude trap. This subordinate will definitely investigate carefully. Dong Hao said, it is fortunate that Shen Yuan had given the things to your highness before the accident. Fu Shuyi said, unfortunately, one still need to wait. At another end, in the higher floors of the Fengxian pawn shop, Ji Yushu's palms were together as he grinned from ear to ear, just marvelous. Shen young lady indeed do not take much action but when she does, it is amazing. Originally, tomorrow it would be Shen Shen's turn to fall into misfortune, but at the end Shen Yuan went to jail. This is really a good timing. It is just a coincidence. Gao Yang rolled his eyes at him, most likely Shen Miao would not know of the matter. Do not care if she knows or not, anyways I have won the bet with you. Ji Yushu triumphantly said, bring the silver over to the pawn shop and hand it over to Hong Ling. Gao Yang was silent for a moment but still said, perhaps Shen Yuan had never thought that he would fall into such a low and inferior trap. Because of his fiancé's betrayal and jealousy, one accidentally killed the adulterer. No matter how one hear it, it was not glorious at all. No matter if it was the adulterer, the woman that did not follow the ways of a married woman or the cuckold husband's family, when people discussed about the matter, they would only take it as a joke. Shen Yuan had talent and new tolerance, moreover he was valued heavily by Fu Shuyi when he just returned to the capital. If time permitted it, he would have been a person of talent that would not be overlooked by the people, but who knew that he would tragically end in such an embarrassing way. Although this looked like a joke but the ending was very grim. This was because the person he killed was the only son of Sun Tianzheng. Sun Tianzheng will be submitting a report tomorrow. Gao Yang, do you think that this Shen Yuan will pay for his life? Ji Yushu asked. What do you think Shen Miao would do? Gao Yang asked an irrelevant question. What does this got to do with Shen young lady? Ji Yushu was confused. This man-made trap of Shen Miao, have you seen anyone retreating safely after stepping into it? From the Prince Yu case you should already see that her trap was never only one action. As to dealing with Shen Yuan, it would not be otherwise. You are saying that she still have moves behind? Ji Yushu asked, the most, would be paying up with Shen Yuan's life. What else does she want? I feel that Shen Yuan was only one of it. Gao Yang shook his head and his expression could not help but become grimmer. If she were to take action, one feel that it would not be one person that is impacted. Ji Yushu was silent for a moment before seriously asking, what kind of deep hatred does Shen young lady and the rest of the Shen family have, to be so at such a scale? Even though it is absolutely horrifying but thinking of it, there should be a reasoning. Could it be that the Shen family had done someone unforgivable to her? There must be other secret things that made a young lady to take such cruel steps and schemes. It is just that even Bai Xiaosheng could not find it out, but it was unjustifiable if it was because the Shen family used secret means to raise her as an idiot. Gao Yang shook his head, I also do not know but her actions are too public. This time letting Shen Yuan go to prison and since he is Prince Ding's people. Once Prince Ding suffer losses, he would definitely notice her. The people that were sent out also say that Prince Ding's subordinates are investigating the matter. It is not good for Shen young lady to go against Prince Ding. Ji Yushu was worried, Prince Ding's thoughts are deep and his means are very treacherous. Once he finds out that it was caused by Shen young lady's hands, one does not know what will be done in the future. Do not worry, Gao Yang said, I however feel that Shen Miao is very familiar with Prince Ding, so perhaps she had already considered Prince Ding's intervention when she did what she did. Instead of worrying about her, one might as well worry about oneself. Gao Yang looked at Ji Yushu, have you found the person third Xie wanted you to find? K. Ji Yushu touched his nose, I will immediately send someone. Did not think that the internal Shen family was that chaotic. Such a big performance in the beginning of spring this year, what about the future? Ayaya, gentleman's son, who was like a prince, fell in love with a common young female and because of buying the affections with another, one was death and the other was injured. Is not this a scene from a play? From my opinion, that common young female looked really mediocre, and one did not know why both gentlemen would be so blind to fight for her affections. It would be better for the two gentlemen to be together. Hu Long, are you reading some strange books again lately? The black-clad female tugged at her long hair and spoke in a charming way, is not what I said correct? For men to start fighting, one must at least have my good looks. Really very spirited. A sudden loud voice sounded and when the group of black-clad people who were squatting and playing heard that voice, each one of them stood up like the greatest enemy had descended and looked at the person in front. The purple-clad youth's brows were handsome but they were even more arrogant at night. His eyes swept across everyone, why not continue speaking? Everyone lowered their head and did not speak. Xie Jingxing turned around and left. It was only when he was far away from the group of people, he stopped and smiled self-deprecatingly, the little girl do have some means. His eyes hanged down before looking at the starless dark skies and softly said, but I have no more time. Regarding the case in the Ding capital where Shen Yuan mistakenly killed Sun Kainan, the case was trialed in the most vigorous and fast manner never seen before. First, it was Sun Tianzheng who submitted a report in court, requesting for Shen Yuan to pay a debt of blood with blood, and if it was not done then he would be forced to retire due to his old age, practically threatening Emperor Wenwei that he would quit his job and responsibilities. As compared to Shen Gui, the Minister of Personnel was clearly more important, and Sun Tianzheng had already been in the position for many years and developed a network of connections, but if there was a sudden change of person, then one feared that there will be chaos. Emperor Wenwei naturally had to appease Sun Tianzheng. Secondly, how would the censors, who usually point out the officials' mistakes, let go of a manslaughter case? Taking into consideration that Sun Tianzhong had already lost a son and it would be difficult to talk about it, the censors focused their impeachment on Shen Gui. The most surprising thing was Shen Gui's attitude. He knelt in front of Emperor Wenwei and guaranteed with tears and snoot that this matter was due to his failure to educate his son and was willing to place righteousness before family and let Shen Yuan pay a life with a life. When those words were reported, they stunned all the civil and military officials in court. Even though those words seemed to be strictly impartial and incorruptible, he actually did not argue that his son did not start it first, but promised straightforwardly to pay a life with another life, which was just inhuman. Shen Gui was indeed smooth and slick in establishing social relations, but even a tiger, though cruel, would not devour its cubs. This move made those colleagues who usually had good relations with him to remain at a respectful distance from now on. The minister stood at the side of Sun Tianzhong in succession, and when Emperor Wenwei asked the prince's opinions, all 9 princes invariably stood with Sun Tianzhong. Even if one did not show one's attitude, almost everyone knew where the case was heading towards. Shen Yuan's beheading order was to be carried out 3 days later. This was most likely the fastest beheading order in Mingqi's history, and there was practically no way to reverse the verdict or resist it. It was just a direct conviction. Even though there was the factor of the Sun family pushing the wave and adding to the billows, the Shen family's inaction was the biggest reason. Even if other people were secretly pushing, it would not have mattered. In the dark prison, Shen Yuan sat in the innermost cell. His hair was disheveled and he had not washed for a few days, that now there was a sour smell coming out from him. His usually calm appearance now looked a little frantic and was covering up some brief sense of despair. Someone sneaked in yesterday night and fed him mute medication, so now he could not even speak. Shen Yuan himself knew who was the one that did that, and who possessed those remarkable abilities that one even dared to break into prison. Fu Shuyi would not come to save him. Initially he still had a little strain of hope, but after carefully thinking it through, he then knew that it would more harmful than helpful for Fu Shuyi to save him. That man was an expert in avoiding trouble, so he would definitely not take this risk. On the contrary, Shen Yuan's existence to Fu Shuyi had already become a chess piece that did not know its place. So naturally Fu Shuyi would eradicate without any mercy. By feeding him a mute medication might not necessarily mean that one did not want to kill him, but with Fu Shuyi's cautious nature, most probably one feared that it might be suspicious if he died in the prison. A bitter smile slowly appeared on Shen Yuan's lips. If successful, one was called a king, and if defeated, one was called a bandit. He had known what kind of person Fu Shuyi was at the beginning. When one worked under Fu Shuyi, one must already be prepared that there was a possibility that one's ending was as such, but he did not expect that the ending arrived so quickly. There seemed to sound some footsteps in the darkness, and those footsteps were rather slow and sounded different from the warden's. When he looked up towards the footsteps, he could only see a purple dress coming closer under the dim torch. Walking forward, the young female had a delicate appearance and gave him a gentle smile as she looked at him, second older brother. Shen Yuan's heart clogged up. In the twinkling of an eye when he saw Shen Miao, a strong hatred and an unresigned feeling burst out from his heart, making Shen Yuan want to kill Shen Miao at that every moment. Even if one did not understand how things turned out to this point, one thing that Shen Yuan was very clear about was that Shen Miao was definitely involved in it. Shen Miao slowly squatted down and looked at Shen Yuan at the same eye level. She smiled. Second older brother must definitely not be living well inside here. Second Shen has gone crazy. Second Shu is not willing to come and see you. Seventh younger brother is still young and under the care of old Shen Furen, and speaking of which, old Furen is the one that doted on you the most. But she gave an order yesterday that no one is allowed to mention your name in the residence, so it seemed that she has given up on you. After much thought, since we are siblings, I have come to send you on your way.